I'll start it off, man. I'll start the case here for Onic Indonesia. Then we can go back and forth a little bit, right?
Okay, all right.
Last time we met, Wolf, it didn't turn really well for Onic Philippines. So personally, I do have Onic ID winning this matchup, though I am very, very open to surprises here. Based on statistics, Onic, they've won everything so far here in the road to M3. What's your case now, Wolf?
Well, the case is very easy now. You have talked to Coach Mars and some of the Onic Indonesia boys, and they say that they're only afraid of one. Not Blacklist International. They're only afraid of one Filipino team, not Blacklist International, particularly Onic Philippines. They have been screaming a lot. And when I asked Coach Yeb, he claims, again, this is a claim, right?
Inside information?
He
Information.
claims that throughout MPL Season 8, it was always Onic Philippines winning more in scrims. Okay. So that's spicy. That is a claim, by the way.
I know. I'm hearing both arguments here, but I like to go based on track record. You know, Indonesia, M1, they did a good job, but the Filipino region, M2, happening earlier this year. That's I don't know. I just like.
こんにちは。
You guys in the comment section, or if you're in the live chat, please let us know who are you supporting. Is it going to be hashtag OnicPH or hashtag Onic Indonesia? Because only one team is going to be able to make it today, and that's only the first point here. Remember, the entire format, nobody's going to get eliminated, so really this is going to be a proving ground, a little bit of a taste tester, like a cheese platter.
So my question for Mirko is, and I'm sorry that I'm asking questions here, Gideon,
No
but
worries.
in the Philippines, Onic is doubted like a team with mechanical skill. Like for looking at Blacklist International, surely that they're good.
こんにちは。これさ、ちょっと待って。
Like the best in each of their role. Like you can argue that Kyrie is very explosive. Now I don't know how that is translated in Indonesia because I've heard that
ちょっと
that have the better skills, but
音量の設定がさ、
somewhere along those lines.
Look, I mean, before we even get to this, let's introduce the Onic team lineup.
できてない。ちゃんと。
CW stands as well as Kid-Boy here. The last Kage stands. Take it away, Mirko.
On that note, Wolf and Gideon, as you just introduced all the 5 members, yeah, RRQ, they've been getting all shine recently, right?
小さかったり、うるさかったりしたら、
Onic ID in the
言ってほしい。
against RRQ. Not only did they out macro RRQ, but they out mechanic them. They outskilled them in the laning phases, in every step of the way. This is the team, you know, wrecked. The world champion, M1 world champion, said in an interview. Why is it so frustrating going against Onic? They have no holes in their game. They're good, well-rounded, and they have the deepest hero pools in MLBB, alright? You can take a look at every single one of these players in the roster, and every single one of them has a full sheet of paper to their name in terms of heroes. But now it's time for Onic Philippines.
Yes, with Onic Philippines, their team lineup here, it's going to be Hatred, Darsky, Marky, Kyrie, and as well as Bloisky here. I'm kind of sold. He kind of sold me on Onic Indonesia, but sell me Onic PH.
Alright, so Onic Philippines, they know exactly what they need to do against Onic Indonesia. Look at this. Hatred is playing mid, and Baloisky is playing roam. This is a total switch up. Normally,
Do
the lineup that Onic
大きい音
deployed during MPL Season 8 was Baloisky in the mid lane and BMO. Now BMO is not seen, at least in this card. And even as we saw the cameras, BMO wasn't there. This also confirms some of the fan theories.
こんにちは。
We saw some screenshots of their rank games where Baloisky is playing now the tank and Hatred playing the mid.
小さいのか大きいのかが分かんないんだよね。ちょっとイヤホン。
It's a thing in the Philippines because when you unleash hate now in the mid lane as your explosive mages or your assassin, together with Kyrie and the leadership Baloisky, that is something that I don't think that anybody can stop.
あ、いい感じですか。
Tough bargains here on either side. I'm kind of sold on both sides of the Onyx spectrum here. We're
いや、これは
best mobile legends we've seen.
マジで熱い。
that was some tough competition, especially for people outside of the MPL. Let's see whether the rest of Southeast Asia is able to kind of maintain that level of cleanliness, execution-wise, because I'm hearing from both sides, keyword, mechanics. Right. I'm hearing from both sides, leadership. I'm hearing from Miracle's side, they're like, these are literal doctorates in their own roles. Both very convincing arguments here, but more importantly, it's about the brains, it's about the brawn, it's about the coaches. We gotta look over at Coach Mars. Tell me more about him.
Man, Coach Mars, again, like we said, he has so much to do here in the draft. He has a lot of options is what I'm trying to say, all right? Again, like we mentioned, that hero pool, very, very deep for every single member here from the side of Onic ID. But one thing that Onic has really, you know, one of their
1戦目からオニックインドネシアとオニックフィリピンはやばいよ。
He was the main star. He was the MVP of the regular season. Why? Because this man is just so consistent. And finally, Onic has decided to go and play.
これ2回目か、配信。
In the lane is just amazing. The impact that it has on every single game has been immense here. And that's what I think they might go for here again. But again, not overlooking CW or any of the other players here from the side of Onic ID, because that's the thing about this team. If Boots fails in his lane, everyone else can cover for him.
I mean, the stonks are seemingly really strong coming in from Onic, but sell me Coach Yep here coming from Onic Philippines. This is all you, Wolf. I mean, you guys are tight.
Yeah, we tight, yo. Yeah, I've had a chance to actually work with this guy, particularly in the off season of MPL Season 8. And guess what? Coach Yeb actually came from a team that went 0-14 in MPL Season 7.
Ooh, that's rough.
That is definitely rough. But, you know, a lot of problems that happened in there, including the problems that they faced with the pandemic. But Coach Yeb, no matter what happens, you'll never hear, you know, a bad comment from his players. Okay. That's how good it is. So he's very smart, but at the same time, I think that he flourishes more with his leadership as the big brother, or at least the uncle of the team, you know. And he always makes sure that he touches the players up until their, you know, even with their personal problems, even with how they're dealing, because he believes that majority of how you can perform in a game is when your mentality is super sound.
I see.
Right? So he's more. I wouldn't say that he's more of a life coach. I think it's a 50-50 toss-up within a life coach as well as a technical coach for the team.
No, I totally get you here. I'm hearing a lot of keywords that I absolutely love. Coming in from Wolf, we're hearing a person who's not only the brains, but he's also making sure he's got the IQ and the EQ to keep the team tip-top and sharp. But I like what I'm hearing from Onic Indonesia, especially if I got to invest some money into this. Oh my goodness, consistency seems to be their key. Is it going to be explosiveness, or is it going to be the go and get?
こんにちは、トロボです。こんにちは。なんか、大丈夫か？音、なんか気になるところあったら言ってください。
Maybe positively in a certain angle. For example, the mid lane. Most importantly, the mid lane. Now, say what you will about Baloyski, is amazing. But when it comes to like a bigger hero pool, you can have that from Hatred. He's willing to play anything. And he is a real role player. And I've talked to Baloyski as well. I think that he's more comfortable now.
シナさんは顔が欲しいです。顔か。次の試合ならいいけど。
I mean, comfortable or not, I can't get excited enough for this. And you guys could be checking out all this action. Catch the M3 World Championship live on MeWatch from the 6th to 19th December and win various in-game rewards while doing that. So, what are you waiting for? Switch on to MeWatch and watch Onic Esports versus Onic PH right now. You do not want to miss this game. But, coming back to you, Onic Indonesia, right? These guys are the champions here. And I'm knowing the way MPL Indonesia
解説はわからん。せんけど、もうただ見とるだけ。グループ A は見ましたよ。ブラックリスト、特にブラックリスト出るところはちゃんと見た。けど、あとは結構適当に見たかな。
in season 7, they actually were the top in the regular season. They were the #1 team, but coming into the playoffs, they weren't able to handle the pressure. They fell. They
個人的にちょっとオニックインドネシアがめちゃくちゃ推しで、でもオニックフィリピンもオニックフィリピンで結構好きなんですよね。なんかどっちもオニック好きだから、それが1戦目から見えんのがね、やばい。そう、JG 対決、これマジで熱い。どっちもうまいんよ。オニックフィリピンは、アサシンがめちゃくちゃうまくて、サンズはもうイスンとか、まあ他も全然うまいけどさ、ニュートとかもうまいイメージ。個人的には、サンズがイスンで、カイリが、アサシン、なんでもいい。ランスあたりとか、リーンとかみたい。でもこれが BO1 なのがちょっと残念だ。3見たいんやけど。こんにちは。いや、わかる。俺もめっちゃリン見たい。これもどっちも緊張するやろうな。バクバクよ。
For Drian, at least, this is what I can say. You do not want him to get the Farsa or the Yves. He has stayed consistent, 100% win rate here on both of those heroes throughout Season 8, not losing a single game on those two heroes.
Okay, but now, since that, you know, obviously we had to kind of keep an eye out on Bloisy. If it's Bloisy or Hatred, for all we know, they could decide on the draft itself to switch up. What's the hero pool? What are we looking at here?
So definitely the Farsa and Eve is there. When it comes to dealing with Onic Philippines, they have this strategy that we call the mid-money strategy, where their mid laner is kind of a scaling hero, like your Naden, sometimes your Beatrix, sometimes even the Claude. And Claude actually in the mid lane is something that both of these teams share. So, to answer your question, I think we might not even see like
RRQ と戦ったことありますか？ありますよ。あって、負け越したんかな？なんか、1戦か2戦は勝ったけど、1、2試合負けた気がする。先行がニックフィリピンか。リーン、イブ。髪青決めてきてるわ。あれなんか前緑じゃなかったっけ？違うっけ？なんか前緑じゃなかった？キーボーイって。青だっけ元から。前もこの色でしたっけ？なんか誰か緑だった気がするんだけど。いや、緑に見えてるだけか、この色が。ファーサ。はやぶさ。ああ、写真は消されてくね。長いですか、先行何取るんやろな。おお、これジャングルアモンじゃない？やば、鳥肌立ってきたわ、これ。でもアモンどこでまだ採用してくるかわからんけど、でも韓国とか見てると、韓国とかニモ TV とか見てると結構アモン強く感じるからけど S1 かって感じはするわ。 こんにちは。シナユーハブスクワット。I'm free.
Absolutely, but there you go. It's going to be the Rafaela to counter the Keto perhaps right here with the Holy Baptism, adding also a little bit more sustain and movement, mobility here in their composition. But this is one thing that I forgot to mention here. For the side of Onic ID, yes, Farsa and Yves, those are the two heroes that we've seen from Drian that he's played very successfully. But I do want to mention this as well. I might have to pause for a bit.
これ、ジャングル、アモンじゃない。これわからん。ミドか、ゴールドか経験値、どこでも来れるけど。ランス、いや、マジランス熱いって。これやばいって、ランスは。
My wish list is that Onic Indonesia just picks up Fts Shina now. Let's bring up the big guns. Let's bring up your.
I know you M210 second gaming. Thank you.
Let's do it. Come on, Onic Indonesia, please.
We're hoping we can hear the last couple of seconds. Onic Indonesia, make it happen. Do you want to do it? And here it is.
おー、クフ。
But there is still hope.
Keyboy, my goodness.
Keyboy, yeah. Keyboy, in Indonesia, he is labeled to be the best tank in Indonesia, right? Mechanically, this man, he just performs out of his mind. You need to get him on these flashy, explosive heroes like the group.
アモン見てる感じ、経験値でも、ゴールドでも、ジャングルでも強いなって思ってて、ミド。経験値、韓国人がめちゃくちゃうまいんよね。経験値アモン。めっちゃめんどくさかった。ゴールドも対面しててちょっとめんどくさかった印象がある。ミドは、フォーク取っている時がガチでしんどい。イセン取らんね。結構カウンターピックされるのが、対策されるのが怖いんじゃないかな。イセン対策しようと思えば、結構いけるし、SH で取っちゃうと。なんかフィリピンって結構入り込んでくるキャラ好きなイメージあるから、ちょっと怖いわ、イセン取んの。リンの評価高いですね。ランスの方が強いと思う。リンとハユサは結構消されますね、大会。これ、イスン来そうだな。様子見て。やばい、お腹鳴った。イスン取りたいためのエスメとゾンバント見た。いや、これ、イスンモード入るんじゃないん？ビアトリックス昨日うまかった。あ、違う、ここじゃないか。ブラックリストかビア使ってたん。確かに、イスンもニュートもいるから、これ熱いね。ゾンがおらんから、結構、いい感じ。ドランってのもあるんだろうけど、イスン、そう、めちゃくちゃ弱いんよね。イスンちょっと味方依存。まあ、これは味方強いけど、なんか、味方、まあ、周り次第で結構変わってきちゃう、イスンシン。結構影響されちゃう。リリアこれビアミッドじゃない？でもさ、これ明治コンオニック、ニュートじゃない？ニュート。これ、ミドビアじゃない？ミドビアで、CW が、ルビー、あ、ジャングルパッキもあんのか。そうやん。あ、そうやん。ジャングルパッキじゃん、これ。 忘れてたわ。ほんまや。あ、じゃあこれ、最後明治か、とんの。
Now, what I do want to mention here is for Onic ID, whenever they do pick the Paquito, it's actually never been used in the XP lane back in MP.
でもニュートないんかな。なんかニュート、ミドニュートとかワンチャンありそうだけど。ほら、絶対そうやん。これミドニュートやんって。いや、わからん。ミドニュートっぽい気がするけどな。違うんかな。ミドビアっぽいね。ドリアンが今変わってた。いや、でも、いや、熱っ。てか、オニックヒーロープール広すぎやろ、これ。誰がどれ使うかマジでわからんわ。What team you like, Shina? I like Onic ID. こんにちは。ジャングルニュートで、あ、ゴールドパッキなんや。あー、ミド強い。あー、ミド強い。ミド強い。あ、でも、ビア強すぎやろ、これ。
This is the power of Beatrix in the early game. She just does so much from terms of wave clear and in terms of basically fighting 1v1.
Ah!
First blood by
かまされとる。CW. おい。
Picking off the gold laner.
This is really interesting. I am getting the vibes that this is going to be an interesting matchup. I mean, Hatred playing Amon in that mid lane is strange enough, but it's going to be Boots and Glarsky, who's pretty much going to be an island on.
あ、そう、フィリピン、デームスマジで好きよな。
It's a 50-50 battle that will be just, about clearing waves at this point. I was actually surprised that instead of going for the Paquito jungle,
いや、やっぱレベル1だとリリアが強すぎるんよな。
Lilia, which is even worse for the Paquito because just of the range and the burst damage. And I think that Onic Esports might have overthought this. Maybe they are thinking that the Amon will be in the gold lane instead of the Lilia. And Lilia in the mid lane now, it's tricky because you have the Amon immediate burst against the, eventually if he gets level 4, that's a big burst on the Beatrix and Beatrix can't stop that. And on top lane, the combo of the Paquito can be easily tanked up and soaked up by the Black Shoes and Marquis actually winning the battle up top.
Honestly, I think this is just really interesting. Initially, I thought Onic PH was like, you know what, we have the Amon,
報復バフ入って、デムス 5% 増えたんでしたっけ？これどうなるんやろうな。お、ラパが取った。危ない。ああ、もう強い。おお、惜しい。マジかよ。いやー、惜しすぎるな。
survives 1 HP. Alright, I mean, so far, as you mentioned, Onic still with the lead 2-0. They've developed at least a 2k gold lead 2 minutes as they move into the 3rd minute of the game. CW, he's just kind of stuck in this lane with this Lily. He cannot outpush it for now, but now that he's level 4, he may
ちょっとこのラファにさ、カメバフ入ってんのちょっとだるない、これ。こいつにちょっとカメバフ入ってんのちょっとだるいで。あ、でも落ちるんじゃない？お、ナイス。
The kids can't see that. The kids definitely cannot see that. We gotta protect them all we still can. But now, this does open up the map a little bit more. They should be pointing towards this mid side, and immediately they do find...
おー、ビア神。理不尽ショットが入りました。
You know what? Under to our convention center, we were talking about how the shotgun of Beatrix is not that good when it comes to team fights, but look at that pickup. I mean, he just was gone in a second.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that's kind of what Eamon's biggest weaknesses is. His base HP is really, really little, and the same can be said about Rafaelia, but let's see how they control it, because Onic Esports, great control of mid lane, they're pressing it onto the top side.
Wait a minute, it's gonna be Hatred jumping on a Keyboy, still has
おお
able to dodge away. Sounds like
ナイスフラッシュを。あ、でもやばい。ニュートが死ぬそう。あー、やばい。あー。ナイス。
Miscalculations coming in from Kyrie, but it's okay. It is already very good setup for the Philippine side to take this second turtle. CW though, he doesn't want to go for ways. He's going to be able to take that black boots away before the turtle fight starts.
少しだけ画面下にずらせますか。ずらせますよ。どうだろう。違う。わかった。これ、こうだ。よいしょ。これで多分いけるよ。上がちょっと見えてなかったか。
I do hope that Onic wins too.
Oh, that's the greatest. That's the greatest. But now the next fight is already beginning. Sand starts the initiation. CW pushes them back, but Onic Philippines understand. Yeah, 4 against 3. Let's chill for a second.
グローバルゴールドは1000ゴールドオニックフィリピン勝ってるけど、そんな差はなさそう。おお、怖い怖い怖い怖い。おお、アモン、ランス見てたらアモン死んでたわ。ただゴールドレーンちょっと差できてそうだな、結構。おー、ナイスランス。うまい。いやー、やばい。ランスが始まっとる。
The 3K, I'm actually wondering why he was so confident in playing that round. But he knows that Onic Esports already blown all of their ultimates and that he has got the damage. He knows the Lancet so much, and you know what they say.
最近俺もランス使うんだけど、ランス強いなってすごい思う。いや、でかいね、これ。これタートル取れるな、また。いや、でも、44だけど、ベビーがウルト落ちて、そうですね、オニック e スポーツの方ですね。顔出しや考えてます。どっちでもいいけど、でもしなくても。どうしようかなって感じ。やっぱデームス取ってんのって対面勝つためなんかな。これルビーより先流しとかダメージ効果も勝ててそうだし、見てる感じ。ルビーが先寄れないからミドでフラッシュウルトされる心配もないし、そういうことなんかな。お、でもデームスが落ちた。ルビー対面のデームスやっぱ見ますよね。おー、やば。アボンバカ痛いやん。アボンとランスかな今の。これ1戦目です。まだ BO1 だから、BO1 の1戦目。お、パッキがいいとこにいるけど、回復と。落としきれん。火力がちょっと足りん。ちょっとこれ、リリアがちょっとしんどそう、最初パッキ。
Turtle has turned into Lord right now, and so far with the energy plates already down, Onic Esports are losing turrets on the sides of the maps. Currently, Onic PH currently up when it comes down to these neutral objectives, but more importantly, it's about that control, right? Whoever breaks mid-tier 1 is gonna have.
そっか、報復、バフが入ってるから、なんか最近報復、ちょっと硬くなった気は、なんとなくしてたけど、ちょっとバフ入った。バフも入ってるよね。5%。だから、高く感じたんか。おお。でもなんかデームス暴れとる、ちょっと。今のデームス強っ。どういうこと？アモン？おお、マジかよ。ちょっと今何が起きたかわからんかったんやけど、アモン一人で後ろのやつ回収してたで、3枚くらい。アモンが後ろからやばアモンの火力バカやんそれ。やばリュートとビアめっちゃ溶けてるやん。アモン強すぎやろ。
One side, one player dedicated to go back there from either one of these Onyx. So really, it's about the heroes in the Mon is just great. Now, Boots gonna get attacked.
いや、痛すぎるな。ただ、ニュートが、やばい。ニュートがいるから、まだ負けではない、全然。まだいける。
You need a little bit of a breather here. You need to be kind of slowing down that tempo against Onic PH, who is pressing their lead against them. But the lead isn't that far apart. You may be thinking 5K, but that's literally one team fight. Looking at the items here so far, what's the next step for Onic Esports here, Wolf?
They need magic defense for now. As Onic Philippines, they see Marky and Hatred. They're dealing so much damage. It carries the threat, but if you combine Marky and Hatred together, there's so much as well.
硬すぎるな、デーブス、これ。デーブスのカウンターアタック、報復か。カウンターアタックじゃないわ。報復硬いな、めちゃくちゃ。
If they hang together, they have two marksmen in the late game, and no matter what happens, Keyboy's ultimate will be instrumental. If you're looking at Onic Philippines, their cores, their gold lane, their mid lane, their jungler, they don't have Purify, and this ultimate from Keyboy combined with the burst damage from Jane as well as Sand's damage in the late game, that is something that Onic Esports might go for.
I mean, we have to keep in mind that Loisky did take the Purify. He understands that with his ultimate, he might be able to save at least some of the key members of his team in these tight situations. Now, as we're coming back to the economy game here, Onic Esports, yes, they are down by 7K, but they just need to get to the 42K mark so they can get their marksmen online, especially for Sands. He's been farming very, very hard, but it's important that both Keyboy and as well as CW get their own items to really make the difference in these upcoming team fights.
Yeah, I think this is where we can actually speak a little bit about the drafts. I feel like if they picked up the Eastern Chin, it would be much better to get that utility all across the board. Getting that vision is going to be crucial, especially in this kind of situations. But let's just see what happens here. Sans will be able to get that purple buff with the help of his team, but 20 seconds left right now for the Lord to spawn, and it is going to be an enhanced Lord. Onic Philippines, they will have the pressure here. What does Onic Esports need to do?
Well, I think Onic Esports, they just need to breathe. They understand that this first Lord is going to be the most difficult one to actually obtain. So if they can defend this out and drag this game out, they know for a fact that they scale much harder compared to Onic PH. Onic PH, completely opposite. They want to wait for the Luminous Lord. They want to ensure that they can at least get one inhibitor turret and look to end the game with this
ジェームス強いですね。
best advantage possible.
右ぶつ、ニュートが明治なんで、明治は大丈夫そう、明治火力のところは。
They didn't know what to respond with. They tried to go for a trade. They tried to go for the contest, but in the end, the zoning from the side of Onic PH, and they just beautiful decision making to focus in, to commit into that Lord. It is going to
ここを守りきりたいな。14分だから、まだ終わりはへんとは思うけど、どうなんだろう。
I don't think they're that worried about clearing things up. They just need to make sure an inhibitor turret doesn't go down.
14 minutes, 2 Athena shield picked up. They still it is still on time for this next flash, which will be instrumental for Onic Philippines. Let's see how it goes. The third one.
Holy baptism connecting onto boots going in. Not a lot of damage has been placed.
守りきれたら熱い。お、これはサードタワー全部守れんじゃない？熱い熱い熱い熱い。14分のロードで一本も折れんのはこれでかいよ。
much of a lead that Onic PH has, as long as they are still in this game, they have hope to scale.
And I do agree with that because of the fact
勝っても負けてもこの組み合わせ1試合しか見れないの。いやー、本当ですよね。もうこれ BO3 で見たい。当たってプレイオフとかになるんかな、この組み合わせは。
And Onic Esports, if they just continuously just defend against Onic PH, this lead, it will not matter much. Because there will come a point where the lead, even if it's like 10k or 12k, if it's at like 18 minutes, it won't matter as much. You still have your locked items at, and Onic Esports, I think they have now 4 Athena Shield, which kind of, is a problem for Onic Philippines because they now have to take the fight outside of the Onic Esports base.
Yeah, I mean, this is the exact plan. Like, now Onic Esports can comfortably turtle up and just say, hey, it doesn't matter how much of a lead. It really doesn't matter at the end of the day. And Onic PH has to answer the bigger question. How do we break open this inhibitor turret on that top side? How do we get ourselves this big advantage? Because you can see, as you mentioned, Wolf, Drian, he's just whipping out Ben and is like, okay, send something. Oh, wait, hold on. No, we're looking for the engagement.
Look at that. Actually, Keyboy gets in and gets the Tyrant's Revenge on the 2 members, but there's just no follow from the side of Onic Esports. They need to be able to defend. Kyrie jumps in back and forth, trying to deal some damage, but it is...
いや、でも、育ってきとるニュートもどんどん。フルビルドになれば。デームスデモハン。
That's more than enough time for CW to get back into the game, but the Philippines just caught Indonesia kind of slack in there. You don't see that very often. And for CW, he's definitely like, okay, I got to be a little bit more aware of the positioning. I cannot afford to give another one of these kills away.
Yeah, that's really the problem with you having so many scaling heroes on your side. You kind of feel that you need to get out. You need to get some farm, and that's what CW try to do. Unfortunately, he's gonna meet the brunt of Onic Philippines, and this will also mean that the
デームス成功じゃなくてバルキリーなんだ最初。
bit of a lane advantage. All they have to do now is to let the lanes flow from both the bottom and the mid lane, and now they can control the Lord area.
I think this is interesting because CW, is he trying to build a hunter strike?
全員積んでるから、ニュートの攻撃がちょっと通りづらくなっちゃってる。
It's a big dilemma on the side of Onic Esports. Should you just consider CW as your second XP laner and then put Rian on more on a damage per second kind of role, right?
あ、みんなバルブレ積んでました？
Live cam on this Luminous Lord, Onic PH, they want this fight. They're baiting Onic into his, like, yes, come to us. And CW, he is able to face check it. He gets out of there, no problem whatsoever. But that's what we're talking about. That sonar from the Philippines, making it tough for Onic Esports to really make a very clear decision about this Luminous Lord.
They are contesting for this though, Gideon and Wolf. I feel like this is the combo
本当だ。
for man. This might be the final Lord for any of the teams, right? If Onic Philippines
ただバルブレ、
team fight and
バルブレの方がいいんかな。成功感、成功度が強そう感はあるんだけど。
Look at that. They are one member short. Onic ID has had to basically move Dre onto that top side to be able to withstand the damage, but he's going to be Keyboy caught in a bad situation the bottom side. Gets chunked to half HP. Now the health bars and the resources, many of the abilities have been used up. We'll see what happens as of this moment. It is still the calm before the storm. Both teams just poking at each other.
Yeah, they got to reset. For Onic Esports, they're at a clear disadvantage here. Adrian has to go back up to clear up that waves time and time again, but Onic PH were hovering around this Luminous Lord for so long that Kyrie was getting chunked out by this Lord, and he doesn't want to be anywhere close to lethal HP to get one shot by Onic Esports.
Onic Philippines, they're trying to burst this down with Beatrix coming down as well. It will mean that Onic Esports have just been split up the map. They need to be doing so many things at once.
ルビーから、ルビーから狙われちゃった。お、CW! 頑張れ。お、ニュートが。どっち取った？おー、取れたロード！いや、ナイスすぎる！神！でかい！CW いいツッコミを。これ、うわ、ミド23秒。20秒後に、ミニオンあと10秒で湧くけど、終わるんじゃない？あと5秒。お、終わりそう。お、いけうわー、やったーナイスすぎるガチでこれナイスいや、もう、オーディックスナイスいや、最後、CW が奥まで行ってったのが、でかかったな、あれ。一気にみんな CW にヘイトを向いてたから。いや、これはもう GG よ。戦い方が最後上手かった、オニックの方が。インドネシア。いやー。いやでもちょっとニュートの怖いところでもあるよね、これ。ニュートって結構この流れ作れるイメージあるから。
Absolutely, and I think, you know, big shout outs to Keyboy there with an amazing catch out there. If he did not pull that off, they had no other engage options. Ruby died so early on. They blew a couple of ults. Amon was regenerating, thinking like, this, yeah, we did it, boys. We got the win before Keyboy shut down that dream.
That's what I mentioned, right? That's what I said. When you put Keyboy on these flashy, explosive heroes, that is where he finds his jam. That is where he starts to get in the zone. And
ベビーパウダーがある。
what we saw. Keyboy, I'm gonna make a prediction right here. He's the MVP. He stayed solid all throughout the game. He made the things happen. He set up for his team, and in the end, he was the X factor that came through to get Onic ID.
そうだね。フィリピン、これ、押し込みづらい気がする構成。サードタワーらへん。だから、ロードの時、相手に全部守られちゃったの結構痛かったんじゃないかな。いやー、レイトじゃなければな、オニックフィリピンがなんだろうけど、右がインドネシアの方が育っちゃったな。
fairness with Onic Philippines, they were winning it, but Onic Esports just one clash was what they needed.
Yeah.
いや、マジでナイスすぎるわ。
You can see that even some of the players from Onic Philippines, like
いや、てか、アモン強すぎやろ、あれ。
it's kind of individual in a sense. And this is
び
one
っ
thing
くり
I
したわ。
always get when I ask about Onic Indonesia, the way that they mesh up together in terms of their strategies, right?
Yeah.
Even their small plays as a group is always a sight to see.
Yeah, it really is, but it really just shows, man. I really want to say that one's the older brother, one's the younger brother being like, I'm the flashy, I got the mechanics,
Yeah.
I got everything you ever wanted, I'm hot right now, but obviously looking at Indonesia and the way and their history, their track record, they are clearly the more experienced and more so a little bit more patient with their composition, which I love very, very much. Although I am big fans of Onic PH because wow, some of those engagements and especially the plays coming in from both Hatred as well as Kyrie, get the TikToks rolling and get the clips going, man. It's gonna get millions of views. It's going to get so much exposure.
That was a highlight match, man.
いや、もうハッピーよ。これは。いやー、オリックフィリピンに勝ったの熱い、これ、初戦、マジで。
It was Onic ID coming up as the victors. That is, I guess what you can say, the good and bad about a best of one, right? But, Wolf, we're gonna get into the items very, very soon.
Yeah, I think that we have to thank Razer Hammerhead for this wonderful experience. A true wireless and cutting-edge earbuds destined to dominate the sound stage, like what we saw from both teams. Designed to dazzle the blaze of RGB glory, the Hammerhead is decked out with active noise cancelling and 60 ms low latency gaming mode for an audio experience. Like
昨日はブラックリストがもう圧勝でした。圧勝で残りの3チームが戦ってて、全部 1-2 だった気がする、ブラックリスト以外。ブラックリストだけ 3-0 で、他全部 1-2 だったような。オニック好きだけど今回ブラック、いやいやダメですよ。オニック応援しましょう。いや CW がうまいな。
We wanna amplify the tempo and overrun Onic Esports. Now, Onic Esports, there was a big time around the 14-minute mark wherein they eventually got their
ブラックリストはフィリピンですね。
from all of their players except Kiboy, who prioritized getting the antique harass. And if we're looking at Onic Esports, they really struggled against Hatred as well as Marquis damage output from the 0-minute mark up until the 14-minute mark. That's why in the 14-minute mark, when Onic PH was getting 2 lords, they're getting all the turrets, Onic Esports were still able to hold their ground. And now we talk about positioning. As Onic Esports, they want CW as well as Boots to just get out of the map, try and get out of the map. I mean, there were times that they weren't successful, but at the same time, they were given a lot of space for both.
ブラックリスト対オニックインド、もう一回見たい。
And eventually they did. Our MVP is going to be Drian with 5, 2, and 4 as the KDA. Not that impressive when it comes to the stats, but boy, you have to see definitely the highlights of that last game. Looking at the game items, focusing on the Demon Hunter sword as well as the Wind of Nature, which is perfect against the initiation coming out from.
Yeah.
But you also have the defense from
Rafa
which is just enough for him to survive and then go.
に対してのミドビアが結構刺さってたな。めっちゃ痛そうやった、序盤。
They're gonna be in a bad spot after their initiation. That's just the raw idea of how Onic Esports were able to deal with it. Now, for the first 18 minutes of the game, in fact, the entirety of the game, Onic Philippines were leading when it comes to the economy, but then came to a point where they just
RRQ もね、RRQ 明日だっけ？確か。あ、違う？ん？明日か、どっちだっけ？忘れちゃった、RRQ。あ、明後日だったような気が。
So much for the breakdown and analysis of this, Wolf. This has been absolutely crazy so far, but we gotta see that one more time. The Onic magic, whether Filipino or Indonesian, let's look at it one more time.
I do hope that we see Marquis play, and eventually we'll get to see the turtle fight. I know that eventually we'll see the 3K for Kyrie with the flashy moves, his dashes, there it is. And look at using even the Thorn Rose to...
いやー、ここら辺マジで焦ったわ。 これすごかったな、もう。これデーブスのカウンターアタックで全部ダメ入ってんの？周りに。ウルトと報復でちょっと入ってんのかな、あれ。周りにダメージ。
was just a beautiful Amon game, and there you have it once again in that top side. Onic Esports, even though they were losing out in these fights, they were still able to just hold off in their base, and that is in the end what made them, what gave them the opportunity.
ルビーやりに行った時にランスが多分削れちゃったんだろうな。誰かのダメージで。それを見逃さず CW のパキが追いかけてったのがでかい。それ以外みんなプロテクトニュートしとった。明日はナビとか BTK。ナビ BTK か。どこだっけ他。ナビと BTK と、あと、どこが残ってるんだ ?CU なんだっけティア1のチームどこだろう明日。イボスシンガポールとかあれ出るかイボスシンガポール。なんか明日イボスシンガポール出た気がする。やばい間違えちゃった。
With that being said, we're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be more Mobile Legends action. See you in a bit.
これ30分くらい待つんじゃないんよな。いや、マジで熱すぎるわ。いや、これ BO1 で終わっちゃダメやろ、絶対。BO3 か5欲しいって、これ。次がマレーシアとブラジルか。でもでも10分で行ってくれるんや。ラッキー。いやマジでやばい。昨日のグループの3倍くらい。まあ、それは、あります。正直、個人的にはもう昨日グループ A、ブラックリストが一強すぎて、多分一番、グループ ABCD の中で一番、あれかも、差があるかもしれない。ただ明日 BTK 出るから、まあでも昨日は初出場が1カ国と M1 の時にトルコ出てたから、しょうがない。もしかしたら来年は強く帰ってくるかもしれん。なのを期待したい。M2 は出てないですね。M2 出たのはブレンとオメガがフィリピンから出てた。いやー、MPL もオニックが優勝して、MPLI もオニックが優勝して、M3 もオニック優勝したらも もう、オニック最強よ。明日はどこが進出？一番わかんないですよね、確か明日。なんか明日か明後日が結構難しかった気がする。ちょっと、今日はほっとしたわ、もう、この試合見ちゃったら。ちょっとドキドキしてた。ワンチャンオニックフィリピン勝つんじゃないかって思っちゃった。ただ、これ、このブラジルのチームが、前回出てた国のメンバーがいるんですよ。で、M2 の時結構、仲良くさせてもらってたから、頑張ってほしい。GEO でしたっけ？俺も名前忘れちゃった。なんか、3文字だった気がする。ロジャーかっこいいよ、これ。ロジャーで優勝したら熱い。このスキンで。プライムスキン。これ一番高いやつ？レア度。かっこよ。自分わからないんですよね。なんか今回の M3 パスまだ買ってなくて、課金するしかないんですか？手に入れるには。え？俺チャンピオン予想さ、もうできないのこれ。え？なんか、チャンピオン予測のとこにさ、なんもアイコンないんだけど。俺これもしかしてできてない？やらかした？ゴスジェネラルプライム課金して、はいかい。ゴスジェネラル見てないな、もう全然。トレンド呼び出したから全部やって、そこから4800台。そんなするの？マジで？あ、画面でかくなっちゃった。勝利チーム予想。これさ、 M3 パスをしてさ、ちょっと待ってね。おはよう。ダラさんおはよう。よいしょ。あ、やばい。ちょっと待ってね。よいしょ。これさ、これのさ、これか。ここってみんななんもないの？そう、昨日ブラックリストがね、もう、ブラックリスト、ちょっと、思わなかったやろうな、ちょっと。今日は暑い。てか、あれやん。トゥダックとさ、私 RRQ ある。マジで俺これ予測できてないの？チャンピオン予想。押せないんだけど。やらかした。嘘。もうこれできないの？押せないよ。俺さ、この、応援がさ、チャンピオン予測だと思っちゃってさ、もう予測した気になってたわ。嘘でしょ？マジかよ。残念だ。あ、みんな写真撮ったんや。待って、俺らが撮ったところがあった。わかんないです。当たったらもらえるんですかね。全然わかんないけど、当てたことがない。
Welcome back, everybody. We are live at the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M3 World Championship in Singapore, presented to you by TikTok Live, supported by the Singaporean Tourism Board and powered by Monotone. Guys, today has been absolutely crazy, and if you didn't watch that first game, go rewind it and watch it one more time to prepare for the rest of Group B, because they have set the bar, the standard for the rest to follow suit.
来年はね、もう今年頑張って枠獲得するしかないですね。てか、外暗くなるの早いな。もうちょっと薄暗い感じになってるわ。We watched as the Indonesians and the Filipinos went at it in the first game. Indonesia was the victors there, but I'm also really excited to see what Cade and Toda can bring to the M3 stage.
Look, I mean, this is what they call the group of death here, Wolf.
Exactly.
So tell them more about it.
All right, so you're gonna be pitting up like the two Onyx, and you saw why it was called the group of death. 20-minute, very close match. Everybody was, you know, thinking that Onic Philippines will take it. Even in the times that they were winning, it seems like Onic Esports has still got it. Eventually, Onic Esports got it. Now, we're transferring into another difficult match to gauge. This is a Todak. Known for the, obviously, Mr. Gideon here knows.
M4 点セカ枠獲得できたら
Some of their fans will claim that they
わかりません。
their own MPL. And it was a 3-2. Unfortunately, Cage Stars bowed down to Red Canids. But if you see Cage Stars, they're also a team that might be similar in a way to Todak. The way that I see Todak is that they want to group up together as almost always, and that's also true with Cage Stars. Expect this to be almost always a 5v5 fight.
Look, I think I'm on the same idea as you. I mean, Malaysia and Brazil both have had a little bit of history. Let's pull back time a little bit. You know, -1 to the M3, and during M2, Todak and as well as the Brazilian representatives at the time, 2 players from Keed actually coming from DreamHack initially got knocked out by Todak themselves as they moved on to the next phase of the tournament. So this might be a little bit of a grudge match coming in from, you know, Luis especially, and as well as Cabral, both of which have tasted what Todak is able to pull off. But before we talk a little bit further, don't forget, guys, that this tournament has a little bit of help from our official payment partner, Frank, by OCBC. Now these guys, you can be the MVP of both skill as well as style with Frank's debit card. Out of over 60 designs, you can pick the one that screams your personalities or your dream. Have you ever had a card that really tells you that, yeah, I'm really into Mobile Legends, or maybe I'm into anime, or maybe I'm a little more classy? Frank has got you covered. But yes, coming back in towards this game, right? This is where things are going to get a little bit dicey, because Todak doesn't exactly have the greatest track record when it comes down to, unironically, consistency, and that's something that Cade also, you know, some people have said they can be great, they should have won, but that inconsistency, or some may say consistently, coming towards the world stage is a little substandard, a little bit sweet and sour.
Yeah, I guess what we can say about both of these teams is that both of them are going to be very unpredictable coming into this matchup. Again, from Cade, we haven't seen, you know, that much from them. We saw them in
ブラジルはトゥダックに勝ちたいだろうな。前回負けたチームが負けた時のメンバーがいるから絶対勝ちたい。置いてあるロジャーのフィギュア欲しいわ。俺も家に置きたいよ。勝ちたいです。勝ちたいです。皆さん戻ってきてもロールないですね。おいおいおい。いや、俺は何でもやとして頑張ります。我々は。
This is where it goes interesting, because I think that the more favored, even though this is a group of death, right? People will always go and vote for Onic as well as Onic Philippines. This means that both Cage and Todak, this might actually already dictate whoever is like the third or the second place in our bracket.
ベンチ空いてますよ。ベンチですか。僕がじゃあクラン作るんでメンバー募集します。引き抜きます。
So this is very crucial for both teams. I think that this is a must win, no matter what. Even when it's just like literally their first game, it's already a must win for both teams.
Well, that's not the only must that needs to be said. It needs to go to our sponsors of the
ミッドやるわ俺。
Championship here. We got to give it over to Raisin.
ペリナで当てまくる。
The official travel partners, Secret Lab, the official gaming chair. We're sitting on them right now, by the way. And not forgetting our global social network partners, Facebook Gaming, to help the players and us to stay in tip-top shape for the entire day. We would also like to thank OCBC Bank as our official payment partners, Singtel our official network partners, and MeWatch our partners in esports that are here to enhance the M3 experience. Now, so far our M3 experience has been kind of great, and if people haven't noticed yet, the battle passes, people are grinding real hard, just like how these teams are playing right behind us. But if you're wondering about that final score, right up here, and it's I've been
ほぼ絡みない。
eye contact with the rest of you guys, but
絡みないからもう
are fixated.
気まずいわ。
Bad boy, look at it. It's sick. It's clean. Look, it's so.
I want to take it. I want to actually.
いや竹番されに行きます、俺。
It's very hard. It's very hard.
全部竹番させるわ、相手に。
In front of us, come on, man. It's a little bit too hard here. Our eyes again are fixated on the prize.
これ欲しいな。
Oh, look at that. Good close up.
俺の観葉植物の隣に置きたいわ、これ。
Take a screenshot of that.
Take a screenshot of that.
え
While you behind
スクショ
larger figurine.
スクショじゃなくて欲しい、それ。
Todak and Cade, back to the topic. Both of these teams are very unpredictable when it comes to the draft, when it comes to their play styles. Cade, unfortunately, both of these teams, they have a very similar story, even in their own MPLs. Losing in the grand finals, right? So they want to come here. They want to be able to basically get revenge, get retribution for that loss in the grand finals of their respective MPLs.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, here's the thing, right? A lot of what people need to understand coming in from Todak, most people, and especially fans in Malaysia, are so curious about their draft. They're like, what's up with the draft? Why is it so strange? Why do things keep changing around? Todak is really, really interesting because they are so good at their own mechanics. They even know that they can get away with weirder drafts in MPL MY because they know that they have some of the best when it comes to finger work. And the same can be said about Keed as well. Some people would argue they should have won their
あ、これマイキー、これマイキーみたいな名前の人だよ。マイキー。
What I'm really looking forward to for Cage is that their coach actually played in the previous World Championship, right? Cabral. It was the Luis Cabral show as we were talking about in the previous.
マイキーがリトラやろ。課金すんの？あ、なんだっけ、なんか一番最後まで行ったらさ、なんかツイッターで見た気がするわ。あなたの住所を教えてくださいみたいな。だっけ？教えてもらうの？これ。150レベル？え？すごっ。150レベルまで上げなくちゃいけないの。これ699ダイヤの方買ったらどうなんの？レベル何からスタートなんこれ。M3 限定スキン。
It will not be the same as today.
Well, I mean, let's find out as we're going to get into the draft real soon. Let's introduce our first lineup here.
プレミアムパスを買わないとこのロジャーのスキンが買えないの？このプライムスキン欲しい。バカかっちょいいやん。
One question I do have for this roster is that who is
やば
going
い。
to be playing the jungle position? Will Chiku
課金したくなってきた。
Right? We've seen this many times, and that just shows the unpredictability, not just by the heroes, but also by their roles. They keep on swapping their roles. Chiku moving back and forth to the gold and the jungle. And that's the question I have in my
プレミア
mind.
ムパスはただの3000円経験値。あ、そうなんだ。
Louise, King, and Make.
Oh my goodness. I mean, Mikey, I'm really keeping a close
このルイズのインスタ、バカインスタ映えしてる。
Some are calling him the king without a crown, an absolute beast when it comes down to those roamers, and that's something that Todak has been lacking for a while and been looking to try and cover that weak spot, especially since E1 has decided to go into that coaching and managerial role.
Yeah, if there's anything that we can say about Cage is that they have a straight up
あ、
chance
なんかこのキングって人、
to have this little bit of advantage because of what you just
確かあれよ。
the inconsistency we can see from Todak, but at the same
多
time
分
makes that as well. And
前回出れんかった人よ。JG 枠で。なんか言ってたんだよね。ブラジル JG の人が来れなくて、みたいなことを聞いて、あ、そうなんだって聞いてたんだけど、多分この人だった気がするわ。
Progress or be successful. I mean, in that marksman gold lane roles.
Well, that's
so far,
Yeah, no, I get where you're coming from. I think that's one of those things. There's no sense of. It's hard to have a good sense of like what should we expect from this one, you know? And one of the few changes that Todak was able to make, they're bringing in their newly. Well, I wouldn't even say newly. He's been helping out the team for a while. It's gonna be Hazim coming in from Malaysia. He used to be their analysis, now upgraded to coach here for M3, and hopefully that's going to give them that outside perspective on the enemy teams to really look for the counter drafts. And the more important thing here is the fact that Ajik isn't in this starting lineup. I'm confident that it's going to be Chiku in the jungle, Mirko.
There you go as well. Cade with Cabrel as the coach. One again, there is a big question.
カイロ
Brazilian
カイロ
Can Cade
持ってる。
better than their Brazilian counterparts, Red Canids? They had a very
Ah,
I can say
落とした。
underwhelming performance yesterday. We all thought, I mean, the casters and analysts, everyone predicted them to be the second in their group, comfortably. But unfortunately, no. Badell was the one to beat them out in that final match. And now, does that show the strength of the Brazilian region? Or perhaps does Keed have the better grasp in this particular meta and will be able to perform better than Red Canids?
Yeah, that is very difficult to answer as we don't have the data yet for Cade. When I was able to just talk to some of the coaches, they were talking about how the Cade, they don't know how to gauge as well whether the Red Canids or the Cade team is better, because again there's so much mystery in them. But if you're looking at their competition, if you're looking at Todak, there's so many things that you can watch so that you can expect what can happen, what they can what we know is that they are very unexpectable when it comes to their picks whatsoever. But when it comes to like having more data on them, I think that we
お、なんかいっぱい見てる、いっぱい見てる。
we know of Cade. That's why it's always difficult for me to answer.
なんか見えるぞ、なんか見える。これ、映していいかわかんないけど、なんか見えたぞ、あれ。
Thankfully, we're about to find out.
Yeah, thankfully.
メモ帳が見えてしまっ
You
た
want to。be doing that research. You want to make sure you're watching the games at tip top, and some may say ultra responsive. Well, how about you unlock that ultra responsive gaming with 2 times lower latency and get the edge you need while gaming on the go with Singtel's 5G, Singapore's most powerful 5G network. And I can confidently say that is one of the most powerful because I've been watching these games here, and every single time I check out my network provider, oh, it's Singtel. How convenient it is. But speaking of which, this matchup is something.
日本はなんで参加しないんですか？わからないです。なんでですかね。選ばれませんでした。
As what people would have expected, where are they now? And also, as Mirko has mentioned, Brazilian MPL. Where do they stand amongst the power rankings of these teams?
We'll have to see what happens here. Again, we don't have a lot of sample data to talk about the Brazilian teams. What we do have is Red Canids' performance yesterday, but that doesn't mean anything coming into this because Keed is definitely a very different team when it comes to everything, from playstyle, from their heroes, and I'm just really, really interested to see what will happen here in this.
昨日見れてないんですか？何か面白いピックありましたか？面白いピックは特になかったかな。なんかブラックリストが圧勝してたって感じです、昨日は。ブラックリストに対してファニーを取ってきてたチームはあったけど、タートル戦、最初のタートル戦まではめっちゃいい感じだったけど、そこから返されちゃってた。
I don't really get these guys, and I can totally understand it.
Yeah, I want to say though, for Todak, that is to me a little bit entertaining, at least the theoretical
いい笑顔。
way, right? Because Todak, whenever I see them like you go and use the jungling Akai, I say, okay, I thought about this before. I know that it won't work, but some of them made it work, so maybe it actually works, and that always gives you like the element of mystery for your team.
Yeah.
However, this is the World Championship. This is a best of one. It's a funky lineup. Will that actually bring you to the top?
めっちゃ髪質
I mean,
いいやん。
you're absolutely right about that. I'm
サラ
not
サラしてそう。
entirely sure whether they want to do something as crazy as they call it in MPL MY, the lower bracket meta. Something that I don't personally want to push for, but it definitely was a very big statement by Toda because they're confident in their own gameplay. However, on Brazilian side, I have a little bit of more faith in them because again, these people are taking it extremely seriously, and especially for some of the veteran players, this is a position they've been in before. A group of death, we've done it a couple of times, you know. M1 isn't exactly that easy. M2, things didn't get easier as well. And it's that experience and veteranship that I'm hoping is going to help them maybe go far in this tournament.
On that note, lower bracket meta. We say it as a joke, but man, it's been the meta. It's been the meta since M1. M1 where Evo Slayers won. They went through the lower brackets. M2, Brand Esports went to the lower brackets. MSC, Execration went to the lower brackets. Everyone goes through the lower brackets to win a tournament. So if we can joke all we want. It is a fact though. Lower bracket meta is viable. It's very viable. It's been very successful. So we'll see. Maybe Keed and Tonak, they might just be like, let's just go for the lower brackets.
Yeah. This is where we say, don't try this at home.
Don't
guys.
try this at home. These are professionals.
These are professionals.
Oh man, I'm looking at Wolf. Wolf's looking back at me, and we're both like, I really hope that like these people don't truly believe this, because it's a lot of pressure. Not everybody can survive this pressure cooker of the lower brackets, especially at a world tournament stage where you've got the eyes of an entire nation on your back with their expectations and hopes, and you're just living through them vicariously to get to that top.
Yeah. And now we are going we're just seconds away from the draft. I want to bring up some of the notable picks that both teams can expect, that the viewers can expect from both teams. Lunox is going to be one of the choices for both teams. I think that they share that hero across their pool. Akai is a hero that is not going to be the priority, but will be in there the same place. I wonder what he's talking about. Can you read some of his
Bro, I'll be honest with you, he could be saying anything. But, you know, Chiku, he knows it himself. He's confident, and he is very, very young. Not the youngest anymore. He used to be.
味はあるぞ
You know, that's something of
よいしょ
at the MPL MY, but he has grown up and he's becoming better than ever so slowly, and that's the shocking part. But yes, speaking of that Lunox pick here, right? So far, I feel like there's a lot of interesting picks that we haven't really seen thus far, and you know, obviously Valentina isn't in. I would love to see how that would shake up the meta, but she's a little too new, so let's wait for a second. I want to specifically talk about the Amon.
Yeah, you saw that in first time earlier on.
And not even in the traditional jungle role.
Yeah, the traditional jungler, like I said, it's a very flex pick. You can pick it in the mid lane, even in the gold lane we see it. But this time without, I think that
ピックうまいですよ
when you
ね
see a mid lane Amon or Amon,
熱い実況よろしくお願いします俺もう応援するのはブラジルよ
Amon is,
ブラジル応援
you know, loosely
去年
double edge.
全 M2 の時いい勝負してた気がするんよ確か あ BO3
Just don't have it in the late game. We saw
1試合勝ってた気がする
phenomenal with the Amon or the
エスタスバーン
it wasn't able to close it one now.
Yeah, I agree.
So I think that in the grand scheme of things, Amon should be a snowball hero. Don't try to end the game as soon as possible, and don't let your enemies recover.
Oh, I mean, so far we haven't seen, you know, teams really snowball. I think we've only seen one or two games where teams snowballed out of control and didn't let their opponents really play that game. But now that we're in draft, let's see how things are going. Coming in from Keed on the blue side and Todak on the red. We're already seeing the first couple of bans come out. It's going to be the Matilda as well as the Estes. One more ban for Keed before it jumps over to Todak, who has banned out the Hayabusa and the Jawhead. Estes, let's and didn't things
What happens, Keed? They're really focusing on that roamer position.
わかんないです使ってたんじゃないですか向こうでクリムとかなんかでトゥダックが使ってるところ使ってたのかもしれない
they're just gonna stick to the normal bans, to the prio bans. Tonak though, with the response now, with their final ban of the first phase, do they want to take away that Lunox that Wolf has been speaking about, talking about, or the Eve? No, it's gonna be the Ling taken away. So one assassin's ban.
リンハヤ消えるな。昨日も今日もさっきのオニック同士の戦いでも消えてた。イブ。
How about a Phoebus? Is it something that Yuzhong is something that Todak likes?
Yes, right? I mean, Formace is playing it before, but the big question is whether is it Formace or is it going to be Chiku who's going to be playing it in the jungle? They've switched roles before, and I confidently say it's going to be Chiku in the jungle, but this is Todak, and they like to break expectations. They are the forerunner of science, you know, at Polytechnic Malaysia. They definitely making sure that they are staying on top of things and really breaking the mold when it comes down to these quote-unquote meta drafts.
We'll see what happens here. It is going to be the Ruby.
Ruby.
So a little bit more CC here, trying to basically negate that Eve here in the team fights, getting a little bit more pressure on Esmeralda as well. Sure, no Yuzhong, but both of these heroes, they're pretty good counters towards the Eve. Firstly, Esmeralda nullifies that shielding. Secondly, Ruby with the CC can cancel out that real-world manipulation if she gets close. Let's see what key drafts here for the last two picks in the first phase. They can go for some extra peel, maybe even go for a front-to-back composition. Some disengage perhaps, zoning away these two hard engage heroes, hard pick-off heroes from Toda to let the Eve have some free hits in the team fights.
Looking for some
キャスが基本的にオープンなのって安定ないからどうなんですかね。俺も興味はそんなわからん。ハイブサは影が長いし、リンは寄りが早いし、プッシュもできるし、やっぱその中だとランスがやっぱ一番下に来ちゃうんかな。その3アサシンの中やと。日本の大会がこの後あるの楽しみですね。2大会ありますからね。アレンツさんと和吉さんのやつで。ルビータンクっぽい気はする。お、ラース来た。
And I still don't know whether it's going to be a Chico or Formace because both Chico and Formace do play Lancelot.
Just goes to the unpredictability of this composition of this roster from not just the players but also the heroes here. Ruby and Esmeralda, both of these heroes can be flexed. Esmeralda going to the gold, going to the XP, Ruby XP gold or roamer. So we really don't know where these heroes are.
イスンシン消えた。ジャングルめっちゃ消されてるな。警戒されとるわ。確かアサシンの印象あったわ。このキングみたいな人。前見たとき。M2 出てないから成績公開されてたんよね。その時に見たときは確かアサシンめっちゃ使ってた気がする。クリントあんま使われないですね。1回しかまだ見てないかもしれない。1、2回。カリナ。ジャングルだらけやん。イブ強すぎてからルビーになんか多くないですね。これ JG なんだろう。ゴールドビアでしょ。
Ban out the Lilia? I was thinking more along the lines of like Yuzhong or like it's tough. It's tough here because knowing what Formace pull is so far. Oh, Selena actually one of the picks that we actually completely glossed over here. Pretty good at dealing with the Eve if you have the right angle. But the first pick
ファイタージャングルにはならないんかな。
I think they're still gonna play a little flexible here. So my guess is that they're gonna be looking for their mage role. And honestly, there is a possibility. There was one of the possibilities I'm hoping that Cade does go for, and especially in the jungle, and that's that Bane pick.
何が来るんだろうジャングル。
The Bane pick can certainly come through here for the side of Todak, but I think the number one pick for me right now would be that Yuzong. It will actually be the Nathan coming in for Todak, most probably going to the gold lane, but can also be played in the mid lane, right? So it's a very good flex pick for the side of Todak. Again,
X ジャングル。これあと何やってんの ?EXP と JG か。すごい、ジャングルがすごい取られてくな。
So picking it away from Todak, right? Just limiting the heroes from the side of Todak and also getting one for an engage. They need an engage hero, whether it be the Yuzong, a Lapu Lapu,
まだ得意なジャングルはあんのかな。
It is going to be good versus the Ruby as well as the Esmeralda, whether or not the both Ruby and Esmeralda are going to be the core.
ロジャーか。
Obviously, the last choice for your okay. So the last choice for your jungler, the Baksha. Great versus the Esmeralda in a way that it has anti-sustain mechanics and good front line for Cage.
ファイタージャングルだとなんか火力がちょっと足りなくなる気がするなって感じはしてた。お前先言えよってなりそうだけど。ロジャーが来ました。EXP ゲンハか。
Side. This will be really interesting. Now, as we expect, this is going to be a huge death ball composition coming out from Todak's side. They want to
これブラジルの方ってなんて読むんだろう。
However, I do really like Keith's overall draft. It's a very clear idea of what they want to do.
Key
Sure that they are ready to start pouncing and punishing mistakes if they fail that initial engage.
What we said about Cage is that they want to group up as soon as possible, and this is the composition that you need to in the early stages to the mid stages of the game. You have the Baksha.
ブラジルの右の2人めっちゃ若そう。若い肌しとる。
The Beatrix can participate in team fights much faster than it is with just a solo Beatrix. And that coincides with the tempo that Roger wants to play in, as well as the usage of the Eve. This Cage lineup is an aggressive lineup, or maybe what they call the aggro lineup that they need to control the mid stages of the game.
Well, we've spoken about the drafts. It's time for the execution. Will it be Cade or will it be
そう、童顔が肌もプルプル。なんか犯罪者みたいやね。犯罪予備軍みたいになっちゃった。ダンス早いな、やっぱ。お、やばい。お、あー、やばい。あー、ガエンダー来た。痛いな。あ、ストーンは取れたんだ、でも。いやー。コロ君の似てる名前このマイキー
Cage will now be so confident into invading the jungle of a 4 maze, and that also means that Todak will have great time in the first 2 minutes of the match. Maybe even a little bit of an advantage in the turtle fight once it happens. As you can see,
モバイルの名前めっちゃマイキーって伸ばしてんだよね。ロジャーめっちゃいい音する。うお、でかっニスキのなんか、ニスキのエフェクトす。ああ、取られた
Based on what we've seen from MPL Brazil, they really like to punish these gold laners, knowing that, hey, we want to shut down your scaling options as soon as possible.
You can see already 4May is going in, invading the jungle, getting an extra jungle creep right there, and
ランスが
rotating towards this turtle.
若干触ってる。
It's actually Cade who gets the mid lane prio, and there you go. Momo jumps in for the damage, he's going to be able to get the falling star moon onto King, dashing away.
お、ナイスよけ。
Able to dodge away from everything.
うわ、ん
Coming in from Zoda to pick off 1, pick off 2. They're gonna go for 3, but Takashi
はぐらか。
tanky right now. King trying to go for the Lycan pounce will be able to go on to Momo. No damage to be getting those kills just yet as Luis has also made his way to the
これビア逆まで来ちゃったパターン。
Oh, this is a really interesting strategy strategy coming in from Todak's side. They're using these neutral objectives to get bait Cade into fights where they know they have a little bit of an early game advantage as long as Beatrix doesn't make it to the fight in time.
Yeah, they're fishing for Cade at this point, right?
Yeah, they are. Kind of ironic because Todak's the swordfish is here.
Exactly. So it's totally different right now, and also such a nice decision from Todak. That's why they're leading by 1,000 gold. Not even getting the turtle just yet. At this point, they will eventually get it, but they know that the ultimate from the backside is just cooled down. King as well, the other members of KCHARS, they're not ready to position themselves around this turtle.
You know, I do have a question here for Gideon, perhaps, because I
カグラちょっと見るな。ブラックリストも昨日使ってた。
Now it has been confirmed Chiku in the gold lane. 4Maze will be the one playing in the jungle position as the turtle has just been slain by Singapore Passion made possible. Singapore Tourism Board right here. But yes, Gideon, what is the specialty of Chiku in the gold lane? What does he bring to the team with this roster swap?
Ridiculous mechanics. I mean, he is
これ渋いよな、ビア。
because he's grown up, he's
もったいない。
he's had a lot of time to kind of
これもう怒られるで、こんな動きしたら俺。お、やばい、痛そう。これちょっとエスメ解けないゲーミング始まってね。大丈夫？なんかもう、青バフ側、ずっとエスメおるイメージあるわ。
Execution as both teams will just choose to disengage. King will be able to secure his own purple buff here and, you know, fend off for himself from that invade.
Yeah, very nice recovery from Cade, as we saw.
エスメ落とせるんかな。あ、やばい、カグラが来とる。ナイス避け。お、いい避け。お、カレンダー当たったでも。やばい。やばい。頑張れ。
Clear it as fast as he can and then participate into mini team fights. Maybe look for plays around the map. And this is proving to be good for Todak because they're now keeping Tekashi up top.
Yeah, look at that.
捕まったけど死にはせん。
Get that damage and get that CC off, but it is still Cade defending really well from that play by Todak.
I mean, this is Todak is making sure that they're one step ahead, and a lot of this is just controlling the tempos of the waves itself. Momo,
これエスメマジで強い。
he knows he can get out of these situations. He just has to buy a lot of time. Momo quickly flickers on out of here. He might be in some trouble, but
いやー強いな。
for quite a bit, especially since King doesn't have his second item.
エスメこの動きしてるとき本当嫌だわ。これで時間稼がれたりすんの。お、すごい。お、ナイス。いいスティールよ。やばい、ロジャーが。あ、やばい。ロジャーあちこち行ってる。これ、ルビー間違えて前に飛んでった？なんか助けられてね、今。ロジャー的に。気のせい。
You see, this is the Roger with just only one dash. I mean, at least two dashes, but just joked it with just pure positioning and movements. Pixel perfect coming out from King, and that wasn't the first time he did it. He actually did it.
グローバルゴールド1000円くらいか。
Skill shots from Todak, and now I see why he's being called the king without the crown.
Oh, and there you go. Another good play from Keys.
やばいやばいやばいやばい。
Good at running away, getting out of these sticky situations, and that's what happens again. Luis gets out of a three-man gank in the bottom side.
What was that?
It's great identification. Wait, hold on. Forme, he's going really deep.
He is going really deep. He actually fails on the puncture right there. Forced to use a Phantom Execution to run away, and Momo is caught in a 1v3. Forced to use a falling star to get out of that one, and that is another good, trade-off in terms of health and resources for Cade. They managed to get the orange buff. They managed to do everything in their own jump.
ちょっと緊張しとるんじゃないんこれ、ブラジル。
I think it's really great identification, like especially for Luis. He sees 3 people show up to go for this big old gank, right? He immediately identifies who has CC, and in that situation,
hello.
Everybody else really couldn't do much about the situation, so he just timed it, wait for the yin yang overturn from Moon, and then he knew he was going to get out scot-free.
Yeah. Oh my god. Third turtle has spawned in this game. King now trying to get... he was able to get the purple buff. Now rotating to the top side where Chiku has just been munching on that top side turret. But it is actually going to be Todak now with the pressure. They've done the lane swap. Now with Nathan up top, they will be able to get the clear. And that's going to be Mikey opening up the
Yabai.
get taken down instantly right now with Todak having the pressure. It is going to be key. Moon is going to be caught in the midst of it all as Todak tries to back.
今思いっきし半島ミスっちゃったな。
So far, they are going to be able to walk away with the lead, but Cade, they're looking for more.
半島1個分くらい空いちゃってた。
It is going to be Takashi looking for a re-engage. I'm afraid it has been able to connect. Takashi now just so tanky with the third as a boy sense in a 1v3 gets out.
Yep, and then in this entire time, let's keep an eye on the map. That was a 4v5 situation, and Todak, they traded. They were able to lose one. That's fine. They didn't really get the turtle. Okay, no big deal. But look at the amount of pressure that they were able to get on the bottom side of the map.
うまく当たれば勝てそうなところはなんかあるけど勝てないな。あー、持ってかれちゃった。ゴールドレーンの敵さすごそう今。こうなったらラファからずっと落とされ続けそう。勝ちそうだよね。でもなんかちょっとナイス行った方がいいんじゃない？それ行かん方がいいん。いいんじゃない？危ないべ。
Definitely the positioning of Luis was there. However, it's just that so many corners have been covered by Todak, and actually the real highlight for me for that play was the overall macro and the overall position of Todak across the map. That's why they got so much gold out of that just single.
Yeah.
Going for a very smart decision. They don't have to get Lord right now. It means they want that Luminous Lord. They're going to go for global.
カゲラがおる。やばい。でもナイス。それはやっとるよ。もう昔のカゲラじゃないよそれ。ナイス。
The setup is there. Will Cade force this Lord?
It's just working. Yeah, I've seen this before.
Oh my goodness.
This happened so many times. You know, in the
ちょっとやったな今のは。
Really, honestly, this is what we call limit testing. Yeah, like Moon is trying to stress test.
ナイスよけ。だけどロード触っとる。おい嘘でしょ。ワイプアウト。ワイプアウトしちゃったよ。なんかすごい明らかになんこれ まだ終わらんか。うわ、なんかもったいないな、今の。
They had the advantage, but they didn't play as a team. One person alone playing in that bottom side, Takashi. Maybe he thought he was going to be able to distract those members for a little bit longer to take the Lord. But man, I feel like that was a little bit too much.
1本目のロードで、サードタワー2本折れちゃったの。これ痛いんじゃない？
sacrifice a member, they know that they have the damage to actually sustain through. However, I will say that if I was king, I would be fuming at this Lancelot, who only got away by the sliver of his teeth thanks to the core ball.
ロードの逆側のタワーがまだ折れてないから。まあまあまあまあ。
They also bought about what 8,000 gold because of that string of events. And what I will say about Todak is that was a really good macro play from macro recovery from Todak. But Cade, they tried to go for that cheeky play wherein they went over for Takashi to buy some time for the Lord take.
ブラジルの人めっちゃ眉間しわ寄って。本当？お、イブのルート出して。あ、でもゲーハーから持ってかれちゃう。
1 for 0 right now as Todak are looking for the siege to end the game. They have been able to get these crazy picks, but will they be able to shut them down and take the game right now? That is the question that we want to see answered. Right now, it is still Keed able to defend with that high ground.
Yeah, I think at this point in time, Todak understands that yes, we do have the pushing power, but you know, so does Keed at this point in time. They've got a beautiful.
いや、マイキー悔しいだろうなこれ。
Clear these waves from a safe distance, and Todak is just trying to extend their lead as much as possible. They could look to freeze these waves, but
頼むよ。
next wave pushing might allow them to get a pick and
おい、ランス調子乗ってる。おい、あのランス調子乗ってるって。許すな、許すな。ちょっと遊び始めとるって。
Unnecessary but beautiful. And I love that. Style points, but I do agree with you. I think that actually made a little bit of sense because Todak still got the inhibitor because of it. I mean, OK was focused on trying to look for an opening to take down 4 Maze. They weren't able to make it in time. And at the same time, Todak is able to get inhibitors. So it is still Todak getting the better economic advantage, or that in fact they are leading now by 9,000 gold.
Yeah, I mean Todak is really good at identifying where people kind of like avert their eyes to. And Yunis right now in the middle of everything here. He's got Chiku nearby, but you can see that Keed understands there's a potential.
後でリアルファイト起きそう。いや、なんだかんだ一番優しいかもしれん、マイキーが一番。お父さんのような存在かも。
I don't think they will be able to go and contest this, man. Look at the waves. Look at the way that Todak is playing. They have the gold lead. They have the turret. They have everything in their arsenal to win this game.
こうなったらルビー解けなさそう。落とせる気がしない。
No, they just need a rubber band here because Todak, they understand that if they are stuck and clumped in one place, especially for a neutral objective like the Luminous Lord, it's actually more beneficial for Keed, who has a lot of strong AoEs to collapse on top of it. You can see the position.
いや、アラファから持ってかれる。あ、やばい、ビアが。お？あ、ナチュラル。終わりそうですね。すごい人差し指が動いてる。左の人。あー、なんかあっけなく終わっちゃった。なんか結構いけそうな場面が2場面くらいあったのに、序盤。いや、まだ終わっとらんからな。まだ終わっとらん。でも、まだ終わっとらんけどさ、残りのチーム、バカ強いよな。オニックインドとオニックフィリピン。なんよな。
effective when it
いやでも
comes to like going for the early game power spike together with Roger in the back shot. But what they did was to
これ4チームだからじゃない？
all of their bases
去年
covered.
M2
In a good spot when
3チームだけだったけど、今回4チームだから BO3 やったら多分8時間とか超えちゃうんじゃないか、10時間とかいっちゃうんじゃないかな。なんか昨日の M3 もう8時間くらいやってた気がする。多分。
16-minute game though, let's keep in mind, especially after yesterday's three-way tie. I don't think anybody wants to get into that situation and put and give, you know, everybody else a chance. You want to get into the upper
昨日8、9時間近くやっとる。
1-0 right now. Tonak and Onic ID are tied for first place.
BO3 だと4チーム全部 BO3 しなくて、違う。何試合あるんだ今日。結構あった気がする。と今日は今日は6試合。え、これほんまに6試合？あ、6試合か。
Well, you know, I think that that's the right term, slight edge. That that Todak was able to like accumulate. The way that they're trying to do it is getting all of those skills and make sure that all of the trades go in their favor, right? So, for example,
6試合で BO3 は大変そう。
full on skirmish, it will be a 2-for-1 in favor of Todak. Or at the same time, if they get a kill, they also get a turret in the other side of the map. It's all cross-map play, and those little things they pile up. And then eventually, there came a point where there's like a 3,000 gold lead that Todak had.
次は
They used it perfectly.
オニックインドネシアともう一回ブラジル。 M1 は4チームでBO3 だった。あ、そうなんだ。戻してほしいね。いやもうこれ BO3 だったらもう初戦からクソ熱いって。
for free, and with that, and up until January 2nd, you can grind and earn the first ever prime level skin in MLBB for Roger. The one, this beautiful figurine is showing right in front of us, and you can see on our lower third. Oh, delicious,
明日
beautiful looking anime.
どこだろう。
Really trying to show how luscious this skin actually is. You'll also get
明日がグループ C で Tier1 のチームがイボスシンガポール、カンボジアの See You Soon、ヨーロッパのロシアか、ナビと BTK。グループ D に RRQ とか SMG がいいのか。そうですね、BTK がイボスシンガポール、BTK 対BTK 対イボスシンガポールがちょっと気になる。BTK1 位通過したら熱いんだけど、どうなるんだろう。
snowball early on. However, they weren't able to find the good items because they weren't able to find the farm. If you're looking at Todak, they doubled down on early game damage as well. For Mace, just like what Kyrie did, went in and prioritized the War Axe. But instead of going for the Malefic Roar afterwards, he kind of waited a little bit and went for the BOD. This coincided with Momo's Enchanted Talisman as well as the first set of defensive items with both the Oracle and the Radiant Armor mixing perfectly well so that this Eve will be ineffective in team fights. So that is already done and dusted. Not only that, Yums was phenomenal with his way to disrupt the ultimate of the real world manipulation, of Prime. And Todak because right then and there they were able to fight. There were a lot of like anti-heal coming out
ロームルビーか。
versus the Esmeralda and the Nathan, but it was rendered useless because they were kind of separated in team fights. And for Maze, with a 72% kill participation and a very stellar performance of this
ジャングル消されまくっ
We've seen two good
たのちょっと痛そうな
I'm excited to see Todak go up against Kyrie eventually.
気はした。
A Lancelot showdown, although it's just the best of one, so might not see it, but that would be so exciting. However, this is not just
Four mates.
giving the carrying the team. In fact, this is an overall team effort when it comes to the macro and the micro side of things. Obviously, for four mates, you can see the micro
ランス取られるね、はやぶさとリン入れ
showdown
て
and。showcases mechanical skill against Kate. It gave so much space for Todak that the Nathan had so much farm because everybody from K was busy.
また10分後が、10分後に、あれオニックインド対ブラジル
You know, speaking of a potential Lancelot versus Lancelot battle between Formaze and Kyrie, both have like some really clear differences, you know. Formaze is a little what we call flashy. You know, Formaze really, really flashy. But Kyrie, there's a little sense of, I wouldn't even say it's the most flashy in the world. I think he can be, but every decision he makes, it's very clear, very precise, like a scalpel when a doctor needs to perform surgery. Don't you agree, Mirko?
I completely agree with that statement, man. You know, he is not as flashy, but he's efficient there.
Now, let's check out these highlights. Wolf,
Yeah.
what do you think about this?
Well, we are gonna feature Formaze anyways, and you see how he manages his
ここ
features, and this is always the
サ
case.
グラに決められたんか
The next thing that you look
や
for
っぱ
from
り
good Lancelot player is how he uses the Thorn Rose, be it defensively or offensively. We saw Kyrie use it defensively. This time, it's Formaze using this offensively with all the burst down, using even the Phantom Execution together with Steve. And what I do like
ラ
about
ファが
this is
簡単に落ちちゃったのがもったいないんかな、やっ
with his
ぱ。
team, apart from that, the overcast that we saw.
Except that one time, yeah.
Except that one time, and this was also phenomenal because he was able to get the retribution play to get the Lord. I mean, slowly, so that we're taking control of that Lord area, but because of that clutch usage of the retribution to get that Lord, that really spelled the doom for Kaze. And see one last showtime play coming out from Formaze eventually when we see the push. That is already over, but look at him go, looking for the right targets. I mean, looking for the Beatrix at this point with just looking for the right target. That's one thing that Formaze really showed us in this particular game.
I personally,
マイキ
the
ー
things that I missed from M2 was the Paquito 1v1s. Can we get a Lancelot 1v1
Mikey.
going on around here? Come on, it's got. I wish they brought it back for M3. Have
Yeah,
some-
me too, me too.
Honestly, it could have been Roger. It would have been pretty cool, especially with the new skin. That would have been really, really nice. Who is the true Prime Roger? But even Lancelot would have been an exceptional spectacle here.
Exactly.
Now, Mirko, you have any final thoughts on this game?
Honestly, not that much because again, that was just beautiful by Todak to end the game off. Again, they looked quite shaky in the early stages. It looked like actually King was able to outplay them a lot of times actually. Cade were able to get out of the 1v3 gangs, or were able to get out of the turtle fight unscathed, getting the turtle as well. So there were a lot of great moments from Cade, but overall, man, Todak, they stayed consistent, they stayed chill. The experience really did shine through. Good moments by Cade, but more consistency from Todak.
Well, that's not the only matchup that we have.
ドームラファって簡単そうに見えて立ち位置。サポタンが結構立ち位置むずいイメージがあります。やらかすと結構毎回落とされるイメージある先に。
We're going to be catching you back right after this break to continue the group of death. This is Group B, day number 2.
すごいな、これ。いいよ。いや、次は、うわー、これはもう、オニックインドネシア、 応援するしかないけど、ブラジルは、ちょっと頑張ってほしい。これミニオン？何この相手。ジャッグル？うわ、ハリスだ。めっちゃショタじゃん。しかも、イボススキンだし。おーおーおーおー。ガレックですか？選手の顔出んのこれ。ほんとだ。じゃあこれは？おおでも、脱退しちゃったんでしょ？ RTG。ブレン。今思うとチャンピオンのスキンとか M2。ハリスのスキンは再販来た気がする。M1 は1で、M2 はカールティジーで。いやもう M3 はサンズよ、サンズ。時代はサンズよ。かましてほしい。東南アジアじゃないチームが決勝出てきたらめちゃくちゃ熱いのにな。来るとしたら BTK とか、ワンチャン結構上まで来れそうだけど。M3 長すぎやろ。いつまでやるんだろう。ちょっと見よう。プレイオフが、グランドファイナルがこれいつだ？ 12 月の19まである。途中までプレイオフ配信できるけど、それ以降は、空いた時間で、見ていこうかな。 こんちは。こんばんは。ロジャーのエフェクト、モバレにさ、追加してほしい機能があってさ、相手の名前が見えなくなる機能が欲しい。これめちゃくちゃ欲しい。名前じゃなくてキャラの名前にできる設定が欲しい。敵の名前の表示変更。スキンじゃ分かりにくい。あ、そういうこと？それもあるんだけど、常に集中していたいから、もう敵が誰か分からん方がいいかな。なんかドタの時だと、ある時押したら見えたりするんだけどさ。だから、モバレだったら、あそこの画面、ビルドの装備の画面は別に名前表示してもいいけど、試合中、ちょっとキャラの名前に変えてほしいかも。結構変に甘えちゃう癖がある。これあと4試合あるんか。9時か10時くらいだろうな。最後の試合が見れるか見れないかくらい。見れなさそうだけどな、最後の試合。CW サンズ髪青いな。え？メンツ変えてきてない？いや、これあれか。全員出してるんか。ポイントが同点の場合、延長戦あります。あ、マジっすか？あ、ポイントって、待って。じゃあさ、昨日って延長戦ありました？もしかして。 オーマイビーナス、オカマなんちょっと、おもろい。そう、今さ、シンがいたところさ、入り口すごいよね。めっちゃ水しぶきが飛んでくる。お花畑みたいなところ、あそこさ、上、行けるんだけどさ、めちゃくちゃ怖くてさ、ちょっと押された、ちょっと押されただけでちょっとビクってなったわ。出た、これ。でもこれ毎回流れてたらちょっと飽きちゃいそう。おかまじゃないですか、お前ヴィーナスは。俺がフィリピンに住んでた時も、床屋の人があんな感じだったわ。
Everybody, we are live here for the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M3 World Championships being held at Suntec Convention Center here in Singapore. Hopefully, you guys have gotten all your popcorn ready, gone to your bathroom.
おかまな気がする。
More of the group of death to get into today. Now, let me present to you everybody who have made this possible.
あの感じは。手つきとかが。俺が知っとるフィリピン人のオカマはあんな感じ。
Here today. My name is Gideon Q, and here with me today for our Roadcasters rotation, it's going to be Wolf as well as Leo from the Philippines.
Feeling good. We are with the animals.
オカマ仲間ですもんね。俺はオカマじゃないわ。
What really is interesting is that we get to see like a little bit of Onic and a little bit of difference when it comes to like the playstyle already of the teams, because now they're facing a different opponent, and I'm pretty sure that they're prepared with something.
ギリオカマなん。
We've only seen 2 matches.
それほんまなん。
A 20-minute match and then followed up by a 16-minute match, all true to the fact that this is called the group of death.
Yeah, I mean, we're hoping that the tiebreakers don't actually happen, but Leo, I need your thoughts on this Onic Esports versus Cade situation here. What are you feeling?
So far, this being the third match of the day, we're slowly seeing what the status quo is all about. Yes, we keep calling it the group of death, but really, is it so impossible?
顔かわいいから。顔かわいかったらおかわりなるよ、それ。
Maybe they can come back with something else, but the same is true for Onic. Onic ID, they came back with a comeback victory in the opener for today, and that was really close, honestly. But that just means we can't count anybody out just yet.
I think that's the scariest part here, right? It's really, really hard to figure it out, and especially for Cade. They've taken their first loss, and they took 36 hours to get here in Singapore.
That's
but
right.
we can also, honestly, if you guys are going to be spending 36 hours in a plane just to get into Singapore, you got to let us know when, or more importantly, what are you looking for when you're coming here to Singapore? Use the hashtag Visit Singapore, and what would you want to do a little bit differently if you've been here multiple times? Maybe, you know, you want to spice things up, check out Marina Bay Gardens by the Bay. In fact, they actually...
顔かわいいことは否定しないんですね。いや、わかんすよ。あいうえおさんが、俺の顔が可愛いと思うんだったら、そうなんじゃないですか？俺は別に可愛いとは思わんけど。
And that is very true, because for Cade, it's definitely a wake-up call. And what's really scary here is that what if it is also
ペコさんがオカマであってほしいな。いやー、実はめちゃくちゃオカマかもしれん、腹ペコさん。激化。そしたら、あいうえおさんから見て、俺の顔は激化なのかもしれん。
The Onic Esports that really is a little bit lax now, because now for Cade, I'm pretty sure that they are pressured against this team.
I think more than just pressured here. Now, let's have a look at the current standings so far. We saw an incredible match here with Onic just having one of the craziest matches we've seen so far between Onic as well as Onic is the joke will continue to persist. And immediately after that, it was Torak versus Cade. With our next upcoming matchup, top of the list Onic, Indonesia versus Cade.
うわ、配信全部はできんと思うけど、多分。とりあえずオニックインドネシアの試合を全部 配信で応援できたらなって感じはある。
Cade is so far from home. In this case, currently it's Indonesia and Malaysia on top of Group B. And for Cade to actually come back around and show Onic ID something that arguably the strongest team in the world currently will be afraid of, they have to dig deeper. I saw earlier that they were capable of presenting a threat of a solid draft. Their game against Todak was not bad. Honestly, they had the fundamentals, they had the good coverage. But this time around against Onic Esports, they have to be all the more stringent. They have to be all the more tight. And even when it comes out to little item picks, when you get it, how you get it, that's going to matter as well to even come close to making Onic Esports sweat.
Well, it's about optimization here. I think that's the hardest part. You need to be the tip top. You got to be hyper efficient, just like our sponsors here at M3. We are not forgetting about Raise the Official Gaming Gear, Tumi the official travel partner, Secret Lab official gaming chairs, global social network partner, Facebook Gaming to help the players and us to stay in tip-top shape for the entirety of the day. We would also like to thank OCBC Bank as our official payment partner, Singtel our official network partner, and finally, MeWatch, our partner in esports that are here to enhance the M3 experience. With all these sponsors here together, it's like we're watching Voltron here. They're coming up to the big sword, and all of a sudden, boom, you are having one of the greatest tournaments live here for your viewing pleasure. But this brings up the big question, right? Brazil. Do they have what it takes here? And I think a lot of people are questioning because they are very new to the MPL family. There's a high expectation for them. Is it valid, or is this something that we need a little bit more time to kind of brew upon?
And unfortunately, the answer is the latter. Like, I think that they need more time. I don't think that it will be enough, especially after seeing Onic Esports like that. I mean, they definitely want to secure their upper brackets. That's why I feel that Onic Esports will not be hiding or anything. It will not be pushing over. I mean, their competition right now. Unfortunately for Brazil, they need to develop more. We did not see that in their previous round. Like I said, like Leo said, I mean, they need to dig deeper. And let's see, hopefully they get something up their sleeves against a titan of a team, the strongest team so far heading into M3.
That's a really good point here. And I mean, obviously I am scared for them, but I don't think they need as much time as what people are expecting out of them. I do think when you're playing against a team, especially like Todak, they have a different style. They know how to kind of avert your eyes. However, when it comes down to teams like Indonesia and the Philippines, they have a little bit more readable strategies because the whole world has put this big spotlight on these two regions.
And that could work both ways, right? We put the spotlight earlier on Brazil, on Cade, and just yesterday.
M2 に比べて選手が映る時間が増えた気がしますが、どうなんですかね。 M2 の時とどうなんだろう。でもなんか映るようになった気がする。結構この感じとかあったんかな。
MLB esports doesn't get as much action as we do here in Southeast Asia. So it's not just time we're looking at, it's also space.
You know, I've been checking out Twitter a lot more often these days, and also, you know, trying to see what exactly is everybody is so hyped up about the Brazilian and Latam teams. And I would beg to differ. I think it's absolutely huge there, but the competitors here today with the team lineup, Onic Esports from Indonesia. It's gonna be Drian, it's gonna be Boots, CW, Sans, and Keyboy, the last Kage here to stand and to show them why he is going to be the leader of the Konoha.
Oh yeah, this is such a strong lineup because of how they developed it. We talked about it in the first series, how this lineup and composition stayed together from MPL Season 7 up until MPL Season 8, and now they're reaping all of the benefits. Imagine losing by as much as 8,000 gold in their first game against a very strong team. Backs against the wall, they were able to pull through because of how they were able to just feed off each other's energy. The way that they managed to defend, the way they managed the map, and Keyboy was phenomenal with the Cooper in the end, and the rest of the gang just followed suit.
Onic Esports just took down the King of Kings in their MPL just last season 8, right? And the reason why is because all of them are capable of being alpha. But this team right here,
来年日本枠あってほしいですね。今年いっぱい大会あったらあるかもしれない。
I've heard and I could agree.
シナさんは M2 の放送を見直したりしたんですか？ 日本に帰ってきてからは少し前に1回だけ見直したけど、先月くらいに。まあ正直自分は見たくないですね。俺はちょっとトラウマだから見たくないや、M2 は。顔出ししてください。嫌です。
Friends, longtime teammates in Luis, Mike, and Coach Cabral. The other three are very young and talented players, and I want to spotlight on King. King, I could not say it enough. He's a king without a crown. Reminds me of Kaltizi from Bren. He's got that smug, cocky, but just as well talented vibe when you see him.
カメラもったいないってこの前言ってたんに。まあ確かに言ったけど、今日はなし。
I'm hoping that he sheds that. I hope he sheds that chip off his shoulder and shows up strong against Onic Esports.
Yeah, I mean, if they were going to take a game off of anybody,
見たいな。
it definitely
今日は1000よ。
Onic Esports.
今日は1000。
I definitely agree.
Exactly. If they can go above
アーカイブでも見てください。
that could just be an outlier. Todak is just one of those different teams playing a different style, and I think that would just be a huge statement for the region.
はい。
It's gonna be a tall order, but like you said, shoot for the star, shoot for the moon, maybe you'll land the star.
なんでもないんかい
The。other way around.
Yeah, it's the other way around. Shoot for the stars, maybe you'll land in the moon.
Nah, they definitely
え、
have
てかさ、
they tried to shoot for Luna the last time.
俺
It didn't
さ
go too well.
カニまだかなってさ、
I mean,
思ってたんよ。
like from moon from Todak. That's
そしたらさ、
However, now looking at the side of Kane,
カニどうでしたかっていうメールが来たから、いや、まだ届いてないですよって、はい、メールしたらさ、12月の1日に、12月1日の19時に配達完了してますよって言われて、えって何も来てないんやけど。
Exclusive battle emotes for all 16 teams, and each battle emote has its own voiceover. So get them now and support your favorite team. From November 29th until December 12th, you can cheer for your team by adding support points. Now, log into the game and get a free chance to support your team every single day. And after the event ends, the team with the most support will be presented with Player's Choice Team of M3 Award at the official site of the M3 World Championship. However, due to contract restrictions, MVG Battle Emotes is not for sale at this point of time, but you can still support for them. So everybody, if you think, hey, you may be thinking it's a small region, no,
いや、
do not have an excuse.
ママに食べられちゃったもしかして。いや、でも何も言われてないで。
Show them that they are the team of M3.
実は冷蔵庫とかに入ってたりするんかな？ちょっと見てくるわ。
Tomorrow we'll see more parts of the world show up in the group stage of M3. Get all the emotes. I'm halfway there.
You're halfway there?
Yep.
Whoa, that's a lot of diamonds there, Wolf.
That's Leo, by the way. So his mantra is swag.
Swag is forever.
Swag is
forever.
Yep.
Swag is forever.
嘘でしょ？
Now swag is
不
forever.
在連絡書来てたんだけど。
I love it. I love it. But we got to do a little bit of comparison between.
外の不在連絡書かと思ったらさ、外の不在連絡書かと思ったら玄関に不在連絡書入ってたわ。そうでしょ。これもう遅いかな？俺の、4000円もったいないって。
It's the fact that everyone's gunning for them. They stuck together throughout season 7. Now in season 8, they have the
ちょっとだけさ、
a good chunk of
ちょっとだけ見えたりさせて。
their anchor in the form of arguably the best XP laner in the world right now. Boots.
Yep.
There's so much there. And again, it wouldn't happen if it weren't for all these volcanoes, all of these hot spots, all of this lava. The floor is lava. All of this that they have to dodge and fight through. And that's what I was saying about Spaceman. That's what I was saying about Cade. It's always just been Red Canids. It's always just been Dream Max, the team that once Luis, Cabral, and Mikey were a part of. That's in their way. That aside, they're like, where else do they find the challenge? So that might be what unlocks their growth.
Yeah, I think to add to that, I'm always looking at Indonesia as a region where there's so much competition in there. Even in the 8th placers can take games out from the 1st placers. This is how strong they are. And this really groomed on Onic Indonesia. The way that you look at these teams, that they're always super duper fine with their decision making, and this is off of the fact that they're always in good competition in their own region.
You know what? You're right. I've been living by this simple mantra of adversity breeds greatness, and that's what Indonesia is, a living embodiment here as Brazil is trying to catch up to that level to breed absolute monsters in their own region. But let us begin with the draft. We've got Keed on the blue side as well as Onic Esports on the red. Starting off the bans from Keed, it's going to be the Eve, the Esmeralda, as well as the Farsa. 2 big mages already being taken out. Onic, on the other hand, has banned out 2 assassins, Ling as well as Hayabusa.
Here's what I like about Keed's drafting. They understand the fundamentals. They know that they don't want these heroes on the board because they have a clear plan. They learned a lot, I believe, from their first game earlier against Todak. And by taking out these 3 main heroes, you kind of give King a lot of space. That's what I noticed from their earlier outing against Todak. King did not play like King. So now they're trying to open that up.
At least I'm not gonna. Hopefully, it's not gonna be one of those same situations where Onic is going to get Lancelot and then King gets the Roger, and it's just gonna be ring around the rosies all again. It's gonna be really frustrating.
What really surprised me is that Onic Indonesia still banned out both the Hayabusa and the Ling, despite the fact that they used that so well for their squad. But now, if you're looking at Cage, knowing that there's no assassins available, they're gonna bring up something different. We expected you want to go deeper, Leo, and now we're getting an Estes first pick.
Yeah, I can see the huge smile on Prime's face. I'm guessing if it's going on Prime, then Mike might have to pick up something else. But there's so much open for Onic Esports. There's so many possibilities. Jawhead's still out there. You have the Lancelot free if they want to use that. Beatrix, a recently unlocked hero that's just taking over the group stage. Don't get me started on Yu Zhong. I mean, Yu Zhong not gonna perform so easily and so well against Estes so soon, but again, it's free reign for Onic.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is going to be really interesting because now Florin is coming up. We've been wanting to see this, and I know LaFell is probably on the sidelines just thinking, why am I not on the table right now? I need to know what's going on with this. But more importantly here, especially for MPL Brazil, a lot of priority, even when we saw the games from Red Cannons, on this Estes. So I want to see what it's like. The MPL Brazil in the lineup, is it going to be a make it or break it, or are they just a little bit behind or just so far ahead?
And when we see Estes, you always think about what you paired up with. This time it's gonna be the Paquito.
いや、やばい。カニが、こんにちは。カニが、ないって、わからん。家に届いてるか、なんか今、電話したら、今ないって言われて、だから家に実は届いてるか、実はもう家に届いてるか、返品されたか。うん。取られん、取られん。そんな人通らんもん。食べんの早ない？夜ご飯一緒に食べてるんだけど、一緒っていうか、夜ご飯食べるときにそんなカニの話一度もしてないで。いや、やばいな。いや、聞いてほしい。俺、伝票じゃない。不在連絡表さ、いつも外のしか見ないの。その、支払いとかさ、そういう系がさ、毎回外に入ってるから、外しか見てなくて、玄関のポストを一切見ないの。だから、うわー、マジかー。12月1日に来てたんか。俺のズワイガニ、初めてのズワイガニが。嘘でしょ？うん。まあまあまあ。とりあえずカニは置いといて、試合を見ますか。あ、エスタス来てるやん。
to her healing properties, not much damage anymore, but you've got it covered. That's one thing I think Onic is playing with here. Great coverage. They have Beatrix for physical, they have Lilia for magic, and both have solid burst. An ult from Beatrix.
はやぶさとリンがやっぱ消えるんだね。
Just shred through Estes even with an ult. So Cade, that's a problem that they have to solve.
Oh, that's true. Don't forget the additional item that Florent's able to kind of give over to the Beatrix if things are going tough, and once she stacks that up full, it's
いや、マジか。
amount of
こっちにも。
You know, with the bans,
てか、
Onic Esports, I'm thinking that this
10時か。
mid lane of Golden Beatrix as
うわー、くそ。10時か。
be good against the. I mean, when it
うわー、マジか。
gold lane, that's why I'm thinking this Beatrix might be the.
電話されたら速攻で気づくのに。
That this Lilia and Florin
う
will.
わー、やらかした。
If you're looking in that direction, you might think that
食べられたかな。
Hero will be more on the playmaking side.
初めてのカニ経験したかったのに。
Or the Yisun-Shin now.
Oh yeah, you said it. The Yisun Shin. That's going to add to their overall strategy. And K just read into it.
Yeah.
Cabral is onto you.
Yeah,
Godman Cabral is onto you.
just makes total sense here. I mean,
Yeah.
look at the Lilia and Florin. You need that extra objective taking
う
hero.
ん。うん、結構痛いな。
Looking for an XP laner now for Onic Esports that might deal with against a Phobius. I'm looking
ちょっと
at
気分がね、しょぼんってなった。
that don't really necessarily rely on dashes. Or maybe a Yuzhong.
I'm thinking maybe not Yuzhong necessarily. Like, yes, he can get into the backline, but
イスン。
it's an SS. It's a little
Yeah,
ほら、余ってんのは EXP と JG。
the Barat.
Or Barats. Yeah,
no need for
Barats.
dashes. Yeah.
He actually doesn't want. He'll actually just welcome
Yeah.
Tekash on the Phobius here. But now Cade, I'm thinking
ブラジル側なんだろう、ジャングルこれ。
they want to win that gold lane matchup
Yeah.
between CW and Louise. That or they pick up a mage and then they give Mikey something that can go toe to toe, something that can peel to help out with possibly a support type Estes. But if we do that, if we think that way, who's gonna be in the jungle?
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm thinking maybe along the lines of like potentially Roger here, which I don't think is not that bad for Key.
Yeah.
Or the jungle?
EXP リリア。
Step up Paquito.
Yeah, maybe.
EXP リリアか。
Or maybe just
あるんかな。
just damages. At least answer this Ruby.
ジャングルパキ。
Like the Ruby. So what happens is now if the opponents doesn't have that.
これフォビウスさ、全く刺さっとらんけど大丈夫なん？
Literally has got this all of the pools and all those.
これフォビウス。
Displacements, which is a combo that
フォビウス、
before. Phobius
ブリンクおらんでこれ。
each other, so that's a nice pickup from KJ. And as expected, it will be the Clint for Onic.
ちょっとフォビピック。うわー、やばい。ブリンクがない。
Yes, we're seeing Key
大丈夫か、フォビウス。
initiation, enabling tools for this Phobius, who's going to be a majority of their damage dealers later on to the game because Klink can only shoot one person at a time, but that demonic force is literally forever. Works off of the KO punch, works off of the I'm offended as well. A lot of ways to start things off, but it is shut down by the deadly catch if the initiation works.
Yeah, and something tells me the fact that you had the
やばいな、
a
ちょっと。
grocery list of things that has to happen for the Phobius to actually pay off means it's just so much
この試合が終わったら、
Cade, the
冷蔵庫を探しに行くか。
to make
見に行きます。
esports just hurt. It's not even a sure kill because again there's a flaw.
ビアのブリンクと、リリアのウルトどうなるんだろ
Again, it's really like trying to figure out, is the healing going to be enough? Whose healing is better? Is Florin going to be a little bit more effective?
う。まあそれかもう、フォビで、ニスキと火炎弾で、
Power of healing
マークつけさすか。
more than enough. It's time to get right in towards this game. It is going to be Cade up against Onic Esports. Only one of these teams will be getting a point at the end of this day. Is it going to be an upper bracket run? Only one way to find out.
One thing that is for sure is that this Florin will be perfect for the composition of Onic, as its healing abilities will not be stopped by any anti-heal, which is great because you can now give it to either CW or Sidrian. But interestingly, this will Onic Esports gonna get some. They're getting a little bit of a a little bit of a page from their brother's notebook as they do port out deploy this Golden Lilia.
Yeah, I think this is really smart here, but Sans was able to get the Litho Wander for himself. A little sad for King because he would have liked the extra EA.
パキートで押したらフォビーすると反応するとか。あー、なるほどね。そうなんかな。
Beatrix in towards the mid lane and send Lilia up top because at least there's consistent wave clear with the Beatrix.
Yeah. What really happens now is that your Clint, which normally has
いい感じに勝ったんや。勝ったっていうか、同じくらいか。はい、強進撃が入ってない。うわー、これ、だるいやつだ。
It's so sustainable. Not talking about life. I'm just talking about the amount of damage that they have. And look at this. They opened up the jungle.
Yep, Mikey now in some trouble. He's trying to get on it, but Dream
Mikey?
on top of him. Prime can only do so much.
Mikey.
That's gonna be the first blood by Razor.
And exactly how this happened is because Cade, the kind of jungle, the kind of mid that they have, is so soft. There's no threat here between the Ruby and the Estes.
おー、うまい。ナイス。
Yes, they do. They've already taken out Keyboy so quickly on, and that's the thing. Florin, she doesn't have a lot of HP and cannot give a lot of pressure, and she scales so much better.
Oh.
But now,
Oh.
Prime, now it's a little bit of trouble as Drian dashes forward and
Oh.
gets him with the Divine Force, finds the Astro.
おー、うまい。
Him down and gets the initial kill as well. They have full control over the turtle.
The trade-off now for Onic Esports is a death on Drian for the purple buff that they were able to steal away from this Paquito. And interestingly, Cade, you're gonna give up the turtle control that I thought that they will be.
さあ、クリントがちょっと殴ってるよ。
Unfortunately, it wasn't the case in Onic Esports. Even after the death of Drian, they are gonna be happy about this trade.
勝ったのこれ。これ勝った
In this Bane versus Paquito jungling matchup, and they now have recovered their control
お
of the turtle area.
パキがちょっと離して。いやー、これもうタートル上げるしかなさそう。早い早い早い早い早い。
They see what's going on. Estes is there, but wait, but Boots has already found an initial catch. No, he doesn't catch him with his ultimate just yet. King and Takashi walk away. Turtle slain by Onic.
お、こっからクリントがミドとゴールドレーン吸う感じなんかな。
That they did not take the turtle priority. Onic Esports just bounced back. Again, they gave that free kill onto Drian, but just the same, they got back into a position prime for them to take down and pressure Luis.
お、ナイスよけ。
Prime is all the way back in mid. It's very difficult for Luis to get away with this.
Onic continuing to pressure this top side. They're going to get the
おっ
entire
と、攻められてるよ。
King going right on towards Keyboy here to look to punish. The KO punch doesn't connect. Quick flicker makes quick work, but Mikey, he needs to quickly get
あー、ちょっと柔らかすぎるな、ルビーが。やばいやばいやばいやばい。エスタスウルトない。あ、守れるか。ノー、ナイス守り。リリア、ゴールドレーンで今2回出てますね。
Machine gun coming out from Drian, dealing so much damage just now. Almost with the Blade of Despair on a mid lane roll. On the position for roll, that means that damage in the early stages of the game, around the 5-minute mark, the second turtle, that is going to be scary.
タートル取られた時にゴールドレーン側勝ってたから、ゴールドタワー吸いたかったけど、お、あとちょっと、あ、洗礼か。おおおおうまいうまい。洗礼なんだ。すごい。
This whole time, Drian was just pushing up top, and this is what I was saying earlier before that fight broke out. CW with the switch up bought time for Drian to just become a threat, a walking artillery, just a wrecking ball of a marksman. And early on, you count
あら、タートルが
with the Bane, just having
フリーだ。
position, just having priority on almost any objective, and you have the situation right here. Bottom lane, this is one of the few times that Cade can actually find something.
あら。
Yep, CW quickly using the black shoes. He just gets the kill and just walks on out.
Style for CW, I think he's not done. As definitely Boots is here, but you can see the the moves coming out from the footwork coming out from CW.
The movement, as some may say.
Movement. I was about to say that sometimes Onic Esports has this mood wherein instead of putting all the core damage per second or DPS role was given to CW, it's transferred sometimes to Drian, but CW just showed up the moves.
Yeah, I mean, these moves are going to be locked down.
Oh.
Wait, Mikey finds the I'm offended, pulling and allowing Takeshi to get into the back line.
Ah.
Trouble. Astroside does not connect, but he goes back to try and protect the rest of the team. CW is in trouble, but they've already taken out Mikey in as well as King. It's too late.
強っ。
to resolve the situation.
お、ナイス。
Prime is going to help him out, but Takeshi does
結構ローだよみんな。
things up for Louise.
あー、フラッシュ焚かれた。
More does not find Drian. He manages to flicker on out.
押し切れそう。いや、きついか。タワーが折れないな、一本もまだ。
Against this ultimate coming up from Takashi, the Phobies, and we're gonna see it in the replay for sure. Managed to get out with the Florin. The Keyboy managed to stay alive long enough, but eventually they were punished because they wanted more kills. And Takashi just popping that jump one, that last jump in the right moment so that he's gonna be able to sustain himself for quite a long time. As the overcommitment from Onic Esports makes them say goodbye to Sands just one time in there.
It's a mix of overcommitment and something that Arcade just
おい、スナイパーが痛すぎるんよな、この時間で。この時間のスナイパーガチ痛い。お、バラッツから落としに行くの？ルビーが。わあ、やばいやばいやばいやばいやばいやばいやばいやばい。あー、絶対バラッツに使ったのがでかいってこれ。バラッツに使っちゃいけんやつよ。
Beautiful ML, that's what we call in the Philippines. Beautiful execution coming out from Onic Esports.
ビア、金持ちすぎやな、ちょっと。5900。あ、でもクリントがお金持ってるけど。タートル3体全部取られた、普通に。いや、スナイパー痛いな。
He doesn't have anybody to really initiate for them, or they're too low to make it happen. Most importantly, they always play for their gold laner, it seems, for MPL Brazil, because you can see that Luis, without him, Onic, they don't want to contest Onic too much. They have the initiation, and yes, they have the damage, but even King can understand without Luis and without him going forward, it just ain't worth the time.
At this point in the game, 9 minutes, it's going to be between Luis and Tekash finding the perfect window. It's Luis right now who's easier to get that. We haven't seen him actually burn a flicker in quite a while. It's still up, but here's a pull in by Mike.
バラッツにウルト使うけど、バラッツから落とせなさそうだから。バラッツが解けんよ、これ。
Perfect as Drian whips back the sniper rifle and continues the pressure.
In the efforts for Cade to find this perfect window, it's Mikey and the Prime who's actually suffering the most. It's because it's these two, the mid duo, that has to set it up. If they can't, then King can't even clean up house.
全員落ちるんじゃない？ナイスナイス。うわ、やばいってー。
Killing spree for CW, who flickers on out of the way as they continue to pressure mid side. Mikey, he walks up forward. They take control of the orange side. They don't break open mid tier 2. However, look at the difference in terms of structural gains.
Yeah, looking at Drian, I think he really missed this hero. I mean, for the first half of MPL Season 8, he's playing that in the position 4 role, and it was, you know, it was banned out. It was automatically banned because of some bugs, and now in M3, they're really flexing this Matrix. I mean, he's using almost all of the important weapons.
スナイパーの精度いいですね。
I mean, you can only have 2.
Oh
my goodness, that was 2K. That was half of Luis's HP. 2K in one shot.
Out of nowhere.
Oh, that's not fun. That really does feel a little oppressive, but now they're going to be contesting for the Lord. It looks like a storm is brewing here as Cade looking for options. King looking for the backside, but Sans already sees him for it. Drops down.
あー、ミスった。
Almost one shots him with the ROM. CW as well. Jin taking good
う
amount
わ
of Takeshi, but
ー、今のウルトフラッシュとかでよかったんじゃないかな。
healing as well as achieving
Ah.
the favor more than enough, and Sans wins the 1v1.
その間にベインとパキートが
King getting cornered and didn't even need the rest of Onic Esports. I'm feeling for Tekash though. Tekash here, he's built his Clock of Destiny. He already has the Ice Queen wand, building up into an Oracle if I'm not mistaken. And these fights, he's not even ready to take these.
お、ナイス。
They find the pick off indeed, but now Mikey is just trapped. He's gonna get hit by the Daytona's welcome here, even breaking his immortality. Nibiru's passion to finish him off real quick. I mean, Keed, they wanted to get the revenge. They heard the jungle dip and they're like, no, we'll show you, we'll punish you for this.
Yep, it definitely did show up. Oh, look at that. Well,
おー。
Yep, they're just trading one for one.
リリア、ウルト吐けないで死んじゃったよ。
Boots to get hurt here, but
お
here comes Takeshi.
頑張れ。
Now demonic force
うわ
cannot block
お
the second time, gets it onto Drian. Somebody
お
needs to make
お
it happen, and it's gonna be King with a KO strike
3対5か。
to his feet. BK finally on top of the Lord.
取れるんじゃないロードは。
this is perfect. 12 minutes in. They are going to take the enhanced Lord. Lava skill.
No,
And
they can't
just
steal it,
as
right?
soon
おー、ナイス。
just as soon as we said that it's a jungler dip.
でも、
Eventually he gets angry. What is
12分ロードか
Then he gets a 2K. Eventually gets
あ
the team. My God, they're
ーあー、よ、
Yeah, exactly.
全部タワー折れたら美味しいけどな、セカンドまで。
Then they determine they don't need
セ
to
カンド
say
全部。
they don't even need to speak.
折れないよな。
They speak the language of mobile
リリアが。
Nah, that was a one-time thing. Let's show you how we really play.
They picked up. I mean, it's non-verbal. It's Onic Esports opening up, and they got messy. They got messy back to back to back. They thought they could trade one for one, and now it equated to some farm on Tekash, some farm on Luis, and Mikey under.
リリアワンチャン連動出てる説ない。
Yeah, it's really identifying these problems and making sure you have a solution to them. Luminous Lord going to be breaking open that tier 2. You can see that Keed is trying to corner them, opening it up, or trying to open up the map as much as they can. Have that space, but that mid-tier 1 is starting to become a bit of a problem here. Takeshi taking the crab cannon damage. His boots is going to be clearing up that wave. That is going to be end of that Lord power play from Keed.
うわー、ミド折れないのか、これ。
In the Philippines, when Blacklist International uses the Estes, we have this ube time where around the 7-minute mark, they will group up and just take objectives one after the other. It's quite late here for Cage, but it doesn't matter. They're still as strong. They now have the items. They now have the firepower. They have the sustainability as well. Maybe they want to just steamroll over on the esports now, especially because there is just one Barats, which doesn't have enough stacks actually. This big guy passive, and now you can feel the strength of Cage's lineup.
Absolutely, look at that.
Oh!
Wait, hold on. They're
Ah!
trying to 2 men. I'm offended, allowing Takeshi to get
いい
into
けど、
hops over the deadly catch, but that's just not enough. Key boys
何も起きんかった。何にも起きんかっ
of
た。
that favor is just more than enough, and now they're gonna start pushing back against Cade.
Wolf mentioned the Uber strat from the Philippines. This is looking like Indonesia's own take. To be able to get back into the lead, now currently 2,000, they just stuck together. They stuck together, made sure that the Lord that Cade got did not equate to much, and now they're back to just take in these resources, threatening King's Orange even. And look at this. Drian is just all the more confident. He's going to be alone, and Cade would respect that. They would know that Kiboy or even Boots would be just around the corner.
No roams.
リリアがアワフ持ってるやん、もう。
Heroes are initiators or setters in nature. They always fall to the trap where if they see a bunch of heroes from the opponents, it's very tempting to go for that initiation, for that AoE initiation, right? And that's the I'm offended from Mikey. Although it landed so well, it looked good on paper. The highlight really
タリスマン、フロスト、レリック、貫通。
Onic Esports was far too ready. Yes, they did land the I'm offended onto 3 heroes, and that allowed for Tekashi to start the fight, but the rest of Cage weren't ready for that initiation, and that rendered Tekashi in a spot where Onic Esports easily took him down. Even under the turret, nobody will survive against 5+1.
I think the most frustrating thing of all
いや、言ってお金さ2000しかないから、
the fact that the deadly catch
まだワンチャンあるけ
That's
ど、
like their nuclear warhead. They're holding democratic power here and letting the rest of the nations know you do something, you try to make it a single attempt, we're dropping the deadly catch. You have
ただフローラの回復がな、
Unfortunately for Takeshi, he
ウ
wants
ル
to
ト
go
が
for
めんど
his
くさそ
His team cannot follow up. It's not going to matter. But Onic Esports now starting to disrespect the border lines here as they walk up in towards purple buff side, giving it over towards Onic.
Actually, it's Takashi who secured it.
Wow, the Acer's eye didn't know.
Exactly. That's crazy.
I think you can chalk that up to his arsenal, which is maybe 1/3 defensive, 2/3 magic damage.
Yeah.
So they kind of want to make these demonic forces count. And I think the word you were looking for, Gideon, is a deterrent. It's not even an engage tool. It's
う。いや、で
something
も
that,
結
okay,
構
yeah, Mikey might get
今
a
の
nice
ところ
2 or 3-man, I'm offended, but
いい
the
よ、
answer is
まだ。
always going to be the DC, the deadly catch.
That's exactly the word I was looking for here. But
ワンチャンあるワンチャン。
neither one of these teams is to close
あ、ロード
out
ベート始めた。
16 minutes, and now the Lord is under Onic Esports' control.
わ、これもう取り切りいきそう。
Side completely
早すぎる
covered
な。
by boots. He's walking up to Mikey trying to look for options. Mikey, can he find it? He finds key
お、
point here, but it doesn't matter.
お、
This one is walking
うわ
walking down onto
ー、リリアが惜しい。
They can't get into the middle of the fight. King, he wants to go in. Takashi has to force the situation onto CW. Who
おー、ナイス、クリトいっ
too
た。
early on. Onic may have the Lord, but he have the fight.
まあ、まだ終わらん
They have
か
to。make this work.
これは。
Onic needs to figure out how to work 4v5.
Yeah, I think they're gonna lose the Lord this time, unless, of course, they will try to fight. But Mikey, as well as Prime, they're kind of ready with
ちょ
this.
ベインとかリリアが早いな。
It's gonna be both deadly catches.
バラッツ引っ張ったら絶対ダメなやつや
He's
て
coming。back in towards this side. It's like, okay, yes, Onic Esports did have a Lord, but
今のところ2回くらいバラッツ引っ張ってるけど、
Just a little bit off.
返されちゃってるから
Cancel the
な。
teleport. Unfortunately for
引っ張らん方が良さそうな気がするけど。
initiated under the turret, and Onic Esports really obliged that the turret that you were talking about, that counter initiation, courtesy of the deadly catch, really stopped that aggression from Cage. It still is pretty even game at this point.
it's true. They really need to breathe here. They
リリアがウルト使わないで
Onic Esports, and I think
落ちたら
a few
ラッキーだ
situations
な、
to
結
actually
構。
take advantage of neutral objectives, if I'm correct here, Leo.
Yeah, it's exactly what Onic Esports did earlier to Cade's first Lord. So taking that fight underneath the turret was exactly what Cade needed to do. And right now we're back to square one, but Mike is in trouble.
マイキー
His immortality here, his team cannot bail him out of this situation, and that's going to be one of their biggest engage tools gone down
that's-
into the gutter.
A massive opening for Onic Esports, because it also means that the Phobies will not be as effective. The lack of Ruby means this ultimate is going to be much harder to execute.
Well, let's pray the King is going to be able to find multiple as the deadly catch comes on through. CW abusing the fact that with his deadly shoes, he initiates into that fight, trying to get an inhibitor somewhere across. Jian continues to punish that mid inhibitor
God,
once
Jian.
again, and yep, he finds it once again. Bennett, absolutely effective weapon at destroying these turrets from afar. They have taken all inhibitor turrets away from Cade, and now Cade will have
ロードなしで全部折れちゃったよ。
wave disadvantage.
In a snap, they are able to clear out all of the inhibitors for Cage, and this is off of just the kill onto Mikey, an immortality kill at that as well, which means that that's about 2,000 gold for Mikey that's thrown down the drain, especially now heading into 20 minutes where 80 seconds in, we're going to see the Lord. Onic Esports' wave will always press against Cage. It means that Onic Esports will have a better time controlling this Lord area should they feel the need to wait for that.
Thanks to the Demolition Man, aka the Last Kage, Drian with his Renner, taking down all the inhibitors. As Wolf mentioned, this is permanent damage to Cade's economy and wave management. There's so much that they have.
バラッツに全部のスキル入っちゃったら絶対に負けるかな。
And what does that mean for their whole strategy? Again, we've seen throughout this 20-minute bout that Cade wants
クリン
and needs
削る
to make
バラッツ削るならもうクリントでじわじわ削るしか
And now that they have to send one
なさそ
after the base every now and then to clear, it's going to be all the more difficult.
It's about that
う
timing.
でリリアはパキとかルビーが CC チェインでウィンターとウルト使わせる前に殺して
Bennett just yet, and I don't think he needs to at all. He's
と
got
かじゃ
more
な
than
い
enough
と
damage and more.
落とせなさ
He's
そ
got
う。
the extra item coming in from Keyboy, so he's going to be doing even more physical damage with Renner alone.
And that's percent-based damage, by the way. That's 10% on late game. That's why I think Florian is very strong in the late game. You have that healing. You saw that fight where Cage was able to deal the damage, but Onic Esports just stopped up, just plainly because of that ultimate from the Florian. And this is one of the few times where I completely agree with our man Dafel.
Yeah, it's oh boy. I mean, Florian is really in.
バラ使う落とすのは絶対にやめた方がいいかな。さすがにヒール吐かなくちゃいけなくなっちゃうから、他が動けちゃうよ。リリアが落ちたら美味しいけど結構。
The last bit of damage that you need over the Lilia and the Bane, because she doesn't need her kit. Her ult is a one-time, big-time thing, yes, but her basics, as we mentioned,
バラ食いそう。
hits like a truck.
Yeah. They really do, but you can see that Onic, they understand that if they sit on top of this load, they might be in a little bit of trouble, right? And yes, they have the deterrent sense, but if it's baited out too early, Cade has an opportunity to get on top of them so far, and that's where you see the juggling and fluctuation starts to happen. Oh wait, Deadly Catch actually
お
already
パッキーが
might be in some trouble as King is going to chase him around.
ああ、ハント使っちゃった。いや、これ、あれか。
Would have
サンズ
been
が
a
使ったん
perfect
か。
catch for Cage.
どっちも半
Now
島地
without
か。
deadly catch, are they feeling confident this time?
大丈夫削りすぎじゃな
I'm
い
not sure if this is the right decision for Cage.
I don't think so either, but you're already seeing Boots. He finds it again. The combo of the Daytona's welcome into Nibiru's passion.
おおおこれクリント入るんじゃないおおマジやばいリリアがおおマジやばいやばいやばいやばいえクリントニスキ側分けはお危ねえやばいやばいやばいやばいいや終わらんかでも上ロードかいやでもこれサードまでルビーとホビー決まってうわやばいえ終わりに工場してるえマジ嘘でしょうわマジかよやば嘘でしょうわマジかようわマジ嘘でしょガチでもう興奮してしもうてるやんやばいなこれもうマジでおいマジかようわナイスナイスだなすごいいやいやモバレ面白いですねこういうのがあるから本当やめらんないわこのゲームうわナイスだな GG すぎるわこれそうですねへこみますねこれはへこむしもうナイスゲームとしかでもオニックはまだ余裕があるんでまあいやでもこれブラジル側からしたら結構でかいんじゃないかなこれ結構自信ついたでしょMPL インドネシアと MPLI 優勝のチームをに勝ったからでかいんじゃない 負けたらどうなんだろう俺今回の、あれ見てないから。でも2チームは、上がれるんじゃないかな。ちょっと見よっか。
An amazing decision, amazing call.
It really is, and honestly, for everybody out there, it is time. We've prepared exclusive battle emotes for all 16 teams, including Cade, and each battle emote has its own voiceover, so get them now and support your favorite team. Oh my goodness, it's absolutely crazy, but don't also forget about Tumi, a luxury brand for you gamers out there. You want to travel anywhere, and especially for Cade, who spent 36 hours on a plane to get here for that performance. Nonetheless, thank you so much, Tumi.
I was gonna say it's gotta be the luggage. They came equipped.
They really
whatever
can.
they brought, it was effective. And they
あ、でも4チーム、あれだ。去年と同じっぽい。4チーム全員上がれるっちゃ上がれるっぽい。2チームが、2チームが、チャンスある。なんか敗者側のトーナメントと、敗者側の方は、あ、俺が端末で映せばいいんや。ちょっと止めるね。こうかな。こうなってる。だから、昨日はトルコが2位だったんかな。だから、そう。トルコが上にいて、3位と4位が下側におる。だから最後は下側の1位と上側の1位が当たるようになってんのかな。そうだけど下はめっちゃ戦わなくちゃいけないけど、下の、もうこの一番最初にいる人らは。だから、上で負けても下に落ちるから、下で勝てば戻ってこれる感じ。いや、やばいな、でも。さすがにそれはないんじゃないかな。みんな勝ちたいだろうから、常に。いやー、最後のロード戦、熱かったな。これ、ブラジルのファン増えたんじゃない？これ、オニック、うわ、マジか。絶対負けないと思っただろうな、みんな。トゥダックが勝ってたから、さすがにインドネシア負けんやろってなってたと思うけど。うわ、マジか。From the side of Cade. If ever the demonic force came in, even if he was dodging deadly catches, Tekash would come into Boots' belly, nom 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 nom, get thrown in. That's essentially what was happening in important team fights. What we'll be seeing in the highlights later. But we got a award, an MVP in this 23-minute bout, and we gotta give the nod over to our man Luis. Not いやだよな、ゼロですだもんな。 なんか一回だけ危なかったけど、エスタスがいたから、ガチで甘い限り、永遠に生きとった。
Someone take this hero away from him.
It's disgusting how well he played that, despite the overwhelming amount of pressure that Onic put on him.
こんな感じでしたね、確か。いやー、クリントの威力高かったな。
Try it. Okay. You tried it once, I did not notice it. Now you tried a second, man. You're pushing your luck too much.
He earned it. He earned the nickname. It's
oh
so iconic.
God, I can't believe it. This is amazing because we were talking about how it's difficult for Kane to overcome Onic and how Onic was able to get like their Beatrix in the middle for Trian, their Bane, everything is working in their favor. But that one, Cash, you know, they had a taste of their own poison from what they did to Onic Philippines.
Yep. But we're going to see in the highlights exactly how this happened. It was a back and forth. Early on, we see here, it was actually CW that gave Luis a hard time, but he never died.
洗礼なのちょっと強かったな。フォビウス、バラッツに食われてなかったから。
Onic Esports, we mentioned this earlier. They know how to get back into the driver's seat. They know how to control him. And look at this.
エスタスの回復でかいな。
slowly built his empire. He saved a penny here, maybe $1 there, and then just became the barefoot Clint that he was meant to be.
いや、これもうブラジル自信ついたんじゃない。
They were winning these team fights, but this is right here, the turning point, the pivotal moment when the whole Brazilian population that loves and plays MLBB shouted.
いや、待って、ここもう一回見たいわ。
Here at 17 minutes, we could still say that it was mostly Onic. Look at that. They were winning these team fights, but this is right here.
ルビーが捕まえて。
The pivotal moment when the whole Brazilian population that loves and plays MLBB.
これ、ロード取ったの、マジででかい。
Cade taken down Onic Esports. It's gonna happen here, and it call came out because of that one.
でも、一回だけ、ローになったんだっけ。あ、ローになってからか。いやー、プロテクト MM だったな。もうやばいな。いや、ちょっと熱いな。あの集団戦もう一回見たいんやけど。顔がめちゃくちゃ嬉しそうだもん、こんなん。これやね。もうちょい先か。ここでバラッツがルビー食われて、ここで一回削れるんよね。これガチで危ない。これルビーどこにいんの？あ、そこか。ああ、ちゃんと入ってったんだルビー。オビエスと一緒に。うわー。
The base is wide open, but Ruby is going back to go and get a Keyboy and as well as CW finally get back. But this Luminous Lord is huge, so big for Cade.
Let me just say, this is Cade getting so much out of this trade. Takashi, worth it to take down 3 plus the Lord. Yes, a little bit of a mini heart attack there with Mike having to go home and defend. But let's look at that fight one more time. We could have sworn that it was going to be Onic, especially after Boots got that Daytona's welcome. But here we see, we thought Luis was late, but no, Luis was just on time to be able to rain down the damage on a majority. 3, 4 members now down from Onic.
Oh my goodness, somebody's died.
うわ、やばいな。いや、これクリントなら絶対最後の集団戦どう見ても。おかしいってあの火力。いや、そうよな、クリントン強いよな、これ、やっぱ。うわ、もう顔、この勝った時の。もうニコニコ。1戦目トゥナックの時、もうミケにしわ寄ってたのに。やばい、なんか見てる俺も嬉しくなるわ、こんな笑顔やったら。クリント落ちそうだったんだけどね、一回。最後の集団戦。ギリ落ちんかった。もう1チームもクリント使ってたんだっけ。あ、もうサンズの顔。ああ。いやー。
They lost to Kishi so early on into that fight. They got a literal perfect combination of a deadly catch with the collision stun coming in from the Daytona's welcome and the full length of Nibiru.
エスタスかクリントバーンされそう。いや、もうめちゃくちゃ嬉しそう。
Okay, so the main difference from the previous fight is that Estes was taken down first, but in this case, in the last fight, Estes was able to just heal them all up. And the big thing is that...
でも次熱い。ちょっと待って。俺、カニのお電話しないといけない。よいしょ。冷凍庫にカニいました。ハロー。いやー、お肉 ID、負けた。BO1 です。グループステージは全部 BO1 になってて、多分プレイオフは 3なんじゃないかな。わかんないけど。冷凍庫にしっかりといました。N4、セカンドチャンピオン。水曜日だよね。カニ鍋になるんかな。味噌汁になるんじゃない？カニの足くだって。謝罪。こんばんは。冷凍庫にいました、カニ。いました、カニが。だからさ、ヤマトのさ、人にさ、電話したんよ。ありましたって。あ、すいません。冷凍庫にカニいましたって。ちょっと嬉しくてカニいましたって言っちゃった。荷物じゃなくてカニがいましたって。何頼んだかバレたわ。M3 は本当に面白いです。Yes。面白いです。いや、この試合も熱いで。いや、やばいな、でも、この試合は。ちょっと変わったぞ、これ。ちょっと、M3 の環境操作したんじゃない？クリーンとかエスタスで。お肉次勝ちたいですね。テダックかな？お肉フィリピン、女の人いんの？めちゃくちゃ暑かったですね。Why 10 second is not on M3? I don't know. Why? おかま ?No. リアルガール。ほら、もうレッツゴーってもう言い方よ。これ、もう完全に。レッツゴーほらもう。っていう方よ。そう、今のがオーマイビーナス。これ。もう、仕草だよ。あんまそう。強そう。めちゃくちゃ強そう、真ん中の人。いや、わからんくなったぞ、これ、1位通過。ワンチャンブラジルが1位だったらすごいよ。いや、熱いな、デイ2。
It has been an astounding day today, but we would not like to forget that all of this is presented to you by TikTok Live, supported by the Singaporean Tourism Board, and powered by Munson to create this one epic event here, and so far the group of death has not disappointed here today. My name is Thankyou. With me is going to be Leo and
Yesterday also 面白いです。First time finding gameplay from PDL. Yeah. I see. Shina, do you read manga? If yes, which one is better one? これはどっちの漫画の方が面白いですかってこと？これはそうだよね。どっちの方がいいですかって言ってんだよね。ノーリード漫画。多分、maybe One Piece better. I think. Maybe. One Piece.
But number 2, at least for about 5 or 6 more minutes, Toda is the best team in Group B.
ゴムゴムのゴムゴムのしかわからん。いや、モバゼン。いや、俺も見たいわ、モバゼンのがっちり構える姿。なんかモバゼン、なんかもう一人がっちり構える人いた気がするんよね。モバゼン、未成年に見えんよ、あれ。ほんまに。
brackets. Guys, I don't know about you, but I think this is an absolutely perfect time to bring up the fact that Leo's from Malaysia, Leo's from the Philippines. What are your
One Piece and Naruto. Good manga.
And honestly, what are they going to be? As much as we do, we love doing it here, especially with the M3 guest coins, and you can do exactly that during the M3 guest. Now, make your predictions today to level up your M3 pass, most importantly, and unlock a whole lot of wonderful goodies. Maybe if you do it well enough, you might even get the Prime Roger skin here. Prediction!
We're halfway through the day, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people are
明日よ BTK は。いやもうこれ熱いよ。いやブラックリストにどこか勝ってくれてたらな。I want to see new meta to jungler in M3. Yeah, me too.
I'm so happy. In fact, let's look at the standings between the groups. And again, I would be so disappointed if
皆さん英語よりタガログ語の方ができるんじゃない？いや俺タガログ語暴言くらいしか言えんもん。そんなね喋れないんよね。なんか向こうにおった時はなんか向こうにおると向こうの言葉がなんかできるんよ。けど日本語を少し忘れてこっち戻ってくるとタガログ語は覚えてて日本語がわからんくなる。だから最初会話がね難しかった。ちょっとだけ。だからどっちもちょっとね中途半端なんだよね。いや体裁はどっちも喋れるんよ忘れずに。俺は忘れ。韓国2ジャングルやってますね。Who do you think will in this M3? これはI think Onic Indonesia win. Onic Indonesia ID. Yes. I'm Onic ID fan.
franked by OCBC Bank as our official payment partner. Not to mention Singtel, our official network partner, MeWatch, our official
But
partners.
I
Esports, and our
support
social network
all
partner,
team.
Facebook Gaming. Thank you so much for making this event because this has been an absolute shocker so far here in Group
I have a
E.
question for you, Gideon.
投票してないです。なんかできな、忘れてたするのを。だから優勝予想チームがない。ゼロなんですよね。
That's true, and my response to that, I'm a Libra, so I like sitting on the fence, so this is the perfect situation for me. I've never felt so at home in my life.
Yeah, Gideon likes to be in the middle, let me tell you.
Yep.
He likes to be between two guys, but anyways,
Okay, wait, hold on there.
we have to talk about the game.
オニックフィリピン対
Right, because right now, we're going to look at
そうだ
our Philippines going up against Toda, where both of these teams, they're very flashy. They like the assassin plays. In fact,
Hello.
very end
Hello.
of using the Lancelot earlier, it's definitely one of those things that we do have to see because they like fast-paced game. In fact, the reason why Onic Philippines lost again
いやもうカニは、
game into the late game and Onic in the
いやオニックインドネシアは優勝してほしいけど、熱い試合も見たいから、さっきの試合は、なんだろう、悔しいけど負けたから、悔しいけど、まあ、熱かったから、OK。見てる側からしたらもう、熱いあれは。
You had to say it. You had to say it.
Oh, I welcome it. Bring it on.
You manifest it.
He's that guy.
Okay.
I'm that guy that likes to see the world burn.
カニカニ。
And I like to burn my
いやもうカニもいるし、熱い試合が見れたし、もう最高よ。来週まで、19日までだから、1週間とちょっと食えないやん。You want to see Onyx and playing イスンシン。Oh, yes, yes. I want to see.
I gotta say, between Hatred, who is more of a follower, and Moon, who is more of a leader, I just gotta say,
イスンシン。
my heart is torn.
Honestly, that's one of those boom, bang, bada bing moments because honestly, I thought you were gonna go for a low blow there.
優勝するまでこれ今回優勝しなかったら一生食えんやん俺。やだよ。
Honestly, Leo, would you like to do the honors?
Oh, by all means, I just mentioned this young man, Hatred. Dilarsky from the XP lane, Marky playing the gold, Kyrie and Baloyski. This is a foreign lineup from those who are fans of them from the MPLI, from MPL Philippines Season 8. It's because they benched BMO for this lineup, and it's because just how the meta has evolved. And Baloyski's no stranger to the roaming role, and he's currently their leader. He's their shot caller here, and I do believe he can lead from the front.
Absolutely. Honestly, I'm a big fan of Boboloyski as well as Bimo. It hurts to not be able to see him kind of play on the world stage just yet. But hey, maybe that's something that they're, setting up for. Maybe it's just one of those things where the going gets tough.
英語うますぎです。うますぎます。それ本当に思ってるんか？全然できません。
It's looking very rocky, but right now let's introduce the team. Moon, Momo, Formace, Chikugai, and Yums. Over here, I have to give the highest of respect towards Momo and Yums. They've really stepped up for Team Toda because one of the bane existence in Toda is that they do not have a very strong front line. But right now, Yums as well as Momo playing almost a flawless game. And Formace, as we saw, he's a comeback player. He plays towards the objectives, but he also doesn't care about his own HP. If he can go to the backline, if he can go to the troublemaker and kill that person, that will really change the game. But Moon, unfortunately, I love the guy to death, but we have to look at facts. He missed a lot of his yin yang overturns.
いやー今のでみんな緊張
So coming into this game against
走ったんじゃないん。
not want to see those kind of mistakes.
Okay, I'd hate to just continue this role on Moon, but yes, he tried to face check earlier, like two dudes, and then he paid the ultimate price.
Yeah.
But just the same,
M3 に出る人たちってどうやって決めているんですか？各国で予選が行われて、インドネシアとかフィリピンだと MPL があるんで、MPL の1位と2位の人がいけて、ないところは 予選開いて、公式大会、公式が予選開いて、1位のチームが来てる感じかな。いやー、なんか違うな。この人もがっしり持っとるけど、ノバテンはもうちょっとね、握るような感じで持っとる。そうですね、予選がちゃんとあって、全部予選してきてます。てかあれが欲しいかも、今。首にさ、首につけるやつ。補助みたいなやつ。あれが欲しい。背中はさ、ちょっといい椅子使ってるから、なんとか平気なんだけど、首がちょっと剣止め。よいしょ。
I'm guessing once they get that fixed, the mechanics, the macro, the decision making, led by this man on screen right now, Alan Jedrick Baloyski, he's gonna get it all settled. He's gonna lead from the front, clean up house, and I think that's how they're gonna take this game.
I'm not gonna lie, Onic PH going fast. It kind of feels a little bit on brand here, but sell me Todak here. I mean, I've obviously had a little bit, so maybe I'm a little bit biased towards it, but
of
maybe
course
there's a bit more because he put. I mean, Leo put.
俺は普段スマホですね。iPhone XR でやってます。今年買ったばっかだからゲーム用の方はまだ全然持つかな。余裕があれば12か13買いたい。
He respects, but he doesn't over-respect. This is the guy that you want on your team when you want plays to happen. Speaking of making plays, for me, over here, it doesn't matter.
でもそろそろな、メインの方も変えたいかも。メインの方も 10R なんだけどさ、多分3年目？いや、5月になったら3年経つんかな。だからそろそろ変えたいなって気はする。13プロ。そんなお金ないですよ。14買います、14。嘘です。やべか12だっけ？ 12 の紫とかめっちゃ好きなんだよね。めっちゃ紫欲しかった。
It's a hard sell. It's undeniable logic.
It's undeniable for the next 2 minutes or so.
We literally just saw it. But yeah, as true as that is, Momo versus Dilarsky, I gotta say, both of these players, the world stage, not a stranger to them. Like they call this home. Dilarsky was built in the amateur scene, developed throughout, and he's one of the greatest in Southeast Asia right now. He's behind Boots, behind a lot of them other, but I don't say behind Momo. I think he's above and beyond. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Am I the only person on this table that actually believes that Dilarsky is better than Momo?
No, he's not.
So slightly.
He's not behind. He's not behind Momo. He is ahead.
Okay.
The way that Momo plays is based on my studies of Todak. He's an anchor. If people are gonna go crazy, he's the one who's like, all right, let's rein it in, fellas. Moon, no, don't face check, dude, don't. Momo's the one who's like keeping his head straight on.
You know what?
But Dilarsky, the way Dilarsky plays is he's the kind of crazy, but just the same, he's crazy just 1 out of 10 times. 9 out of 10, you expect him to do good XP lane things, and then that one time you're like, did not expect him to be there. We lost. That's it. It's over.
Ooh, that one really sells. I'm not gonna lie now, that is a good argument here, and he's got the backing for it. I do believe that Momo has grown so much. I've seen him play in the support role initially, not do so well, go in towards the EXP side, hold his own as tanks, and all of a sudden he has become a phenomenal, if not a world-class level player in the EXP lane. But Delarski, that 1 out of 10 times really changes my heart. But let's bump up the stakes. Delarski versus Formaze.
Yeah, Formaze is just one of those players.
わあ、13 使っとる。今回の大会13なんだ。これ 13？ わからん。カメラ3個ついてんのって、いくつから？俺カメラ1個しかない。私ホームボタン欲しくて SE の。すごいですね。もうボタンがないスマホで慣れちゃった。こういう大会って使用端末のして、向こうが使用端末のあれ出してくれます。去年は 10R だった。M1 と M2 10R。M3 はこれ何？ 11？ 12？ 13？ わかんないけど。これ13プロなんか。わからんけど。
Sell Yums and Momo. It seems to be.
Toda, if you need a salesman, I'm here.
I mean, they've got it. They've got their marketing brand manager at the table.
Just raising the stock of these under the radar players, and I appreciate it. But just the same, based on my studies, again, I've been keeping eyes on MPLMY, bro.
I know and you have.
The ceiling of Todak is a calculated blacklist-like team that is just tunnel vision on certain heroes. I think LaFell mentioned this to me earlier, and it made sense. On a good day, Todak just targets
普段 iPad でしてないのかな。みんな iPhone のイメージがある。大会が基本 iPhone だから、みんな iPhone だと思う。めっちゃ昔とかは、プロの人も iPad いたけど、端末の指定なく、今はみんな iPhone でやってるイメージ。ストリーマーとかは iPad いるけど、プロは iPad 見ないな。こんばんは、こんばんは。また、朝日全部消えてく。さっきフォーメーズのランスと、カイリーのハヤブサと、消えるね。アサシンが消えるね、オニックフィリピンの。いやでも嬉しいよな、こんな感じで全部消えてくの。マッチ。Brody is still there. Estes has not been banned. Are we going to see another Estes in the game today?
Personally, knowing Onic Philippines, they're not an Estes lineup. You want to put Estes on Baloyski, you're wasting a lot of his mechanical skill. A lot of his shot calling from the front. You want to put it on Hatred? This kid is a damage dealer. This kid just wants to fight. So I don't think we pick that up. Instead, we get the Indian Esmeralda.
いや、多分、ハヤブサドリーンは、そうだと思うけど、さっき、オニックフィリピンがアモン使ってたからアモン消してきたのはあると思う。
Boom, you've already got it in the mid lane. And more importantly so, denying Momo off of one of his bigger comfort picks is going to be extremely important, and it's going to force Todak to dig deeper in towards their pool. There's still Ruby, of course, and there's still plenty of other heroes, but now we are seeing the Brody being locked in from Todak.
Brody.
Yeah, Brody is definitely a good pick right now because they need someone to go to the backline to deal with the Nathan, but first they have to think about the Esmeralda. The Esmeralda will use the Falling Star Moon onto them themselves. And right now, this Luna picks from
ミドセームかな
I feel like it's good, but looking at the draft right now, this is a pet peeve for me personally, right? What I want to see from Team Toda, now that they have a Lunox, now that they have a Matilda, if the Lunox want to stay in the mid lane, just want to farm up, totally fine. I want to see the Matilda actually going to the side lanes and help push either lane's advantage over here. Because the thing that I don't want to see from Team Toda is making the draft super complicated that they end up playing in the hands of Onic Philippines.
So overcomplicating situation, is that what we're trying to get at here?
It is something that Toda has been known to do.
Yeah, they're the ones who did gold lane Rafaela.
That's
So
true.
how crazy would side lane Matilda be? But I'm guessing against a team like Onic,
めちゃくちゃ若そう。
they want to rein it in. If I may say, Beatrix on Onic Philippines, that's safe.
17とかじゃない？違うんかな？いくつなんだろ
This is a majority of their damage
う？
already.
めっちゃ若そ
I mean, I suppose when I'm looking at the Onyx side as well, they got the Beatrix as well as the Ton. That's like way more damage than I was expecting within the first phase alone.
And this is kind of telegraphing the fact that Onic might be answering to Toda.
Yeah, and just to clarify what I mean by the Matilda is that the Matilda will be playing the roam position.
Yes.
Yes, he will be playing the roam, but what I want to see is not staying there, not staying in the mid, but actually going to the gold lane, going to the EXP.
Babysitting.
Yes, I don't want it to be a situation where he babysits the Lunox. I want the Matilda to babysit either the Brody or whoever the EXP lane is. I'm not saying that the Matilda is going to be a side laner. I'm saying from being in the mid, let Lunox do it. Lunox things to go to the side lane. That's what I mean.
I love how every single time we talk about Todak, it's just like, are you sure it's not going to be a side laner? That's always the topic of conversation, which I find
う。お
hilarious
ー、アウ
every
ラド。
single time. But now, Onic PH, they're going to be making sure that Aldous isn't going to be touched. Karina already been taken.
クリントとニュートってタイマンどっちが強いんですか？ローム、ガンクなしの、味方のよりなしの1対1だったら、PS じゃないかな。どっちがスキル当てるかな気がするけど。モバって何歳からおっさんなんだろう。いくつなんだろう。20超えたらいやでも10代はマジで強いよ。若いの。ほんまに強い。ラファー。
In my opinion, a very annoying comp, especially trying to end the game. So right now, Toda, they need a clear initiation style as well as a way to really finish off those team fights.
Bet, Boxia, Lancelot. That's what I'm thinking of right now.
And so basically explain jungle.
Thoughts, Leo?
I'm with you.
against it.
I actually like that it's so perfectly settled into those two heroes because you want the Baxia against the Rafaela, and then you want the Lancelot on 4 maze to be able to dive the Bea and the Nathan.
And the Boxia deals pretty well against the Esmeralda as well, you know? It's just, it's chain upon chain upon chain here. And instead, no, we are seeing the glue.
グルー。
Final pick from Todak to finish off the
こんに
lineup.
ちは。こんばんは。おお、マジで？
Alucard on the world
う
stage.
わ、出してきたな、わかんないキャラ。怖いな、これ。
Go, 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 Brady. Go, 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 go.
Is digesting his thoughts. I was just gonna
ちょっ
say
とこういうの怖いって。
the assignment. Todak was like, okay, so it's like that. All right, so let us pick heroes that nobody would have expected. I get the glue though. I must say, the logic behind the glue is solid. You want to make the lives of the Nain and the Beatrix hell, and even force Baloyski to play around that boundary that I'm guessing Momo will be putting up. It has to be an XP lane glue here.
Right now, Gideon, I just hope that Alucard just becomes a Malaysia thing, because Fredo starts off and then Orange, and then right now Team Toda bringing in the Alucard in the world stage. We keep saying Toda always brings in the
マファセス。
Oh,
グルー。グルー潰しのマファセス来たな。
Malaysia's crazy Philippines. They're looking down, they're like, bring it, bring crazy over.
The word for crazy in Tagalog or Filipino is baliw. This is baliw
for
draft.
us, this is Gilu.
Gila.
Right now, their pyramids just counted the glue, so I don't know how to feel about this, Gideon.
Me neither. It is.
Yeah.
It's just it work. This is one of the very few situations where the stars have aligned for crazy to be real, and I love it. I love it, and I can't wait to get this game started. It's gonna be
From Hero Pick Quiz Best Draft Pick Hero ダークは Onic。 これどっちが強いやろ。あー、I love Onic PH.
Going up against Momo in the XP lane. If you thought the shuffling was done, well, not quite so, says the Malaysians and the Filipinos. Dilarski moved over to the gold lane.
Oh, interesting.
It's a switch up.
Formaze is actually
EXP マファか。
Brody, and Chico is going to be in the jungle with the Alucard. Kind of interesting. Thought it'd be the other way around, but let's see as H.
うわー、これマジきつそう。
Out a very early flicker here. Moon can only do so much. Naturally, the early stages of the game, it's going to be Onic.
いやでもアルカード痛いだろうな、これ最初。
I can already feel how some fans might be struggling to keep up, but yes, Gideon has already laid it down. There's a few layers of shuffling on the side of Todak, but for Onic PH, it's really just that. It's just Dilarski and Marky switching up their initial lane, and we saw in the game prior that it kind of works. Maybe in the first 5 minutes, 6 minutes before the third turtle, before things turn into, you know, active team fights left and right, you kind of want to buy time for your gold lane and your XP lane. So now, yeah, Dilarski, he's going to have to face the music here. It's a tough laning matchup against Formaze. He's basically losing this 70-30.
Absolutely, but you know, at least when Kyrie is pathing his way up towards that top side of the map, making sure that, you know, if anything were to happen, they don't want the outer forces to make a difference. They trust that Dilarski has the you know, the experience to hold against his own, even in a losing matchup, and especially when it's Brody versus Esmeralda, it's really not a lot of fun.
Oh. Looking at the bottom lane and the top lane right now, there's a mirror happening, and Yums going to be seeing Dilarski over there, Baloyski dispersing. Gonna try to put some pressure on Moon.
Yep, hopefully it's gonna be enough as Moon now in a lot of trouble, gets pulled by the guy.
お、アルカードが
to allow Chico to jump onto
お、
the side
決め、
of the
おー
Yes, he finds
半島のダメージが。
First blood by Razor, and now attacking Baloyski, the super position coming in from Kyrie, gonna be more than enough to push him away.
Is it just me or the stacks on the Alucard passive look kind of like Todak's logo?
最初は
Right? That's a very
フダッケが
good
取ったと。
point. That is true and accurate. The turtle slaying here by the Singaporean tourism board as the mid lane gets absolutely demolished. That wave didn't even stand a chance against Hatred's power, but now Formaze actually losing his matchup a level down.
危な。
A level up on this Esmeralda.
体力ないやんか、それも。
Continue to push their advantage up towards the top side of the map.
We just left that matchup for what, a minute, maybe less? And Dilarski has bullied Formaze away. I'm guessing that's just because Dilarski needed to get those hits in with the Avarice. And yeah, I said 70-30. Maybe I was being very generous. Maybe I was a little more optimistic for the Brody. But right now, fight breaking out.
Yep, Yums now taking the full damage. Circling Eagle is going to get pushing in into Dilarski and straight into the raw damage. But Yums manages to survive all of it with the help of Formaze. I mean, this is an interesting dive coming in from Onic PH. I'm surprised they weren't able to get it, but well played to Yums for surviving.
Yums getting away might have been the last straw for Onic PH. For what, 2 or 3 team fights back and back, Onic couldn't finish the job. Onic just put in the right amount of damage to make him go back, but not kill anyone. And that being said, 500 gold ahead, Todak is... I'm feeling that Chico guys might actually start invading here. He might, with the help of Momo, and even look, they're about to collapse. They're sandwiching the trio from Onic Philippines in mid.
They're trying to bait something out here, and Chico realizes that as long as their supports open up the map, it's going to be a little difficult here. But Circling Eagle going to get on top of Baloyski
No.
here. Kyrie having a fun time. He doesn't mind. He's just
おお、いった。
finds Nabiru's passion. He flips
あー、まあまあまあ
Chico
まあ。
guys takes him out, but just a little
1-2 交換だけど、アルカードがやばい。
on out of there. Alucard unable to get the second part of his ult out.
2 for 1, I'd say that's worth it, especially given that Onic PH, when it comes to
めっちゃ痛いやん。
falling behind. And this is why I'm talking about when I say Dilarski is such a great XP laner. Now technically a gold laner, he's so good at these isolation plays. He's keeping a Brody at bay. He's keeping a Brody at bay, and with even Yums threatening the circling eagle, Dilarski's like, okay, make my day. Come on, I have a flicker. You might even regret it.
Yep, throw something at me. And Yums, he's got to play this very, very carefully because every single time he uses... Wait, hold on. Dilarski now respecting Moon, but unfortunately, Turtle is going to be taken away by
Nice hunt.
here. So the rest of the team pulls on back. Shiku is going to have to continue and get some kind of snowball somewhere. He's got a little bit of...
お、これ見通してくるんじゃない？ まあまあ、漏れたなら。まだマファそんな火力出るあれではないんか。うわ、これ下。大丈夫か。
Now Baloyski facing off against Chiku Guy. Gotta say, love the mechanics on Chiku Guy early on. He used the tail end of the ult and Momo goes down. So does the turret. He's gonna try to look for a small camp as well. Try to bait out a face check from Kairi.
Yeah, but you can see Kairi.
待ってますね。あ出されてる。ニュート強。
Still having a pretty fun time with Formes on that top side, completely isolating him from the situation because now he's way too tanky and even dropping the falling star moon. He's winning out this trade very heavily, but Formes, he trades back as quickly as he can. He gets to regenerate as the rest of Todak as well as Onic continue to path towards top side.
Yums has just been visiting here. He's everywhere, just the same as Dilarski is, but now Kairi and Hatred coming up. Oh, it's 4 men!
Well, they want it, but I don't think it's not gonna happen. Wait, Baloyski actually flickering forward to try and pick it up. Formes flickering out, dies straight away to the immense burst damage of Nibiru's passion with the help of Kairi at the same time. This is top tier 1.
Onic Philippines is putting up a mobile fusillade. It's essentially just a walking phalanx, and it's Baloyski who sets it up like a spear. He uses that holy baptism, stunning 1, maybe 2, resulting in this kill squad of 4. Right now down bottom, there's another 2v2. It's a tag team match.
Yep, they're going to find Farmus straight away. Chiku doesn't really want to continue this fight. Farmus has already dropped his ult, and the other spells being wasted. It really doesn't matter, but you can see that Onic is having a great time. They even get another turtle for themselves.
ビア強い。ビア強いね。
There's a good amount of uncanny valley coming in, but here we go again. The fusillade assault.
あ、ラバーのウルトか。いやー、痛いな。
It's going to be Baloyski with that surprise holy baptism, putting it in for Onic PH one more time, 3-6. I was about to say, I'm liking how the lane swap has gone for Onic Philippines, because look, now Dilarski can go down, and it's a much safer lane. Todak is forced to keep Formes safe. He just did not have a great early game.
Yeah, I mean, Formes, despite being a level up on, honestly, on Dilarski for the largest, a good amount of time. I'm surprised that it has turned out this way for Onic. I thought, at the very least, not Esmeralda, but, you know, maybe the Beatrix as well, as just Kairi will start controlling this game. And yes, it did, but not in the way that I thought. But so far, it's not looking good here for Todak as they desperately try to hold on towards their tier 1, managing to get the fissures down to clear up that way. Baloyski will take the damage, but honestly for me, I think Baloyski is making a significant difference here.
Yeah, he earlier on was trying to help Onic confirm kills, and I guess this is more of a lethal Rafaela. It's less the Rafaela that just tries to save you this whole time. That's why I think Todak was ahead in kills, is because it's Onic who was also on the assault. It's also Onic who understood that they might have to be the beatdown. Now my next question is, where's Marky gonna go with this Faramis? He's always just been going one-on-one against Momo, and so far, they've just always been playing an isolated matchup.
Yeah, I think it's about scaling, possibly? What do you think, LaFell?
Okay, so here's the problem with Team Toda. They should have gotten more kills earlier in the game because we can see that the damage from Chiku is very strong. Alucard is a very strong early game hero, but right now engaged on to Team Toda.
Formes, he gets hit by the Holy Baptism, but luckily takes a guiding win. This means that mid-tier 1 is going down. You force the flicker on out of there. Onic PH continue to exert pressure and control over the map.
Yeah, and just as I was saying, Team Toda, they do have scaling heroes. They do have the Brody as well as the Lunox, but they really should respect the Beatrix as well as the Nathan. They skill even better. So if they had a better engaged hero, maybe swap something out of the Matilda, like something like a Cho or something, but Right now, Marquis is getting attacked.
Yep, they just have to farm him as much as they can because
ウルトはないと。
weak link because he is directly designed for team fights and to counter glue.
これマファセスがあんまり
Yep, and I'm looking at
まだ
Chico Guy.
結構渋いな。
Understood
あ、
what
守りは強そう
I
だけ
agree
ど。
with Lafelle. They should have made more of that opening. They should have made more of the fact that Chico Guy can bait out these team fights wherein Onic thought that
アルカードすごいとこにいるんやけど。
obviously that's not the case. Look at this. Chico Guy is out of position. He's so deep in that they couldn't even contest for Lord.
Yeah, I think at this point of time, you have to understand that Chico... Wait, hold on. He's going straight onto Marky once again. Is he going to secure the kill? Yes, he does. And he's going to get out with the help of Yum's guiding winds. But down on towards the mid side, towards that tribe rush, we're seeing that Marky is getting held hostage here as Moon wants to get
お
out.
ー、い
Brilliance
ってマファ。
popped in there, just going to run him down. Beloyski doesn't want to continue any further. Calls the team to pull back, focus on what's important. We got Lord, we don't have to force the situation.
Because of that whole pull by Todak deeper into their jungle, a turret was taken down up top. I think that's a small requiem, a small recluse for Todak. Like, that's a lane push for free. Another one down bottom too, but yeah, this is a huge push by Onic up top.
Yep, they have to try their best here. I don't think they're going to force. Here comes the falling Star Moon coming in from Blarsky. Momo tries to get in the middle. Nibiru's passion has been baited out and split. You can see even the tiny little bit of glue is not enough. Delarsky, whoa, that's a lot of damage coming in from both Chiku guys as well as Moon. We're seeing the scaling starting to come into effect here for Todak.
I'm slightly frustrated with Momo. I think he should be diving Nathan and Beatrix, but he just couldn't find it. I don't blame him. It's just the way Onyx PH is playing. Beloysi's not giving him a chance, and again, Chico Guy is isolating Marky, finding him the weak link. But just the same, I think he's still playing his role.
Yeah, I mean, that's the idea. Keep him...
Ooh.
Whoa, that damn Moon nearly exploding under the damage. Coming in from a far miss. I wasn't ready for that one. That kind of, that shook me to my core. It's not going to be easy as Vlarsky and Beloyski. Oh, they find it. 2 ults already being used, Flying Star Moon as well as the Holy Baptism. But this is Yums we're talking about. He's building full tank. He can eat it now.
Yeah, right now what we can see that Team Toda is doing, they're actually separating their own team, trying to play the side lanes, trying to slow down the game a little bit more because they want to take something from the Onic ID way of beating Onic Philippines. Wait it out. They will eventually make a mistake around Lord and try to capitalize on that.
Oh, that's what we're talking about. Beloyski now getting attacked, falling in straight into Nibiru's passion, but no important members getting caught in the fire against it. Hatred. I mean, he's doing a really good job.
今のところマファじゃなくていい感はある、結構。
So far, what do you think, Leo? Can Onic PH, what they should be looking for as Chiku now can't seem to get out of this situation. He's so deep into enemy lines and a great super position coming in from Kyrie to ensure that Chiku is going to be slain.
That's one way of doing it. Chico guys got away with the whole, okay, I'll bait you out, surprise my old son. That's why he's gone 5-0 and X so far. But this one time that Onic just collapsed onto him, he got punished. And that's a lot of gold, honestly. You shut down someone with 5 kills straight, that's a lot of gold. So that's explaining this 5k gold lead still by Onic despite going 7-7. And Delarcy's gonna catch the Circling Eagle.
Circling Eagles already used. The same goes for the Darkening coming in. Split fast. Coming in from Momo. They realized that after the position from Delarsky flickering out of that was done, they couldn't get back on top of him.
Onic PH, the name of the game for them right now is lane management. They just need to keep this in check. And just like the way that
まだわからん。
drafted
ただやっぱお金は
Onic,
勝っちゃってるな。
now they have much better coverage. I like
オ
how
ニックが
how
5000も
Onic
勝っとる。
defeated Onic PH earlier. That's
6000
what they did, but
5000
now I
か。
think it's on Onic PH's side actually. There's
い
two
や、
marksmen there.
なんか一気に差ついてるまた。
And it's so much easier to force out these long
Oh.
lines, especially with Rafaela.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the positions that they're playing from. Mid is getting pushed out. We have Formace down on bot side clearing up those waves. We're seeing that, Todak, they cannot look to always hard face check this because there's such pressure coming in from Onic PH's side. They want to play for this Luminous Lord, and I think it's going to be a make it or break it for either one of these teams. 39. Oh, Holy Baptism on towards Yum's side.
ラファとビアのミード強いな。
Opportunity for Todak, but no, they're going to completely give up this Luminous Lord.
That was honestly faster than I expected. Did not notice that Onic PH was clearly present in bottom lane. That two-man
ラファのウルトに合わせてビアの SMG のウルトがめっちゃ入ってる。
and then poof, right from underneath their noses, Luminous Lord.
Yeah, it's still pretty shocking here, but LaFell, now that before Lord gets anywhere close towards Stonex space, what can they do to turn this around?
Right now, Moon has to step up. He can clear the lane very, very well. Same with 4 minutes on his Brody. Right now, we're at 14 minutes. This is their time to shine, but we do have to see how Momo or Yums will try to set things up. I want to see more from Moon and more from Fomaze, and actually, Chiku just waiting just to get at least the Beatrix, and then they should be able to defend this.
Bennett's Rage already being used as they're looking to try and open up another inhibitor here. They clear up the waves relatively nicely. They still have bottom
上折れてんのか。
pushing in, but it's one lane, not
いやでもここのマファ痛いだろうな。ちょっと雑に入ってきそ
fast. They're not getting too much so far, and TQS being purchased by Kyrie is now
う。
looking
お、
to try
ラファがフラッシュウルト外れて、
not connect Marky. Maybe in a little bit of trouble. He goes
マファ殺したけどマファがウルトあって、
trying to get towards that backline, gets on top of Delarski.
あーグルーは解けん。
Hops on towards the wrong targets here.
お、
He cannot kill
ニュートが死んでる。やばい、アルカードが
cannot get deep
あ、
enough
止まった。
away, giving up
いや、ビアが痛い。
Onic PH
ビアが痛すぎる。
towards the base. Momo has to do his best.
グルーウルトになるけど。
Split quickly at the last second, gets onto Delarski, pushes him out, and now Moon
あ
the targeting.
セーブが。
Ow, the rest hatred is down. Beloyski walks away, but
うお、セーブ死んだ。
does not care.
あ、マファ戻ってくんの早っ。
Enemies knowing that they cannot deal with how tanky he absolutely is as Momo trying his best.
ミニオン入ってるよ。
With anything, Yums will be able to
おー、終わりそう。
This should be it here, and they know it. Yums can only do his very best, and Onic PH will
終わりますね、これは。
couple of seconds. GG, well played to the Philippines. Onic PH.
また、
Well played. Onic should. With anything, Yums will be able to come back up, but he cannot clear that wave. This should be it here, and they know it. Yums can only do his very best, and Onic PH will savor these last couple of seconds.
Force this either on the defense or the offense. Could have paid off.
マファおもろいな。
Onic Philippines were all the more aware of what cards they were able to play and how much of a threat they were in that situation, which led to their victory.
Right now, I would say, unfortunately, Toda felt the wrath of the revenge from Onic Philippines. By right, they should have won against Onic Indonesia. And right now, Toda was the one on the receiving end to say, like, the world is not fair, and you will feel its unfairness.
I mean, truth be told here, the way that I feel, the circle of life,
The circle of Group B.
yeah, the circle of Group B, it's
A three-way tie.
it's a strange game of rock paper scissors, man.
Four-way tie? Oh my god.
It is, right? Everyone's bled.
Everyone has bled indeed, but honestly, in this particular game, you gotta give it up to the support here, Beloyski. My God, he made such a difference with those holy baptisms.
Yeah, and speaking of that, after this, there's a few points in the highlights that I do want to point out where Team Toda, they have made some mistakes where it was very uncharacteristic. But as I said, before we started the game, Moon has to step up because in this Lunox game, he did not look that well as well. He does not look clean. This is not the Moon that we know of to be the king of mages.
Yeah, no, I didn't feel the Lunox either. I have to agree with you. As much as we talked up Moon here, it's just that the Lunox did not do enough. It felt, honestly,
ビアトリックス OP Yes OP
in the Matilda, right? But as LaFell requested,
またお笑い担当
Yums actually did visit the site
トダック
quite
は
often.
下のトーナメン
That
トですか
left
ね
Moon just wondering, what do I do with all these EX?
あー今に
In mid,
あ
he didn't do much with it. That
今どうなってるんだ
Supposed to be the one to kill the Esmeralda. He tried. Don't get me wrong. He tried.
ポイント
But it did not work out.
I mean, Delarski did a really, really good job here, but you also have to give it's a combination of both.
オニック
Delarski
フィリピンに
and
勝った
Beloyski.
オニックインド
You know, making a
I
huge
guess I'd be
significant-
ビボキ
Yeah,
ー
they're
トに
making
勝
a
っ
huge
た
difference
ちょっと
overall, and I think, you know, I figured it
ダッ
out.
ク
I
に勝った
cracked it. I've cracked it.
今めちゃくちゃ面白い状況ですよね
Because of all that RGB to really make a gamer what they are, cutting
今どんな感じかちょっと見たいな
Just like you said, Gideon, we do have to look at Beloyski and Delarski as of right now.
ちょっとまだ最下位がわからんよこれ
Is really
マジでわからんあれでも ブラジルが
At this situation, it doesn't need much. In terms of damage, he has the enchanted talisman as well as the ice cream wand, just slowing down the enemy.
トゥダックには負けて
He can spam a lot of his own skills. The dominance eyes making sure that
オニックフィリピンとやったんだっけブラジルって
Thankyou, especially when Boloisky with the Rafaela coming in and healing him up. Now, Lunox, this is why
トゥダックには負けて
Let's look at the items. He has
オニックには勝っ
He
て
has the Clock of Destiny, Lightning Truncheon, Holy Crystal, as well as the Divine Glaive. This is the
あと
ultimate
オニックフィリピンとやってないん
for
かな
mages to destroy anyone. Doesn't matter if you're a squishy hero, doesn't matter if you're a tanky hero, but he still could not make it happen just because.
今1-1なんかなブラジルがブラジルが 1-1 全部 1-1 か全部 1-1 なんすごっそんなことあるんや取ってるっぽいね
I gotta give it to you. Like, Boloisky really made a significant difference. He kept Yums in place constantly. He has bailed Dolarsky multiple times, and like 4 out of 5 situations, they get away with it.
Yep, and he was also babysitting Hatred and Kairi the whole time. He was basically the angel bringing the 2 harbingers of death, the 2 marksmen, and saying, okay, I caught one, all yours.
Oh, it's brutal. It's so brutal here, and I can't wait to see the highlights to really. I want to see what you want to point out here, especially with Boloisky, because I feel like we've seen everything that he is capable of, and even a little bit more from that game. And at this point of time, like, it's a little concerning for me because, as you mentioned, because Moon, he's got that full item build, right? And I feel like he had an interesting role where he had to make a decision on, do I destroy the rest of the team or do I get rid of the biggest problem on the side of Onic PH? Let's jump over to the highlights.
オニックはどっちも同じグループにいるんで
Where did it all go wrong?
So even analysts, we have our own style. Unfortunately, my style is to point out mistakes. So let's look at the mistakes from Team Toda. Chiku guys has been playing well. We've definitely seen that he has the damage. But the fact that they do not push this advantage really slowed down the game for themselves, which is not what they wanted to do. Especially when we look how Chiku
やっぱビアが強いな
is all in the riverside. It's rarely on either lanes. It's always in the jungle. It's always in the river.
ミドビアが目立ってる気がする
And then it becomes a problem when in the later stages of the game where Formis and Moon cannot deal with the damage. And this is the point. I want everyone to focus. Chiku guys went for Boloisky. Hatred was just there. He was right next to him. He blew every single skill on Boloisky. It is a misplay.
イブがやっぱおらんから
Where Boloisky as the roamer, he
バンされて
Chiku onto himself, and that's why I said I
イブ部屋になってるんかな
in that particular highlight because Chiku, if he went to the right target, if he actually got hatred, they may have able to actually stall out the game a little bit more and potentially win the game with Brody carrying the game, but Boloisky taking all of that damage. Onic Philippines closed out the game against Toda.
I want to give a potential bailout there. I want to give a potential bailout because he did use the pursuit and it did connect onto 2 people when he did hop over. There is a potential that I could say that Hatred could have potentially had a wins in nature, and that's why he had to switch targets. It could be one of those situations. It's really hard to tell, especially when you're looking at such a split-second decision. But that's the only thing that I have to say, honestly. This has been a great game coming in from Onic PH, regardless of that 1 micro overall.
3-way tie, let's go.
3-way tie. I mean, it could be a 4-way tie, honestly.
Yeah,
but somebody has to lose at least twice here, or for a 3-way tie. But if they, if it's 1-1-1, we can just keep the scores nice and, like, I like symmetry, you like symmetry, you get what I'm going with here.
It's clean, this victory by Onic Philippines, but the scoreboard is far from it. Honestly, there were a lot of upsets. There were a lot of things that happened today that we did not expect. I think we're also just throwing under the rug the fact that there was a Faramis here in the winning lineup.
Oh, yeah, that's also true.
Right? Marky
That's
was such a
also
role
true.
player. I gotta say, Marky, business, he was up to that this whole game because the team fights he was a part of should have swung to Todak, but it just turned around.
I don't know. Group B has astounded me multiple times. It could be with the major upsets. It could be with just the draft But my God, this is truly the group of death, and I don't think anybody was expecting Group B to be this exciting. With that being said, we're going to go on a short break and continue on with Group B with the rest of today. Remember, everyone, that M3 is presented to you by TikTok Live, supported by the Singaporean Tourism Board, and most importantly, is powered by Muntun. And when we come back, it's going to be more MLBB action. Catch you back then.
ブラジル暑かったですね。あと2戦残ってんのかな。あと3戦おお。かっこよ。いいですね。こんばんは。いや、見入りますよね、これ。普通にいい、めちゃくちゃ。俺も見入っちゃう、これは。 アウラドいました今、ここ。アニメーションとかに。なんかもうハリスと、ロジャーと、ランスの存在感強くて、他のキャラが入ってこん。Go Onic! Yes. ちょっとだけ待ってね。これで残り2試合とも勝った方が、いや、全員いけるけど、いける場所が違いますね。2チーム、上位2チームは、1回負けてもチャンスがあるんですけど、残りの3位と4位のチームは、下のトーナメントに、敗者のトーナメントに行って、1回負けたら終わりみたいなトーナメントに行きます。上に行くと、もう1回チャンスあるけど、下はもう1回でも負けたら終わっちゃう。15時からこの配信見てるけどもうこんな感じやん。15時から見てくれてんのありがとう。もう道連れよ。試合時間も関係するんですか？あ、ポイントが同じだったら、試合時間ですかこれ。
Let's go.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Group of Death. Group B here. It is still right here in match number 5 of day number 2 at the M3 World Championships. Joined today by Mirko for your 5th match, as well as Leo and Lofel. How are y'all doing? Crazy matches so far, man. Firstly, I think it's safe to say that the Group of Death has lived up to its name.
A little too much. I was not expecting that the Group of Death would be also the death of logic, because there were some crazy things that happened today and we're not even done yet.
Absolutely.
For me right now, I'm so happy that this has really shown to be World Championship. It's not Southeast Asia Championship, right? Because as of right now, let's be real, let's talk about the facts. A lot of people has always looked at Philippines, Indonesia being at the top of the game, but right now really representing all over the world. In fact, Brazil has dropped the game for Onic Indonesia, and right now for the World Championship, seriously, when everyone guess for the M3 coins, it's literally a guess. No one can clearly say who will win and who will lose.
Absolutely, man. That's the thing here for the Group of Death. Sure, it's labeled as the Group of Death, but many of the players, most of the players predicted that both of the Onyx will be able to get pretty easy group, you know? Man, we were all wrong. It's a 4-way tie. Yesterday, we had a 3-way tie. We were like, man, no way the Group of Death can beat this. Turns out, it is the complete opposite. But, ladies and gentlemen, what brought you guys this immense, amazing experience at the M3 World Championship? Obviously, this is all powered by Moonsun, supported by the Singapore Tourism Board, and presented to you by TikTok Live. Go ahead, check it out, because we are, again, all ready to get into the next few games here. On that note, man, if you guys want to watch it as well, we're open for playoffs. Tickets are sold out, but for the next events, so on and so forth, if you guys want to go and visit in, when you visit Singapore, what new experiences are you looking forward to, man? Follow at visit_Singapore, and don't forget to hashtag #PassionMadePossible to share what you're looking forward to do in Singapore.
Earlier this year, M2 was held in Singapore, and there was so much that happened there, but if memory serves me right, nothing as crazy as what we've witnessed so far in just the first 2 days of group stage here in M3. And I think the leaderboards will also show us and explain what's going on. If not, just show us at least what the scores are. That's one step to trying to figure out this madness.
As of right now, who would have thought Cade number 1? But like Leo has said, everyone has bled in this group. There's no God here. Everyone will fall down. Toda, Onic Philippines, Onic Indonesia, Cade have
皆さん、私はハリスのスキン、ライトボーンだけないです。おお、すげえ、全部111。これすごいな。俺はハリスのスキンは限定のやつは持ってないです。
these teams, we've seen what they can do. Todak taking down Cade. Cade took down Onic ID, but Onic PH, they took down Todak, and Onic did the same to Onic PH. So again, a very, very competitive group. Nothing is predictable here. The stats show it.
Yeah, this is the circle of life. Speaking of circle of life, Mirko, we want to thank someone right now.
Of course, we would like to thank our sponsors for, again, immersing us, giving us this amazing experience at the M3 World Championships. Our official gaming gear, Razer. Our official travel partner, Tumi. We have our official gaming chair, Secret Lab. We have our global social network partner, Facebook Gaming. And official payment partner, Frank by OCBC, official network partner, Singtel 5G, partners in esports, MeWatch. Go ahead, check it all out, because without them, we wouldn't be here casting for the greatest tournament of all time. The M3 World Championships continue in the most competitive group thus far.
Yep. Essentially what this circle of life, or the group of death,
Or a
has...
square. There are 4 teams, so it's kind of like a square.
Sure.
It's a square of
Or
life,
rectangle. There's still 4 angles.
Sure, a cube, if you might even say, if it's a 3D figure. What I'm saying here is, the last 2 matches we have, possibly the last 2 matches we have, are...
これからやる試合で勝った場合1位に確定なんかな。おお、見すぎてちょっと頭が疲れてるのはあるわもう。とりあえず勝ったら上がれそう。2-1になるか。あれでもあれなんだっけ、試合時間も、あ、でもそっか、1位か2位はいけるな。
Yeah, and right now, as a Malaysian, I'm actually very, very scared right now, Mirko. You want to know why? Why? Because
いや、オニックが勝つと思ったんだけどな、2-0 で。
After losing to Onic Indonesia, and now Onic Indonesia is probably looking to channel their wrath.
さすがに引きずってないといいけど、ブラジルに負けたのは結構来ただろうな。
I hope they win, but at the same time, I feel like, yo, like, we are playing at very bad times right now.
Yep, Todak is at their most vulnerable. They're at the worst possible place in terms of mental state. And they're facing off against a very angry Onic esports, right? You have Drian, Boot, CW, Sans, and Keyboy. This squad right here, this championship squad, just lost to historically number 2 in MPL Brazil. What does that say? Where does that put you mentally?
Honestly, that puts me nowhere mentally. I am just so ready. It's a neutral at this point, right? Again, all the expectations that all of us had before this day, before the matches started, it's been completely shattered. And now, I do want to put one thing out there first. Keyboy needs the flashy, explosive heroes.
Yep, being at neutral, resetting is the ideal. But truth be told, I think they're very angry. I mean, I acknowledge Lafel's fear.
Yeah, but right now, like, even Mirko, even though he's the Indonesian, he has stated himself, like, right now his mental is 0, right? And shout out to mental health. That's a boom, bang, bada bing, mo, but there. But right now, let's look at Team Toda. We got Moon, Momo, Formis, Chiku guys, as well as Yums. As of right now, again, I don't want to beat that horse, but we have to talk about it. Moon.
Oh.
This is his chance against Onic.
ブラジルってあまりスポーツにイメージないけど、どうなんですかね。なんか向こうでは MPL すぐできたし、M2 の後結構人気なのかもしれないですね。
Now the question is, right now, what is that hero? Is it the Eve? Is it the Farsa? Is it the Shina? But either way, right now, Team Toda, they have to draft in a way that actually let Moon play what he wants to do, and hopefully that is enough to beat out Onic Indonesia.
I agree with you. As the president of the Singaporean and Filipino chapters of the Moonatics fan club, I'm afraid for our idol
here. Can you say that again? Moon what?
The Moonatics fan club.
Moonatics
wow.
fan
I established it just this morning.
Wow. Can I get a card to join that fan club?
We'll talk about it when Todak wins.
Amazing.
They need to really gather their marbles, because not just their last chance, like right here, but today, this is their last game in the group stage.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is why I have so much respect for Todak. Again, they domestically, we don't need to introduce this team. They have been through it all. They've won it all. They are probably the most successful organization domestically in Malaysia, but internationally, they haven't been able to reach those highs, like winning the Emerald Series Championship just yet. And that's exactly what they want to do here. You can see the difference when they played in the MPL Malaysia Grand Finals, and now they are showing it all here. We didn't see the actual Todak back in NMY. Now they fully shown in here. And for you guys, ladies and gentlemen, catch the M3 World Championships live on MeWatch from the 6th to the 19th of December and win various in-game rewards while doing that. So what are you waiting for? Switch on MeWatch and watch Todak versus Onic Philippines right now.
Yeah, Onic Esports.
Onic Esports.
Yes,
this is Onic
it's
Esports.
okay, Mirko. You know, scripts, they can change either way. But right now, I do want to pull focus on the game itself. Let's talk about in-game, right? Because we have seen Onic Indonesia win and lose games. And the similarities between both of those games, it goes over 20 minutes, right? Now, Toda lost to Onic Philippines because Onic Philippines, they really pumped up.
日本と韓国あったら熱いですね。
Sped up how they play the game, and they could not come back for it.
Ran out of steam.
They ran out of steam. So right now, looking at this game, Toda against Onic Indonesia. If it goes to the later stages of the game, then it's really going to look at who has the double marksman setup, if there is going to be any double marksman setup. But either way, both of these teams, Toda, they like to play fast, but they lost against Philippines when they played faster. Right now, on Indonesia, they have played both games really, really slow. Will they keep it up, or will they switch it up?
I hear it. I hear you. You're talking about tempo. On the other hand, I'm gravitated towards your point of who can pull off the double marksman, because there's something I learned from the last game we saw between Onic Philippines and Todak is they have to shuffle. They have to switch. I don't know if it's a matter of Chico Guy not being as comfortable, but Formaze as the Brody, that could have been so much better. That could have been so much better. And now against, still, I believe, the strongest team in M3 right now, up there with Blacklist International, they have to pull all the stops. They have to play everything right, make all the right decisions.
On that note, we touched on this a little bit just now, but yes, Todak just came after a loss. They're playing again instantly. That break was very, very short, only 10 minutes break time for Todak. Is it enough time for them to reset? Going up against Onic ID, a team who has gotten quite a bit of time to relax, to chill out, to work on those mistakes before this game. Now, that's a double-edged sword, man. For Todak, they can say it's a good warm-up for them. They can come in here harder, or it might just be tragic. Maybe they didn't catch on to the mistakes that they made against Onic Philippines, and that is exactly what might.
Yeah,
lose
right
them the
now, if I'm part of the media team, that is quite a statement. It's
ち
like,
ょっとカナダのボイスビデオチャッ
warm-up
ト。
game against Onic Philippines.
That's the most expensive warm-up game.
That is very expensive. But speaking of expensive, we don't talk about goal. When we talk about goal, we talk about marksman. When we talk about marksman, I think of Beatrix.
何よこれ。
When I think of Beatrix, I think of should be banned. I really feel
シナさん的にライブ出たらどこまでいけそうと思います。いや、わかんないですね。ただ面白い試合はしてくれそうな気はします。
Oh, you have a luminous lord? Well, too bad, I'm Beatrix.
It seems to be a paradox. Even if you're losing with Beatrix, you're winning with Beatrix.
Yeah, honestly, Beatrix was such a dominant hero for so long, up until they disabled her. That basically, she wasn't used not because she wasn't good, because literally Moontoon had to disable her,
Because
and right now she is too good, and she is still too
Now
good.
she is
Currently, 3 good, maybe even 4 good, because we're in a 4-way tie here,
No.
Rafael.
It's at M3, so it's 3 good.
It's 3 good. 3 good. Sorry, Marco.
All right,
You've been outclassed here by the Filipino and the Malaysian.
M3 good. Let's get into the draft right here for Onic ID and Todak. Let's see both of these rivals collide. It is going to be the Ling and the Phobius coming out from the side of Onic ID. Todak respecting that
Thank you very
Beatrix.
much.
You mentioned it. They caught on, and they are going to follow the SEA Games coach.
Hey, thank you for the shout out, Marco. But yes, as of right now, the game has started, and Todak kind of likes the ban coming from Onic as well. Taking out the Esmeralda as well as the Phobius. Toda just lost to an Esmeralda, so I feel like, hey, for them, this is actually pretty good. But right now, Toda, they are the second pick. What kind of hero that they do not want to give over to Onic Indonesia? Mirko, you are from Indonesia, so in your opinion, what would be the best ban to have right now that will make Onic like, we wanted that.
よいしょ。
Honestly, it's either the Eve or the
うわ、ビアはまあ消えますよね、も
But
う。
they might just leave it open because if you ban one, Onic is gonna get one. Todak won't have a lot of response for that. Actually, going for the
わ、
build,
チルだ。
leaving those two opened up for Onic Esports, having a lot of options here. They can go for the Eve. They can go maybe for Sans' comfort pick. The notorious Yi Sans Shin might make
サンズあくびしてるやん、めっちゃ。
the World Championships.
I like the Suns, Yisun Shin, the Yisun Shin. But
公式大会欲しいね。
the Eve. It's gotta be the Eve, and then they trade.
M3 終わった後とかにあればいいけど。
Oh, that sounds nasty.
That sounds
I
nasty.
really like the Yu song.
Song.
There it
Yeah,
is.
This is Telegraph.
Yeah.
This is Telegraph, right? And right now for Toda,
イブね。
I want to see
はいはい。
how confident they are. Like maybe they're thinking, oh, they've already got their mid laner. We don't have to take the Farsa right now. I would say that is a mistake because
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure on Indonesia they'll be like, yeah, we can just put Farsa on the gold lane and then let's see how you handle that. Like we really don't care who you put there. So right now Toda they do have to take the Farsa. And right now what is the other pick? Yums has played very well using the Ruby and looks like Ruby yes, Paquito yes. Farsa no, so it looks like they're thinking, oh, they already have a mid laner. We do not need to take the Farsa right now.
Honestly, this is very dangerous for Onic ID, man. They got the Eve, and again, Eve, she is a very good hero in these skirmishes, in the long ranges. If you are able to play it front to back, play it neatly, she is probably the best hero.
Paki,
But that's
Ruby.
what Raptors trying to do with the Ruby pick, with the
いや、でもそろそろ集中力とか落ちてくるじゃないかな、周り。
want a clean fight. They want it to be messy, dirty, grounded. You know, just go slugfest completely out. Onic, they need someone to go for the peel. They need hard peel. They need to be able to play around this Yi. And there you go, Yi San Shin and Keyboy Selena, a flashy hero for Keyboy and that Yi Sun Shin, baby.
The way you put it, Mirko, it feels like I need to sanitize, but
I
yeah,
like all the adjectives that he just said.
lovely.
Boom, bang, bada bing.
He
Boom, bang,
ran
bada bing.
out of them. You can put the thesaurus
Leo,
away now.
say that as well.
Boom, bang, bada beam. Words just come to my head. But looking at the lineup of Onic, they're owning the map and they're owning mid lane. They are willing to trade this much and spend this much investment so that their side lanes are going to be okay. And if you're talking about the side lanes of Onic, that's CW and that's Boots. One is their anchor, the other is an unpredictable gold laner. Real quick, did you know that when I asked Louise of Cade the other day, like when we were in quarantine, I asked, who's your favorite gold laner? Who's the biggest threat to you? He said CW. He said CW of Onic Esports. I asked why. He said, because he's so unpredictable. And here, with throwing no caution to the wind, we don't know what he's playing in the gold lane. It's still out there.
Last time I saw this composition, Leo, Lofel, Yves, Selena, and Yisun Shin. Usually they top it off with a Popo and Koopa, getting that early game dominance with that Selena, getting Popo and Koopa ahead, basically sieging every single turret, taking every single turret gold is going to be their plan here perhaps. With the Lancelot ban, basically kind of, you know, pushing towards that narrative as
う
well.
わ
Right now, again, it looks very, very scary.
セリナイスン。うわ、なんかオニックらしいピック来たな、これ。
Onic Esports, they have played a slower tempo, but right now, looking at the drive, it looks like they do want to speed it up. And Moon on this Lilia, I am very, very interested to see because I'm not so sure how he will perform on this hero. I have liked, I like what Lilia has done throughout this M3. A lot of damage, good survivability. So far for the world stage, Lilia has been solidified as a meta hero. I just am not so sure with Moon's performance today. If he does it well, then we might look at a very, very long game. But if it
カリナ。
looks like Onic ID all the way.
Yeah, that's gonna be the question.
確かに
right
カリナめんどい。
He's been shaky here today. Will he be able to pull out his best? Coming in with the Lilia pick, a hero that has a lot of potential. High
ジャングルパッキかな。
here. Let's see what he can do. But Todak with the first pick here in the second.
ジャングルパッキで、あとゴールドと、
They need to pick maybe a jungler here, depending on where that Paquito is going, right? If the Paquito goes to the jungle,
ロームルビーさっきやってたから、
next B laner pick
ロームルビー説ある。なんか、ぽいな、ロームルビーだな。
Need a jungle Paquito. So we're gonna be seeing
さっきもイブに対してロームルビー取ってた気がする。
four maze on the Paquito. Lafel, do you agree? It's gotta be four maze on the Paquito.
As of right now, Toda, they're looking back and they want to go with their original style. This is
で、経験値ラップ、ジャングルパッキー、ミドカゴールドリリア。ミドリリアっぽい。EXP ゾーン。
Sounds like they're Malaysian Vikings. It's just this is our fight. Regardless, we go out in a blaze of glory.
Oh!
They pick up heroes that say no.
CW の週来た。
We say how you do it. The Yuzhong and the Cho are such great answers because the Cho here.
Yeah.
This is going to be a side lane Cho.
It is going to be a side lane Cho. CW has played it. That was the hero that he used to beat Blacklist International in the MPLI Grand Finals final game.
More flashbacks.
More flashbacks. Shin. So, we got the Cho as well now.
Unfortunately, even me, I'm the Malaysian. I'm supposed to be biased. It's kind of hard right now. Looking at the drop from Onic, I'm like, I don't know what to say. Like, I still believe in my boys. I still believe in Toda. Go with the Toda Langar style. Be the Malaysian Vikings. In for the win.
1-1
is coming in. And Chiku guys, on this 1-1, there is potential to win in the late game. But let's see whether Onic will actually allow that to happen. Or again, they will show the wrath of the yellow porcupines.
We'll have to see right now.
The porcupines angry.
Porcupines are very angry, but so is Toda. They're looking for revenge on the yellow porcupines here. Let's see what happens. Both of the drafts have been locked up. So far, I think we can all agree that Onic Esports, they have the more multi-dimensional draft right now, but it's all gonna come down to execution. We've said
ゴールドイブ。ロームセリナの、ロームセリナ、ミドイブじゃないかな。で、ゴールドリュー、EXP ゾーン。
It's not their group, but they still make a cameo here.
They're just so dominant, but on that note, let's get in straight into the land of Dawn. This is the battle for first
と思ったけど、ゴールドイブが来ました。すごいやん、ゴールドイブ。なにこれ。初めて見るわ、ゴールドイブなんて。緑竜か。緑竜で、ロームワークで、セリナっぽい。オニックはもう何でもありですね。多分、イブがミドきつかったんじゃないかな。イブだとリディアにボロ負け。イブがミドだとちょっとボロ負けじゃないけど、ちょっとしんどいから、イブをゴールドに置いた説はワンチャン。
Is there to help him out though. Goes in for another missile arrow, tanked away by Yums.
Yums just blocking it for his brother Chiku, guys. Again, we talked about that matchup. Let's go down the bottom lane. This is the XP lane matchup. It's between two fighters that have just such great sustain, the Lapu Lapu and the Yuzhong. I've said this yesterday, an XP lane matchup that's between two chunky fighters like this that might lead to nothing is like a dance-off. It's just no violence, just life bars going up.
おお、勝てそうだし。うわ、惜しい。強進撃なんですね。ミニオン処理したいから強進撃なんじゃないですかね。多分、私エンブレムだと柔らかすぎてリリアのダメージめっちゃ食らっちゃうから。おー。マジでマジでいや、イブ強それ。うわー。絶対イブのウルト忘れてたやん。 緑の髪の方はなんて言うの？これはキーボーイかな？
This is them at their peak. When they are able to just split the map like this, very similarly to their Filipino counterparts, they will be able to secure most of the objectives.
I kept trying to keep it back, but as soon as the team fight happened,
今の熱いな。やばい。あ、お、いいよ。
A lot of scrambles like this in the mid river is going to happen. You can expect that this is going to happen, but Onic Esports will not fall for it. I think Onic Esports has superior map control, and so far we've seen that, despite top lane being Toda.
イブとシュ変わりましたね。やっぱりリリアとパキだからきつかったんじゃないですかね。最初のミドが。パキの高速ガンクとリリアのもうミド対決がしんどいから最初はサップしてた説と思ったけどそんなことなさそう。普通にゴールドイブでおるわ。いやドリアンがうますぎる。こいつのヒーロープールバグっとるやろ。ミドがうまい。CW がゴールドイブしてんのが一番おもろいわ。なんかゴールドイブ何これ練習してんのかな。サンズが3キル入ってんのでかいな。これ以前止まらんコース入ってるな。ずっと止まる気配が見えん。早蹴り。おお。うまい。フラッシュ切ったけど、これ割れてね。ウルトあるやんな、ワンワン。でも硬すぎる。硬すぎる。やばい。やばい。これやばくない？大丈夫？あー !8W! あー、嘘でしょ？おー、ナイスマジかよー。惜しい、チスケ。やばいやばい、止まる止まる。やばいんじゃないこれちょっと。今のちょっと結構縮まったんじゃないさ。CW ナイスフラッシュだけどシクが1個上行ったわ。いやでもサンズが回収したからまあまあまあまあ。That opened up the rest of the map for them. Onic Esports spent too much time there trying to kill Chiku guys, and it led to quite the lead for the bottom lane here, giving it all to. Oh,
my goodness, man. You know, in this tournament coming into it, there was a lot of names. CW, Sin, Oheb. Put some respect on Chiku's name, man. This guy has shown what he's got in the M3 stage when it matters the most. This is the battle for the first place. They might have just done it here, all right? The gold lead just now was huge for Onic Esports, but now it's Todak turning the tides instantly. Chiku, he's not scared of anything. He's actually gonna go dive on.
割れるよ。うわー。
Chiku is going ultra instinct.
I love when Chiku doesn't care. He's just like, am I a late game hero? I kind of feel like I can go right now, and he just goes right now.
まずいですよ。
They have this lead, but again, they can't just fall on Chiku. Right now, Yums, he has to play the tank very, very well. He has to, one word, and I'm gonna say it twice, helicopter, protect Chiku at all costs, especially in the later stage of the game. Bing, bang, bada boom.
You had to do it. You had to do both in the same line. But all right, Chiku once again is getting cut out. Actually, he's gonna be taken down.
お、セリナ取った。あーやばい、一戦が止まらんくなるこれ。 やばい、上昇積んどるイスン山だ。やばいよ。お、いやでもやばい。イスンが止まらない。イスンが止まりません。あー、止まらん、止まらん。やばい。波に乗っとるイスンが。イブがフロストジーニアス。リュウはタンクビルド。シクは3つアイテムできそうなんか。お金差がすごいな今。ゴールドレーン。I am from Indonesia. Hello.
Is to try to play with Chico guys. I think Chico guys, the reason why they lost this team fight Todak, that last team fight where the real world motivation caught Chico guys right in the middle, is because Chico guys was confident. I think they have to give Chico guys a false sense of confidence. It's right here. It's on him now. This whole game, I think, for the next 10 minutes, if he can farm up, that's a win. If he can't and he keeps getting caught out, Onic is going to punish.
Punish is the right word here, all right? Todak needs to play it very, very carefully, even though they were able to get the lead even out. But now it's going to be Keyboy going for the Abyssal Arrow already, using up a very valuable resource right before the Lord fight even starts. That's Purify gone for 80 seconds.
Yeah, right now looking at the map, even though the goal difference Onic Esports is on top, but I feel like even they want to play this out very, very carefully because they do not want to eventually make a mistake over here. Because right now the Lord is up, and Onic Esports, they have played long games today. Their stamina is being tested, but right now real world manipulation and Yum's going to the front.
おー、ルビーが止める。My name Faye. RRQ Hosh is the best. Oh, I like Onic ID. あ、イスンが。いやー、イスンのビルド完成してきてるな。やばい、ワンワン割れる。割れる。やばい。ああ、止まった。
trying to run for the hills, going to the opposite side of where he wants to. And Chiku, he's right there, pops the Aegis wave. The dragon has been popped only to get some damage, get some time left. Drian forces the flicker, but Yums is just right there, and that is gonna be.
あ、外した。あ、蹴られる？あ、蹴られん。ああ。いや、これロード行かれそう。
For the Malaysian representatives, 2-0 for the Lord.
That was quite the tango. Everyone dancing around here and there. Right now, Team Toda, they are going for the Lord. Is this the optimal play? And looks like CW is there. Real woman manipulation has not.
鍵になりそうですね、ワンワンが。やばい。Onic Esports win. Oh, good luck. RRQ 星。
Just his reliance on being in the front line. That's the reason why he has a 154 record. Honestly, that's not a bad 154. He's playing a role player Paquito. We've seen many times where in the Paquito.
ゴールド竜かと思ったけど違うんか。
He was chasing down Drian, and that's what you need to do. Chico guy can't chase down Drian, so you have to be there to do it for him.
And right now, looking at Yi-san's Shin, I'm not feeling good, right?
お金差がすごいゴールドの。
He has the war axe. When he has those two items, I was scared. Right now, he has endless battle as well as Demon Hunter Sword. Unless Toda finds a way to catch him out, I really don't think they can win any team fight really confidently.
But the thing is, you can say the same thing about Chiku, guys. Look at his items. He's completed all of his core items, man. He has the DHS, the Corrosion side, and the Windtalker. But look at that. That's like you said. Sans is looking for the kills onto Chiku, guys. Already caught very, very low. Gets the inhibitor turret and also chains it with the tier 2 in the mid lane. Looking for the tier 2 in the bottom side. And it looks like they will be able to get it uncontested.
What? Total map control by Todak. Somewhere in the middle of the 10 to 11 minute mark, they just seem to have shifted gears.
This is a different Todak, man. This is international Todak. The M World Series Todak. They've
オニックまずいね。
when you underestimate this team is when this team is
お金グローバルゴールドに差はないけど、ゴールドのお金差が
Looking at what Chico guys just picked up, he has now an Athena's shield. Moon now has a genius wand.
もう一寸か、ワンワンよ、これは。いやでもワンワンがな、仕上がってるの怖いな。
But where is that window? I think patience is going to be key here. Todak, just be a little more patient, and Onic Esports may or may not let you slip through a window where you can win a
オニック e スポーツは間違いなく勝ちます。Yes。お、ナイス。ナイスナイスナイス。お、いやでもナチュラルがある。やばい。割れそう。割れない割れない割れない割れないうまいドリアンがうますぎる今のドリアンうまい割らさせてくれない割らせないドリアンワンワンが頑張って割ろうとしてたけど割れてたらちょっと危なかったな終わりはしないな。いや、うまいな、今のはドリアン。あと1個だったよね、多分。下側があと1個だったけど、下にずっと見れるんじゃないほら。わわ、割れてないもん、これ。いや、うまいうまいうまいうまい。動きがおもろいけど、でも、うまい。正解の動きしてる。
No one is safe indeed. That was just beautiful, clinical play right there from Drian. Not only did he get the pick, but he also just hugged the wall. He sacrificed himself for his team. Chiku wasn't able to get that final weakness point, and that was what costed them the team fight. Imagine if Chiku got that crossbow of Tang, it would have just been on Esports wiped to the ground. There was nothing that they would be able to do. So just even though it will be bad in his KDA, he's not a stab.
ね、割ってたらトゥダック勝ってたくさいけどね。でもイブに全ウルト吐いたけど、入りたいけどゾンもウルトがないし、いや、これでかいな、イブ死んだの。
To come back here because the enhanced lord is up and ready. Just as I say that, Drian goes and almost finds himself another pick.
Battle of marksmen. Leo, how are you liking this?
I love it. Honestly, it's not just the marksmen because the real targets are the mages, and that's where the damage is coming from. And now Todak, I'm not sure if this was the right call. It doesn't feel like it was because Moon goes down. He didn't even get to use black shoes.
Oh my god. Black shoes wasn't possible. And the abyssal arrow connects. Disaster for Chiku and Todak right now. They've lost their mid laner.
イブ絶対慣れてないやろうな。使えるだろうけど、ゴールドイブとかちょっとあんま慣れてなさそう。Shina, you are predict Onic Esports win. いや、もうこれマジで、いやでもまだわからん。ワンはもうまだワンチャンあるからわからんよ。いやでも、イブはしんどいのはある、これ多分正直。ちょっとしんどいけど頑張ってほしいわ。お、ルビーウルト落ちた。当たれ。当たらん。
True, true. Especially because, again, Chiku guys, sure, he does have those core items, but no Malefic Roar. So a lot of the tanky members for the side of Onic Esports, they'll be able to tank that crossbow tank with no problem whatsoever.
まだわからんよ、これ。
Enhanced Lord already marching down to mid lane, as that is going to be Sans walking down the bottom side, trying to play the passive, trying to push the waves, all three at the same time. They're going to go in using the Abyssal Arrow to zone away the members of Todak, but it is a great defense, honestly, from the Malaysian representatives.
Discipline is the key here for Todak right now. 18 minutes in. I believe we're in TikTok timers territory. That meaning the timers on death are so much bigger.
さあ、デイブのウルトはラプラプで止められて。うわ、タワーが折れないのか。一本も折れとらん。サード。ミドだけか。おい、やばい、インペ使ってきた。速攻が来る。うわ、やばい。いや、こういう速攻怖いわ。ちょっと油断するからな、この瞬間。ブレスト積んどる。
Because as of right now, the mages, they are getting targeted. Every single time CW wants to open that real world manipulation, he's going to get targeted. He's going to get stunned. And then he won't be able to dish out the damage. Moon, unfortunately, still has not done very, very well on this Lilia. So the tanks, the fighters, if they can protect, and look at this, a fight going on, Marco.
Yeah, the fight is going on right now, but it's actually a mistake. Yum's going for it, no follow-up just as of yet.
ちょっと落ちたんじゃないスキル。いや、どうなんだろう。
Just yet wants to save that resource for a more better time here, but it is going to be the siege continuing in the mid lane. Onic, oh, Boots goes in for a fierce dive on it too. It's still going to be Moon going in for a
やばいよ。痛い痛い痛い痛い痛い痛い痛い。やばいやばい。ああああ危ない。ワンワンが痛すぎる。おおおおナイスナイスナイスナイスナイスナイスナイス。
They are gonna still remain standing, but the question is, this next Lord 40 seconds away, this is the next major objective. Yes, Onic Esports got a great defense, they lost all their inhibitors. Todak clean house, Todak did the same thing, but I think the main difference here between these two teams, Todak was just willing to do more crazy things, and that's what got them to this point. See what LaFell was saying this whole time is, sometimes the call is to just not think about it, and get there anyways, and they have gotten to this point. They've threatened Onic Esports one more time.
We mentioned the mechanics coming in from this team, man, and it is shining through in this game at the M3 World Championships. You can't ask for better timing going up against the tournament favorites, Onic Esports, who have looked shaky, but this is just purely Todak getting the lead.
I'd like to say, yes, it's a good mix of mechanics, but it's also the decision-making. As funny as it sounds, the whole mantra of how do you know what I'm going to do and I don't even know what I'm going to do, that's essentially what's in play here.
That's basically LaFell's process, the thought process behind LaFell every time he plays a game of Mobile Legends.
Yes, just be brain dead, and the enemy will be surprised, and then I will be surprised.
We're all surprised.
And then we're all surprised. But again, this is what I did mention, is that Chiku, he does has the damage.
ワンワン触ってるけど、なんかサステインなくない？
So, Chiku, yes, be brain dead. Do not use your brain, by all means. But that one particular moment, try not to 1v1 Suns.
Yeah, I agree with that one. You know, be brain dead, but at the right time. Is that what you're trying to say here, LaFell? All right.
Boom, bang, bada bing.
Okay, boom, bang, bada bing. But it is going to be Todak once again, getting the pressure all across the map with the inhibitor turrets taken down. That will mean that every single lane will be auto-pushing every single time. But it's going to be Momo going in, almost getting the sun off. San's able to sidestep for now, still able to kite back, but losing the momentum. Drian goes in for the way the dragon onto Moon, not going to be able to actually the crossbow tank popping in, getting the kill. Now, both
ワンワンウルト落ちてるよ。お、これサンズいけんじゃない？イスンモード入るんじゃない？いや、怖い。あ、やばいミドがやばいやばいやばいあー
Like a thief in the night. This error must be reported.
Yum was like. That's crazy. Even
That's holy.
You know what? Oh,
あー、嘘だ
There's a surprise.
everyone was
ー、嘘
surprised.
だ
What's
ー、あー、嘘でしょ、
Not that best team.
マジか
Best team.
okay? Todak in the highest.
ー、オニックー、
The rank top right now in Group B.
Hold on, Neo. Make it a reality, man.
いや、最後の判断、なかなかよ。
We discussed this.
Yes.
If
これ
we
Yes, yes.
However, let's change it to Chiku.
Okay. No, there is a Chiku. There's a Chiku subgroup.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
It's still the Monatics
いや
fan club, and then there's a
ー、マジか
subdivision. But oh my God,
Who would have expected this? Who would have expected
who
this?
the thunk? Look at the
I
can
am
see.
so sorry for everyone guessing.
emotions.
The emotions are running, man. This,
CW is disappointed.
everyone is disappointed. No one expected this.
What is Group B?
What is Group B? Back and forth, even in the game, man. We saw it. It's not just the group, but even in this game, you can see it. When Onic had that lead, Todak came back. When Todak has the lead, Onic came back, and it just went turn to turn to turn to the final moment.
Just as important as what it is that Todak did, there seems to be a
ー、マジ
pattern
か
Onic Esports seems to always fall
ー、
into.
オニック。
It happened once already today, and it came through.
おい、マジだよ。マジだよじゃない。マジかよ。
Single-handedly
泣
off
き
the
そう。
back of
そうでしょ
right in the hands of Kid. But now it came from the hands of Moon and Formaze. They just went in and said, "Don't let him come home, or we're gonna finish up strong." And is this a matter of communication? Is this a matter of
いや、絶対ブラジルに負けたあたりからなんか変わったよな。
Right now, I apologize.
オニックフィリピンの時結構生き生きだったのにさ。
Smug right now. That was a good game.
You know what? You know what? You
いや、マジか。
right now,
let me do
LaFell.
you one better, LaFell. You're a good-looking analyst. You're an intelligent man, and Malaysia's on top
And
of the
I'm
world
very
right now.
humble. I'm very humble.
Malaysia's on top of the
い
world
や
right now.
By being brain dead.
Okay. You know, I think it's a little bit
Bang,
too
bada bing.
harsh to dumb it down that way.
No.
Sure, you can say that it was brain dead aggression, but that aggression came through hard work.
いや、も
That
う、嘆くよ。
they need to have to make
もう、嘘でしょ。
was huge, all right?
オニック
Able to carry a lot when you want to win the game. So go ahead and check out Tumi, the leading international
マジかよ。
luxury brand designed
いや、マジであの株は。
bags and accessories for gamers on the go. That's why Chico was able to go and
マジか。
his team right there.
Yeah, I have to say, Tumi has.
だけどは決まっちゃったな、最後
Let's
の。
look at what the bags can hold. Let's look at itemization between both of these teams. And again, the thing that I am so surprised of is that Chico again he doesn't rely on the items. Where even earlier in the game, in his own lane, he fought against Eve, did very well. But in terms of item, Chico guy is over here. He sold his boots.
なんか、最後オニックの人がちょっとうまくいってなかったっぽいもんね。なんか言ってたもん、試合終わった後。
And
He
yeah,
sold it.
he sold his boots. He
あー、マジか。
understood the assignment. He knew that he needed more damage. He needed to really carry this game forward. But as well,
やっぱ、
at, forming
火力足りなかったかな。
is crucial.
いや、
He did not have that immortality. I really doubt he
まあ、
would
最後のは、
Yes,
うん
Lilia
置いといて、やっぱ
I still feel even
中盤とかは、
be able to close it out. That
やっぱ
immortality
火力が足りんかったん
is
か
a
な。
huge investment, and it paid off. Immortality for the win. Immortality for the win. But looking at Onic Esports over here, Suns 12-1-5. He did not
イブとセリナがそこまでめちゃくちゃ火力出るキャラじゃないから、
Toda at last moment is all about knowing
ちょっと足りなかっ
he understood that
足りない感は
is not worth winning when the base is
だ
wide.
けどな。
And right now, we're gonna look at the MVP. I feel like there's only one person worthy of the MVP slot, and we're looking at 1-1 from Chiku guys. Match KDA 8-5-2, 71% kill participation Whenever it looks like he's going down, he's got that Aegis and look at items, focusing on the attack speed. But just like Mirko said, he needed a little bit more. He needed to take down those tanky heroes. Malefic Roar clutching it out in those late game team fights.
Put some respect on his name, Chiku.
ゴールド仕様にすると多分視界がね、取れなくなるんだろうね。いや、なんかイブとセリナを取ったのが、渋かったんかな。逃れしたくなりました。さらばじゃ。いってらっしゃい。そう、ゾンも前張るキャラじゃないから。いやー。いやでも、もう最後のところよな。いや、これうまい。めちゃくちゃ避けるやん。これ避けてたらクソ熱かったのに。
Doing his best to make sure that he does not give the crossbow tank over to Chiku, and they lost this team fight. Maybe they could have turned things around, but I still believe that Sans would have won the team fight anyways. And in this kind of situation, they focus heavily on Sans, and everyone wanted to protect him. And I feel like this is one of the situations where Toda read the situation, and it's like, we got something over here, and we just have to roll with it, go towards their own base, and win the game.
いや、最後なければ、多分1戦残ってたから、絶対勝ってたと思うんだよな。いや、マジで最後のバックドアがもう、しかもこういう負け方ってあんまないからさ、嫌な負け方だよな、これ。
A 1-1 that's willing to go X and 5 to be able to get the job done. That's what happens. And that's how Todak here, safe to say, has just locked themselves in for the upper bracket, going straight to the playoffs. I can't believe it. I'm still expecting for my alarm to go ding, 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 ding. Wake up, you're dreaming.
I'm the Malaysian, and even I was surprised. I was like, maybe, but
まあまあまあまあ。まだね、終わったわけじゃないから。
Viking spirit. Even in their draft, Toda Langar. They will do whatever it takes. They will commit to the fight. They will not run away. They will go straight forward. And even if the game is lost,
まだ終わっとらんからな。
And that is what Formace did and ended out by split pushing straight to the base.
That's exactly why and how they won the game. They didn't care. Sure, we're behind, but we're gonna do anything and everything to get out of this situation, to get that chance to get to the upper brackets, and that's what they did, man. They took every single fight. It's out of desperation, but it was just so beautiful to watch from Toda. Amazing display of Mobile Legends at its peak right here. But we still have one more match to conclude the group of death. After this, we are going to take a look at Onic Philippines going against Cades, and that is going to be the highlight match here as well. Match number 6, final match. It's been Miracle.
いや、マジっすか。
Well, we will see you after this short break.
Ah. Ah. いやー、マジか。マジか。いやー、怖い。いやー、これ最後も熱いよな。これ、だって、オニックインドネシアに負けたフィリピンと、オニックインドネシアに勝ったブラジルだからな。もうバンピックから絶対おもろい。いや、まあこんな感じでね、今回日本で行われる和吉さんの大会も、マジで何が起こるかわからん。最後まで。まあ日本いないから、そうだね。ちょっと自分の国のチームがいないのは残念だけど、もう、内容は最高。そうですね。自分は、カントさんたちと出る。マジで構成試合でどこがどこに勝っても負けてもおかしくない感じ。いや、まあでも、言ったらいい環境ですよね、今。本当にどこが勝ってもおかしくない試合だった、今日は。サルさんたちは転生カットして出る。だと思います。こんばんは、久しぶりの配信です。あ、こんばんは。いや、マジか。ちょっと5分だけ、ちょっとだけ離席します。 よいしょ。戻りました。いやー、これ最後もわからんのか。とりあえず生チョコクレープを食べて元気出します。また来たやん。晩ご飯は食べてないですね、まだ。最後のスキンヘッドなんてすごい。最後の、あれだよね。多分ブラジルのところだよね。ロームの人。もうアメージングデイよ、今日は。いや、マジで。
Surprises have happened throughout the day, and maybe there might be just one more. Still here, joined by your caster Mirko, Leo, and Lofel. What is up? I know you're still very excited. I can still see the smugness from you, Lofel. But I think we need to change it up a little bit here. Leo, Onic Philippines next.
I think it comes down to this one last match. Whoever wins gets to join Todak in the upper bracket and say something. Who'd have thunk that in this day, in day 2 of M3, we would have said Todak secures the upper bracket slot first. That is just a surprise that's so pleasant, and I love that I'm saying that, but I'm honestly kind of scared for Onic Philippines here, given that I am Filipino and they're facing off against Cade, who has slain Indonesia's best, nay, the world's best at this time, and again, just the status quo has changed, definitely. I don't even know what ML is anymore.
Yeah, safe to say that.
Like, again, just like Leo said, a lot of people would think, oh yeah, Onic Philippines has got this, but again, Cade has defeated Onic Indonesia, and it may be a situation where Cade, they're just the kryptonites. They are the yellow porcupine slayers.
Oh yeah.
Because again, like a lot of people are hopeful for Onic to go to the upper bracket, but what if everything is turned around and both Onyx are in the lower bracket? That would blow everyone's minds.
You know what else would blow everyone's minds? The M3 World Championship, which is powered by Moonton, supported by the Singapore Tourism Board, and presented to you by TikTok Live. Go ahead, check it out, because we are about to get to the final game here, right? And as of right now, I do want to tell everyone, you know, what's been the pattern here? Everyone who's gotten the gold lead has lost the game. So, it's time to save up properly in real life. Go ahead and check it out, guys. Be the MVP of both skill and style with a Frank debit card by OCBC Bank out of over 60 designs. You want to show that you are an MLBB fan, M3 fan perhaps? Esports, everything is going to be ready. There are a lot of designs. Go ahead, it screams personality or your dreams.
Yeah, I already know the design I want to see.
What is that?
Toda upper bracket. Just a design of the Group B and Toda being number 1. I'm okay with that. I'm happy to use that color. Yeah, that is a very good design.
It's a very good design, but again, let's stay on topic here for the final match. Onic Philippines and Cade. Cade obviously trying to look for another upset here against one of the world's best. Onic Philippines, they lost to Onic ID, and now let's take a look at the standings to maybe elaborate on that point, where Cade were able to actually take down Onic ID, just like you mentioned.
Yep, if this doesn't go by the way of Onic, if Onic Philippines cannot win, this is what the final brackets are going to look like. This is the final result. Nothing is going to change. It's going to be Todak and Cade up top, and then the two Onyx. This is so weird. Going to be in the lower bracket. It's
a dream. It feels like a dream.
What is ML?
What even? Where are we? We're in Suntec in Singapore. Happy to be here. But still, looking back at it, these are the two teams that have just one more match, and that's why they're facing off here. I just gotta say, it's impossible now to have tiebreakers. It's just whoever wins gets that last.
いや、これやばい。見てや、これ。
It's that important. It's that significant that they just put their best foot forward.
If Onic Philippines win, they will move up to the upper brackets. If Cade wins,
いや、マジか。
Exactly what I said.
Yes.
オニックイドレシが1-2よ、1-2。
It's a tense moment right here, man. It's a crazy moment.
そう、トダックはもう1位。そう、上位ブロック確定。2-1だから。だから、あれじゃないか、今から戦うところが、勝った方が上位ブロックに入るんじゃないか。I love Japan from Indonesia. Hello. I love to Indonesia. Terima kasih.
Official network partner Singtel 5G, partners in esports MeWatch, and our global social network partner Facebook Gaming.
If you're running out of things to say, Mirko, let me help you out. So far, I don't think any of these teams were playing around. Everyone has put everything on the line.
いや、もうこれやばいって。
Like for a team like Todak, that's just how they roll. That's what pays off for them. That's the environment that they're used to. And now I'm wondering, given how Group B has gone through, Lafel, do you think this is better for Onic Philippines or better for Cade? Who will rally more in this world of madness, in this world of just unknown ML?
For me, I think the one that profits the most is
かずきさん、ポイント同じだったらもう一回やる。ってなこと言っても。そう、だからそこら辺がよくわからんかった。あんまり理解できなくて。どういうことやろうってなってた。もう一回やるんかなこれで 1-2 と 1-2 だったら。だから、これプラス、もう一戦あるってこと？ M2 の時もなんかあったら試合時間で決まるみたいなのあった気がする。試合時間だったかな。オブジェクトの数か忘れたけど。英語で日本語が好き。おお。Thankyou.
And maybe something that Louise can hold on to. Doesn't even have to be the Clint. It can maybe even be a Beatrix if it comes through. If it comes through. So, all right. Speed for Cade, But for Onic, again, just reel it back in. Be in control.
試合時間で決めるのはレートヒーローと。
Teams go. Real quick, here's another
いや、多分みんなそこは考えてないんじゃないかな。もう、その試合勝つためにやっとるだろうから。
Each and every one of them a key element of their
MPL、M4 で日本を願って。お、Thankyou、Thankyou。
their medal is threatened. It's put to question. Even Onic Esports, even their Indonesian counterparts, they have been put under the limelight. They have been scrutinized, and they find themselves now in the lower bracket.
It's a tough time for the Yellow Porcupines right now, man.
The
Both
whole
of them-
franchise.
the whole franchise are struggling in this group of death, which is very, very weird to say. Again, we've been saying this so many times, but it's still really weird to see that both of these teams have been underperforming, or maybe these others are just shining real bright. As on that note, Cade coming in right here, Prime, Takashi, Louise, King, and Mikey. This team, they are also a dark horse. We saw the Red Cannons. We watched their games yesterday. Wasn't that impressive, to be honest, but Cade, they have certainly put themselves on the board right now, with Louise being in the middle. Very, very well deserved. This guy was the center of it all in their win against Onic ID, and that is what they should play around.
As much as I'd like to jump on the Louise train, he's a nice guy, love his energy. I gotta give it up to everyone else, honestly. They're all such role players.
Absolutely.
Takash understands that he has to play a role. He might have to sacrifice himself. Prime, one of the most composed Estes players I've ever seen. Mikey, just the big brother that he needs to be able to help him steal these victories against these big teams. And now, I'm talking about the big brother on camera. We have here Coach Yeb of Onic Philippines. So now he has to figure out this problem. He has to solve this puzzle.
After Group A, if you haven't bought the battle emotes, it's fine. After Group B, the group of death, if you don't buy the exclusive battle emotes that we prepared for all 16 teams, and each battle emote has its own voiceover, right? It is time to get them right now. This is time to support your team. Best moment, honestly. After the group of death, going through all of this from November 29th until December 12th, you guys can cheer for your team by adding support points. Log into the game and get a free chance to support your team every day. After the event ends, the team with the most support will be presented with players'
Hi,
choice
hello.
Team of M3
Yo.
award at the official site of the M3 World Championship.
今日夜も配信するかもしんない。ランク配信。
is not for sale
よかったら来てください。
Right now, we are looking at the M3 World Stage. A lot of teams fought vigorously.
ミラティブか YouTube かは知らんけど。
They all have the battle emotes, and I have to say, I feel like
やるかもわからん。けど、時間ができたから、
playing
やる
on
か
the
も。
biggest stage in the
いやもうモチベ上がるわ、こんなん見たら。
They have shown all
熱すぎるよ、今
the
日。
world. Mobile Legends has just expanded to the point where everyone can play, everyone can get good.
日本が M4、MPL に加盟しない理由
Let's talk about the spirit.
Oh,
Brazil, again,
I don't know.
passionate. They will put their emotions on their sleeve. They will show it all. They will fight to the death. They will make sure that they will give it their best to go to the upper bracket. So Leo, tell us about the Filipino spirit.
The Filipino spirit is all about resilience. Throughout the country's history, the people have been through so much. Pick up a book, see what the past 400 years of colonialism was like for the Filipinos. But right here, right now, it's actually a stage wherein the Filipinos are kind of in control. The Filipinos have been in the limelight alongside the Indonesians, and today, that's what
YouTube がいい。
makes the whole situation all the more
YouTube がいい。
fun, because
考えときま
we
す。
have been secured into the lower bracket. That sounds like an oxymoron, but yeah, it's a paradox. Just the same, we are one game away from the same being said about the Philippines. So now it's passion versus resilience. It's a team that is just happy to be here, flew out about 40 hours, and is just looking for an upset up against a team that has to prove that they are still on top. I honestly have no more expectations after everything that happened today. Literally, just anything can happen. I'm here for it. I'm living for this.
The narrative has just been flipped on its own head here at the M3 World Championships. So many expectations for the Philippines, for Indonesia. It's completely been shattered here in the group of death, with Keed now having the chance to maybe again upset the Onic Philippines team. This is unheard of. Todak getting that top position with the surprises that keep on coming in, man. Lofel, any words for Cade, because they're going to need it here.
I will have words for Cade, but I want to give a word for Group B in general. As an analyst,
レスタスかクリントンどっちかバンされるかな。いや、されるだろうね。どっちかはさすがに。
I don't want to miss any action on screen, and I feel like that is the same amount of attention everyone has to give towards this game.
どっちもするか。どっちか OK ですか。
Just like what Leo has said, they have to prove themselves because it's not even just simple as winning. It's about to show your dominance. It's to
イングリッシュラーを着て。だからやばい。はい、ハロー。はい。ビアバンされる。ビアバンするんじゃないかな。
I have some words for Group B as well, specifically Onic Philippines and Cade. In their native tongue of Portuguese, obrigada, thank you, maraming salamat for Onic Philippines because they put on such a show. Honestly, whatever happens here, they have trumped Group A in surprises. Yes, we went double overtime yesterday with 2 more best of ones, but today, who'd have thought that the results were as we saw earlier in the leaderboard. So, obrigada, maraming salamat. Thank you so much to Group B. I can't wait for this draft to begin because this is the last draft for the night, and it couldn't be any more epic.
No one can wait. Everyone is on the edge of their seats right now, all right? This is one thing we need to mention again. Everyone who overlooked Todak, they have proved them wrong. And Cade, they are on the way to doing that as well. They did it against Onic ID. No one, and I literally mean no one, maybe apart from the Brazilian fans, thought that this team was gonna be able to beat the world's best at the time, and they did it.
バンピックもう間違いない。日本のチームが M4 に参加しない。あ、Yes。悲しい。
But it is all going to come down to this final moment. So much pressure on both of the teams.
Yeah, and before we go into draft, I feel like I represent all of the casters here, especially Gani. The fact that if both
yeah. M3 I understand. Oh, no problem. My friend, no problem.
We now know that in the grander
Yeah.
the ecosystem that is the MLBB esports world stage, they're not so effective against canids, but they're effective against porcupines. Hedgehogs, I'm sorry. Yeah. Right? For so long now they've been trying to take down the red canids, but apparently they're meant to take down
I want to go M4.
So speechless because in Indonesia, man, Onic ID, they are called the king of the skies because of how dominant they've been throughout the regular season of MPL season. Philippines, they've had the banana split, playing their own way, basically just, using this to get to that second place at that grand finals of MPL PH as well. Both of these teams finally
なんか顔パンパンな人多いね。多分ご飯なんじゃないかな。俺も同じだったから。ちょっと乱暴嫌いよ俺は。俺も飯うますぎてめちゃ太ったもん。本当に太るここ。松本誰
to only be denied that trophy over there in their own local MPL. So this is a lot of respect coming in from Cade and Onic PH.
A lot of respect being shown by both of these teams, but yeah, exactly. That's what they need at this point, right? You can't overlook anyone. You can't really feel like any game.
タイピングをランダム化する。これ適当に出たんかな。Hi again. Hi.
Not just to represent their country, they want to win it all. That goes for every single team that is participating.
Yep, and funnily enough, the word for respect in
NT Onic
is
Esports.
the same.
What's NT?
Same exact word. So if they share this, then all the more it makes sense. And that's what they need. They need to respect each other, and they need to play their best. They need to understand that, okay, the Estes on Prime is a threat, the Clint on Louise is a threat. Marky, whatever.
Nice. Ah, okay, okay. I understand.
Give Kyrie assassins, then all the more that should be.
ファッションモデルの人なんや。
Kyrie can now play Nathan confidently. That honestly was just a little unnerving for me, but I guess he grew in the time that we have.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, I'm just looking forward to these two teams just evolving, growing out of what people expected them to do, because that's what happened to Cade. I think in the conversation leading up to M3 is between those two Brazilian representatives, Cade had all the room to grow. Cade was all the more primed, puns intended, to soon one day become kings of their own realm. So now it's just amazing to think that in the blink of an eye, we're bound for that destiny.
Yeah, and right now, the tagline, I can see it. The tagline for M3 is maybe.
I thought you were gonna say something epic. Maybe?
Right? No, because again, it's like, can this team win? Maybe. Is it possible that they will lose?
始まってるっぽい気はする。
Again, it's
すで
like,
に。
yeah, I know. This is how we set up a
お、始まったんじゃない？
you know, like, put up expectations and then turn it on its head, which kind of is what happening at Group B. In fact, the entire group stage is a comedy.
これさっきの試合？
And then something else
いや、
happens.
今だな。なんかめっちゃ進んでね。
I'm hearing bans.
え？
You're hearing bands on
めっちゃ進んでね、バンピック。
Me too. Because that means we are
え？
for the draft.
おい。
Again, we're
ど
still
うなってんの？おい、バンピック見せろ。
I think the players are in the draft
おい。
already. We'll have to see what goes on, but now as we are on that
もうキャラ終わってるやん、全部。
it needs to ban away from the side of Onic.
こ
Same goes vice versa.
れまず右からバンした
All right,
かな？
let me, try to give
to-
the skin
ah,
here on,
え、これ試合始まんね？
I think their strategy of banning out assassins is a good
嘘でしょ？
idea.
見たかったのにリアルタイムで。
establish this draft. I'd say when we do get in, Cade, get rid of assassins.
I'm just so happy that the amount of
おい、一番見てえところ。
even the players
いや、だから見た感じ、ビアバーンしてデームスも消されとったな。
are gonna show you the draft. We're gonna go into the game first, and then everyone will be just like, wow, maybe.
Comedy.
Maybe it's good. Maybe it's bad. It's comedy. It's boom bang bada bing.
Oh, but there you go, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get straight into the game instantly here for the final game of the Group of Death here for Cade. They have the Esmeralda, Matilda, Yisun, Shin, Lunox, and Selena. For the side of Onic PH, they've drafted for the Popo and Koopa. Rafaela now with the Parsa. Going in with the Amon in the jungle position, and also Larsky using that Uranus.
Oh, I'm surprised. Honestly, did not expect to see the Uranus out. And this was one hero I was hoping that will pull through, and that is the Esmeralda. But we must acknowledge as well, on the side of Cade right now, there is a comfort hero, a notorious hero on one of their star players, and that's
おー、
Luis.
一寸心取れてんのか。
Luis
あれでジャングルはもう。
Who is on his Lunox right
Yeah,
there.
no, legit. Like, there are stories told of this Lunox in MPL Brazil wherein teams would just ban it out straight up, like, don't give it to Luis.
Well, we'll see what happens here. Let's see what he can do on that Lunox right now. As so far, he is able to actually farm up really, really well, but it's going to be Prime Chunk. Really, it's half HP right there. Onic now still with the pressure in the early stages. This is what Amon wants to do as well. Using all the pressure from that the side lanes create to get a snowball going, to get maybe some kills.
Different kind of aim on this time around from Onic PH. We last saw them play this in the mid lane. Hatred shouting out our previous M2 champions in Brenny Sports. Now it's being played in the jungle. Dilarsky gonna be in trouble.
硬いな
In a bit of a pickle right now, still able to get away. Now gets his ultimate, so the consecration is ready. It's gonna be really hard to get a kill onto Larsky, and that's exactly what he knows. He knows the power spike. He is already gonna go to cut the wave here with Amon also playing in that bottom side. It's gonna be extremely safe. But wait a minute, Onic, they're looking to push every single wave now with the bottom side camped already. It's gonna be the Feather Airstrike coming in. Prime forced to back away, and Amon has just been chunking that.
タートル先に触られそう。
Say that the turtle will be taken uncontested contested for the side of the Onic Philippine team.
In another slew of averting expectations, you would like to think I would build up the Philippine team. But right now, it looks like Cade understands the dynamics. And I think a lot of that is on the back of
タートル前にダメージ交換されたから、いけないんよな。
So this is a very, very serious lineup that Cade brought.
It is a serious lineup. They're not holding anything back right now. They are
で、ジャングルも荒らされると、
because there's nothing to lose at this point. You win, you go to the upper bracket.
敵のミドが上側にいるから、イスンシンがファームできるところがない。で、アモンの寄りが早い。解けそう。まあでもまだラファのキル。めんどくさいな。これレドスどっから出てきてんのなぜ日本は M3 モバイルレジェンドに参加しないのですか？わかりません。わかりませんじゃ。I don't know.
To really push everyone out of the way. So I want to see Onic Philippines to be really aggressive on those lanes, especially when when we look at K, they have a lot of scaling heroes. They have the Esmeralda, they have the Yisin Shin, they have the Lunox. If Onic Philippines doesn't put on the gas right now, if they don't turn on turbo, it could spell trouble.
It could spell trouble, man. Oh, Abyssal Arrow is going to whiff right there. Prime using Abyssal Arrows, but it's going to be Kyrie rotating to the mid lane, trying to get a cheeky gang inside. Goes back invisible, and that's going to be Beloyski flickering in front with the Holy Baptism, only connecting onto Mikey. It is the roamers. So far, Cade are still okay. Kyrie just being such a nuisance here, using that invisibility, utilizing it perfectly in this game so far.
Yep, he's able to use it to bully away the opponent.
Hi, oh hi, Clay. Hi.
Relationship here between Kyrie and King. Yes, King has the superior vision, but Kyrie can bully him out. He can weave in and out of these traps set in by the Selena, set in by the Mountain Shocker. There is advanced vision on the side of Kid, but I guess Onic Philippines, the reason why they're owning the map so much is because they're making their rotations count. And look at this switcheroo. Marky has already moved down to the bottom lane. He's already finished up with the tier 1 up top, and Luis couldn't even answer back.
Absolutely, Kyrie already now going in again. The setup is just really, really nice. Onic Philippines with the banana split once again, splitting up the map, getting the pressure on that bottom side, and instantly just capitalizing on that. Further airstrike now comes in, only to poke the members from the side of Cade. And right now, with just one kill, they have been able to get a lot of gold. But actually, Kyrie jumps in for some damage onto Takashi. Not going to be able to get that pick off just yet, as both teams are still playing it really, really passively, playing it for the objectives. Popo and Koopa has been chunking that bottom side turret.
Love the call that Beloyski or whoever said, Marky, get out of there, there's 4 on the way, but he still fights back.
Yeah, he's not scared at all, man. That is what the Popo and Koopa is for here.
バグってるだけかな。セリナが靴ないけど、バグってるだけっぽい。
On the way towards that Blade of Despair is going to be a very big item because the damage coming from Biden Koopa is going to be crazy. But Kyrie as well, he's already finished his Feather of Heaven. He's pretty okay to fight, but I'm really looking at Onic Philippines right now at the bottom lane. This might be the time they want to turn up the speed.
Takashi now caught in the bad situation, still able to run away right now, using the Purify to get away. But on the other side, Larski is also caught in a little bit of a pickle, but still has that consecration, still has that flicker. Onic Philippines, though, this is what they like to do. The banana split is coming in once again here.
Hi. Hello.
6th minute of the game.
I was about to say, there's so much that Onic PH is working with, and one of the main proprietors, one of the main reasons why is because of the CEO, Delarski up top. He's always been trying to get the attention of
Oh, nice.
They bite,
いいよ。
get something, but
タワー2本折れてんのか下。これ痛いな。しかもミド折れるし。
Going in for that mid lane turret, it surely is going to be much worth it. And there you go, another turret to set up for the next turtle. Onic Philippines, they're just so good at splitting up the map, playing with the pressure, and setting up for objectives. This is Onic at their best.
Right now, looking at this game, there's not a lot of deaths, but there's a lot of activities going on. This shows the level of gameplay that they have. Very, very high gameplay. Not looking for kills, objectives.
Oh, but wait a minute. Turtle that's going to be slain right there from the side of Cade. Able to run away for now, but Mikey's going to get sniped by the Feather Airstrike. One for the price of the Turtle. Cade is able to finally get the first, now the second.
ジャングルアサシン強いな。
Still home to these two teams. I honestly have seen a game where Cade was sitting at like 15 minutes and the score was 2-3. Same I can say for Onic Philippines. I may have casted that game as well, wherein they beat a team and the score line was at what, 16 minutes? Same, about 2-3. So these two teams, they know this playstyle very well. They understand what it means to isolate certain members, get out of team fights with just the skin of your hair, and right now that's what Mikey is doing for Cade, that guiding wind. That's what Boloyski is doing with that Rafaela using the holy healing. So this is exactly the nature of the beast. This is the kind of environment that these two teams have built for themselves using this draft.
Yeah, Onic Philippines' draft right here. They're really good at actually picking off targets as well with the Amon and also just the Farsa to burst in, right? So actually, the Yisun Shin coming in from Cade, really, really smart choice. Going in for the Mountain Chakra, opening up the map, but this is going to be the Abyssal Arrow actually connecting onto Marky. Look at that. It's going to be everyone following it up, but the stun comes in and the Feather Airstrike will be enough to take Louise down. Marky will be able to pick up the kill. It's going to be...
やばいやばいやばいやばい。
We'll be able to connect onto 3, but there's no follow. King has just joined the fight, and that's 3 members taken now with nothing on the board.
はい、シナ。はい、ハロー。
That's the M2 logo. Today we are to the top, and they just
結構
one by one.
シーンと終わってく。
All the way straight into tier 2. Even tier 2 mid is in trouble now. So I'm surprised that Onic VH did try to save up and get more resources in their jungle. But LaFell, break down what happened here.
This is what it looks like when you have a 3k gold lead. Look at the damage from the Farsa. Farsa is standing in behind, but more importantly, Marky with that Popol and Koopa. Once he has that Blade of Despair, the damage coming from both of that heroes. Again, Koopa is also a hero. Let's not forget about the beasts over there. They are very strong. The burst damage is very, very high. And on the Philippines, they have full control of the map.
4 turret lead right now for the side of Onic Philippines. That will mean that they will have pressure onto both of the side lanes right now. Even in mid lane, they're going to win in pressure everywhere across the map. Only the 2 inhibitor turrets left in those side lanes. And there you have it. With the pressure, insane setup, there's nothing Cade can do. What they need to do right now is scale up. But do they have that much time?
Can I just say how happy I am that Popol and Koopa is finally a marksman? He's being treated like the marksman that he indeed is. For the longest time in his pro career, this little boy and his wolf has been used as a tank or even a support hero. But now, in the hands of Marky, it's lethal.
It is lethal again. Larsky, he gets engaged on, but he has the consecration and the flicker. It's not even a threat to him at this point of the game. And that's again, Onic Philippines just using their lead very intelligently, getting
ね、さっきの試合が、今までの試合がおもろすぎて、この試合が、ちょっとつまんなく感じてしまうわ。
side of hatred right now. So we'll see what happens here because Farsa won't have the feather airstrike. Takashi goes in for falling time would get stunned up by Marky right there as Abyssal Arrow will be able to connect but only onto the roamer. The defense is very, very good for the side of Cade, but it buys them a little bit more time. But Onic Philippines just so good with the siege. They use everything as a distraction to set up for more. And right now, as of this moment, 10-minute item check.
Right now, the items are there, but I do have to say, this is the most interesting game of chess that I have ever seen. Both of these players are playing 1 or 2 steps ahead.
なんも起きんな。
Absolutely, but there you go. It's going to be another fight right now. It's going to be Takashi actually trying to look for a desperate engage. Instantly, Onic Philippines, they know what they're here to do. They didn't want to overcommit into anything, and that was just Cade missing out on the engage.
The fact is they don't need to overcommit. The only really one who's putting his nose where it doesn't belong is Dilarsky, the CEO. He's checking for what he might be able to invest in, and right now it looks like a team fight.
It is a team fight, for the airstrike has been popped once again. It deals some damage onto the backside. It's going to be Onic Philippines picking up first blood in this team fight, but we'll have to see what happens next. The turret will go down, and Onic Philippines, they have the lead. They're going to go in all the way, and that's going to be the ball of damage coming in to silence Louise, and that is a 2-0 with the inhibitor turrets as well. Onic Philippines are looking scary now, man.
Currently, Dilarsky, the CEO, is investing in a hostile takeover. They're using tooth and nail everything they got, their whole kit to be able to take down turrets and heroes. And there's only 3 defenders left on the side of Cade.
Three defenders left from the side of Cade. Kyrie jumps in for some damage, able to get one more down, but it is going to be the base picked up. They are going to the upper brackets. Philippines, you have a representative. Again, both of the Filipino teams have been qualified to
After this, we're gonna look at numbers.
まあまあまあまあまあまあまあ。
A chess match. Not a lot of kills. A lot of rotation is going on. And the thing
集
is,
中力が切れてたのかもしれない。
Philippines, they have to pick up
しゃあない。でもバンピック見たかったな。
Cade to follow their own way of playing, and Cade looks like we don't know what to do because everything happened in a flash. It's just like, oh, suddenly like one turret is gone, and then the other turret is gone, and then it's like, oh, we have to force a team fight, and then their HP is gone. This game is magic.
Yep, it's Onic magic.
That was Onic, yeah.
Yep. I gotta say, the reason why this happened as well, at least from my point of view, is Cade, they were not playing in their element. Again, what a poetic way to end the night. Starting out with a defeat, a comeback defeat coming in the hands of Onic Esports. That was pretty expected. We know that Onic Esports is capable of that. But from then on, it was the Wild Wild West. It was a twilight zone for all of us. For you youths who don't know what that is, look it up. But all the way, we end up again to an expected situation. This is what we knew Onic Philippines is capable of, and we knew that in a world where they're in
Deep.
control,
Yes.
they will always win.
いやー、うまかったね。
Outpacing Cade at every turn, and that's what led to this very, very quick
お
victory.
い、こいつの対処法教えてもらったけど、後でやっとこう。あ、間違えた。削除じゃない。
This
タイムアウト。
is the understatement.
明日観戦会は、
Pretty normal.
帰ってこれたらいける。
Normal, you know?
帰ってこれたらっていうか、多分3時10分からだし、
Later on, because
まあ多分間に合うと思うけど、
to dissect, but I kind of feel like this is one
まあ
of
間に合わんくても、間に合わんくても、
Yeah, the highlights
いいならいけるけど、
taken, man.
It's gonna show a lot of Marky and Tupa just
プレイオフは途中からできんくなるかな。
skills as the Aman, and
生
we
配
like
信
so
は。
much time.
but either way, right now, for you
だけど、暇な時に見ようかなって、空いてる時。
and with that, you need
思ってる。
Razer Hammerhead. True wireless, cutting edge
だから、見るのめんどくさい人とか、
stage. And again, in terms
一緒に見てくれる人とか、
especially
もう一回見たいなーって人とかいたら、よかったら一緒に見ましょう。
distractions at all. With the technology of active noise cancellation, we
あ、
tried
コウさんありがとう。
and the noise
お肉インドネシアね、でもちょっと言われてそう。
can barely hear my
言われるんじゃないかな。やっぱり期待されてるか
I
ら。
couldn't hear shot calls, bro.
I couldn't hear anything.
That's why I kept farming.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But it is time to take a look at the items right now. It's your time to shine, LaFell. Show us what you've got.
All right, so when we're looking at items, we only need to look at one item each for each of the players from Onic Philippines because again, that is their power spike. For the
一重
side of Marky, he has a lot of items, but the Blade of Despair, that is the one that we really have to
まあ、
focus
しゃあ
on.
ない。
Once he
これは。
has completed that, he basically can delete anyone on the side of Cade.
はい。
Having that Ana's
Will
battle
you
is
stream
almost, I
tomorrow?
would say, overkill. Looking at Hatred over here, he farmed
Ah.
out very fast, but having just
May-
the block of
maybe,
Destiny
yes.
plus the lightning crunch down, it makes it very difficult for anyone from Kate to go to the front because even without the
Aturu.
better right, the damage coming out from this Farsa is going to be very, very strong. Kyrie, gotta say, I didn't see him much. That's an invisible pun for you guys that
Yeah.
did not catch that. But yeah, over here, he was prepared to fight a long battle, actually. Looking at the items that he has built, the Feather of Heaven, along with the Genius One, it looks like he is prepared in case if he has to fight the longer strain fight. Primarily
このブラジルのロームさっきもめっちゃしてたね。勝った時もしとった気がする。
But since
結構
well, it's all Marky, it's all hatred.
持ってかれてるイメージがある。
Of course, Delarsky being the CEO that demands attention. Everywhere he goes, they need to commit 4 people to take him down. And when you need 4 people to take him down, there's multiple
いやでもやっぱ成功なんじゃないかな。さすがにアモンは。 アモン敵に来て、 カモン的に来て、やっぱ成功が一番しっくりくるんよな、やってて。バルキリーはわからんでもないけど、オラクルはさすがになかったんじゃないかなって思う。
Again, he does this all the time. It's one of his textbook signature moves. Is just, hey, look at me. Wow. If you don't, I'm gonna start taking down turrets, and that's what happened in the lower, in the bottom lane inhibitor. Could you believe it? A single Uranus did that. It's because you did pay attention.
That's what happened when you don't pay attention.
He booked the meeting. He booked the meeting. It was in your calendar. You checked your email, but you didn't come, so he took down your turret.
Yeah, you took down your turret right there. He robbed your house. But man, I do want to pay my respects to Larsky here. This game was a game of chess, like you mentioned. It was all just brains, macro plays, and Larsky, he shined through it all, man. The thing is, for the side of Onic Philippines, a lot of people have been saying mechanics. We've got Kyrie, we've got the highest mechanical jungler in the world. We have Larsky, we have all these players, but macro-wise, they are also one of the best in the world. If not,
ソロランクの MVP って心が痛くて負け続ける。どういうこと？なんか青に成功は刺さるって話だけど、あんま積んでない。本当？これどうなんだろうね。なんかもう一試合あるかないか。なんかありそうな気はする。昨日9時間近くやってるから、やっぱあれ？そうだよね。今ブラジルが 1-2 でしょ。オニックインドネシアも 1-2 だから戦うんかな。戦わないでなんか時間かなんかで決めるんかな。でもロームとかあれやってると俺はめっちゃ成功積むわ。アモンいたらめっちゃ楽になる。アモンだけはJG はキャラ次第かも。キャラ次第で積むかもしれない。
Yeah, very calculated approach. These two teams went for it, but going into the draft, K just wasn't equipped. The lineup that they brought was something that wanted to actually get down and dirty. All of the adjectives that you brought up earlier. But Onic Philippines, it was so clear. They wanted to do banana split. Dilarsky was going to distract the rest of Keed. And then Marky and the Hatred were just going to blow up waves and turrets and call it a day. Honestly, I didn't even know what time this ended. Was it under 10 minutes? Was it under 11? Because if so, then we might have a new record.
Yeah. It's around 12, 13 minutes. But Mirko, let's look at the bigger picture right now. In terms of the group stage, it has been crazy. Onic Philippines and Toda.
あ、でも下も 1-2-1-2。これはイスンシンならワンチャン積むかもしれんけど、あんま積みたくないのはあるかな。積みたくないけど痛いんよな。もうだから積まん代わりに気をつけるようにはするけど。ブラックリスト3-0。明日すごいなこれ。お、出てきた。あ、決まってね。もうこれ決まっちゃっとるやん。ブラックリスト。はい下側に。ああ。じゃあ Day3 の相手が今日のあれか。Day3 が終われば相手が決まるのか明日。だよねこれ。うん。Day4 ちょっと楽じゃんこれ。あ、待って。 れどうなってんの？
fall very hard.
And this is when the elimination
あ、
starts.
いいんか、いいんか、いいんか。なんでもないわ。なんでもないわ。
Head high stakes.
同じところからスタートやった。
Because the lower brackets, you lose here, you're going home. There's no more chances. That is why it is
BO5 なんだ。すごっ。あっつ。こっから BO5 になってくんや。最後 BO7？ 明日2時だから、明日2時？ってことは、4時からじゃないこれ、配信。
Before you start naming all the teams playing and all the matches, there's 6 of them happening. I just gotta say, all of them are must watches. All of them are must watches because we get to see the best.
ちょっと見に行くか。公式見て。明日は2時半からだから3時10分。一緒か。一緒っぽい。
A shout out to the Philippines because both of their teams have gone to the upper bracket, so big respects. But Leo, I'm pretty sure even you have to agree. You're happy, but even you have to agree, it's not gonna be easy.
No. Today was quite the roller coaster. I am emotionally spent.
I don't know what to say anymore, honestly.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, your team. Yeah,
Exactly.
All right.
I'm just I'm pretty sad right now, man. Onic losing that in that fashion. You can see smiles from the left and the right. I'm only here. I'm confused, man.
This
What's
is a
going
different
on?
sandwich.
It's a different kind of sandwich.
It's a sad.
It's
It's
a
a sad
sandwich.
sandwich.
It's a sandwich.
You know the whole Gordon Ramsay the sandwich.
Yeah.
Meme? Yeah. This is it.
You're a sandwich.
You're a sandwich.
I'm a sandwich. Oh my god. But
Lafel,
yeah, again,
he's a sandwich.
there is still one hope for me. RRQ Hoshi is still, still has a chance now. Honestly, after looking at Onyx's performance, I'm kind of doubting myself. But hopefully, right? Hopium. I'm gonna go for the Hopium. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, Group C will be concluded in tomorrow's matches. So many crazy moments here today, but we are going to end it off. We are going to close the show. It's been Mirko, Leo, and Lafel. Thank you guys for watching. Stay tuned because tomorrow we're going to see the best in the world compete once again.
これもう本当のさよなら？本当のさよなら？ぽいな、終わったな。なんで昨日めっちゃ長かったんやろ？うわー、やべえ。めっちゃ興奮してきたわ。じゃあ、一回終わります。終わって、配信は、まあ、するなら10時前くらいからするかもしんないから。昨日のグループは A で、あ、そういうことか。2位が決まってなかったから、試合をしたんか。あ、なるほど。ありがとうございます。じゃあ、多分また配信するんで、この後。10時前に。面白かった。ありがとう。ありがとう、亀さんも。じゃあまた、後でお会いしましょう。多分ね。絶対じゃないから。するときはツイートします。さよなら。